Yo, what's up everyone? It's Cosmic Wand, and today we're checking out, what if Harry awakened Scion blood at age 5 and every near-death made his magic evolve like a Zenkai boost. Drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1, The boy who broke the cupboard under the stairs smelled like dust and old shoes and the sour residue of cleaning chemicals that had seeped into the wood over the years. Harry Potter knew every crack in the ceiling above his head, every warped plank, every spider that had taken up residence in the corners. He knew that the third step above him creaked when Dudley stomped on it, which was always, and that if he pressed his ear to the door he could hear the television in the living room, muffled and distant like sounds heard underwater. He was 5 years old. He was bleeding. Not badly. Not this time. A split lip from the back of Vernon's hand, delivered with the casual precision of a man swatting a fly. Harry had dropped a plate. A plate that cost, according to Vernon, more than Harry was worth, which wasn't saying much because Harry was worth nothing, less than nothing, a burden and a waste and a freak who should be grateful for the cupboard and the hand-me-down clothes and the scraps from Dudley's plate. Harry pressed his sleeve to his lip and tasted copper. He didn't cry. He'd learned early that crying made it worse. Not because Vernon hit harder when Harry cried, though he did, but because the crying felt like losing. Like giving them something they wanted. He lay on his thin mattress and stared at the underside of the stairs and waited for the pain to become boring, which it always did eventually. Something crawled across his hand. A spider, small and brown, picking its way over his knuckles with delicate purpose. Harry watched it navigate the landscape of his fingers and felt a strange kinship with the creature. Small. Quiet. Living in the cracks of someone else's house. You and me both, he whispered. The spider paused, as if listening, then continued on its way. Harry closed his eyes. Sleep came in thin, restless sheets, full of green light and a sound like the sky tearing open. He was 5 years and 3 months old the first time it happened. The day started normally enough. Petunia shook him awake at 6, her fingernails digging into his shoulder through the cupboard door. Breakfast to make. Bacon for Vernon, eggs for Dudley, toast for Petunia, nothing for Harry until they'd finished and he could scrape whatever remained onto his own plate, standing at the counter because freaks didn't sit at the table. Harry had gotten good at cooking. His hands moved automatically. Crack the eggs, don't get shell in them. Vernon's backhand had taught him that. Watch the bacon so it didn't burn. Petunia's switch had taught him that. Butter the toast evenly. Dudley's tantrum had taught him that, the one where he'd thrown the toaster and it had missed Harry's head by inches. He served the food with the mechanical efficiency of a small, underfed robot and retreated to his corner of the kitchen to wait. Vernon was in a mood. Harry could tell before the man said a word. It was in the way he held his fork, too tight, knuckles white, stabbing the eggs like they'd offended him. Something at work, probably. Gruntings. Drills. Harry didn't understand what Vernon did all day, only that it frequently left him looking for something to hit that wouldn't hit back. Boy. Harry's spine straightened. Yes, Uncle Vernon. The garden. Today. All of it. I want every weed pulled, every hedge trimmed, and the lawn edged. Properly this time. Yes, Uncle Vernon. And if I come home and it's not done, Vernon let the threat hang, fat and heavy, like the man himself. Harry spent the day in the garden under a July sun that pressed down on him like a hot iron. No hat. No sunscreen. A glass of water that Petunia left on the back step at noon, which was warm by the time he reached it. He pulled weeds until his fingers bled, small cuts from thorns and rough stems that stung when sweat ran into them. He trimmed hedges with shears that were too heavy for his hands, his arms aching, his vision swimming in the heat. By 4 o'clock, the garden looked good. Not perfect, Harry's arms had given out before he could finish edging the lawn, but good. It was not good enough. Vernon's car pulled into the drive at 5:30. Harry heard the door slam, heard the heavy footsteps, heard Petunia's voice, high, placating, Vernon, darling, and knew. He knew the way a rabbit knows when the shadow of a hawk crosses the ground. Not through thought but through every nerve in his body firing at once, screaming move, hide, run. He didn't run. There was nowhere to go. Vernon found him in the kitchen, washing the shears. The man's face was purple, not red, purple, and his mustache was quivering in that way that meant the rage had gone past shouting and into something quieter. Something worse. The edging, Vernon said softly. Dangerously. I specifically said. I'm sorry, Uncle Vernon, I ran out of. The first blow caught him in the stomach. Not a slap this time. A fist. Harry folded like paper, all the air driven out of him in a single gasp, and hit the kitchen floor. The shears clattered away across the tile. Sorry, Vernon repeated, and his voice was almost contemplative. You're always sorry. Sorry doesn't fix my lawn, does it, boy? The second blow was a kick, and it caught Harry in the ribs. Something cracked. Harry heard it before he felt it, a sound like a green branch snapping, and then the pain arrived, white-hot and enormous, and he couldn't breathe, couldn't think, could only curl into himself on the cold kitchen floor while Vernon stood over him. Vernon. Petunia's voice from the doorway. Not horrified. Not angry. Just mildly concerned, the way someone might comment on a stain on the carpet. Not his face. The neighbors. Vernon grunted. The next kick landed on Harry's back, between his shoulder blades, and the world went gray around the edges. He was aware, distantly, of being picked up. Of being carried, no, dragged, his feet trailing on the floor. The cupboard door opening. The mattress, thin and smelling of dust, under his cheek. The door closing. The lock clicking. Darkness. Harry lay in his cupboard and tried to breathe. Each breath was a knife sliding between his ribs. Something was broken in there, he was sure of it. Broken things grated against each other when he inhaled, sending bolts of pain through his chest that made his vision flash white. He was 5 years old and something inside his chest was broken and nobody was coming to help. The pain built. It climbed, wave over wave, until it filled every corner of his small body and there was nothing else, no cupboard, no spiders, no distant sound of the television, just pain so vast and total that Harry felt himself shrinking inside it, becoming a tiny point of consciousness in an ocean of hurt. I'm going to die in here. The thought was clear and calm and completely without self-pity. Just a fact. Like the sky is blue. Like Vernon is angry. Like nobody comes when Harry cries. I'm going to die. And then something answered. Not from outside. From inside. Deep, deep inside, in a place Harry hadn't known existed, a place below his heart and behind his stomach and somehow also in his blood and his bones and the root of his spine. Something that had been sleeping, coiled and dormant, stirred. The pain was the key. Not just any pain, mortal pain. The body's shrieking alarm that said this organism is failing, this organism is dying. The alarm that trips every biological failsafe, floods the system with adrenaline and cortisol and endorphins. But in Harry's body, that alarm reached something else. Something that didn't run on adrenaline. Heat bloomed in his core. Not the heat of fever, the heat of a furnace door opening, of metal being forged, of something being made. It poured outward from that deep place, rushing through his veins like liquid fire, and where it met the broken places it didn't soothe them. It rebuilt them. Harry felt his ribs shift, heard them grind, and screamed into his pillow as the bones reknit themselves, not back to what they were but into something denser, harder, stronger. His muscles seized, then relaxed, then seized again, and each time they released they were different. Tighter. More efficient. The bruises on his stomach and back flared with heat and then began to fade, the damaged tissue not just healing but being replaced with something better. It lasted maybe 30 seconds. It felt like hours. When it stopped, Harry lay gasping on his mattress, drenched in sweat, and the pain was gone. Not fading, not manageable, gone. He pressed a hand to his ribs where the bones had cracked and felt nothing but smooth, solid flesh. He took a breath, deep, full, without a trace of the knife between ribs agony that had been there moments before. He held his hands up in the darkness of the cupboard and flexed his fingers. They felt different. Everything felt different. Like he'd been wearing gloves his whole life and someone had suddenly pulled them off. The air on his skin was more vivid. The darkness wasn't quite as dark, he could see the grain of the wood above him, the individual threads of his pillowcase, details that should have been invisible without light. Harry sat up. His head didn't swim. His body didn't ache. He felt, and this was the strangest part, stranger than the healing, stranger than the new sharpness of his senses, he felt good. Not just not in pain but actively, vibrantly good, like he'd slept for a week and eaten a feast and run a mile in clean air. His body hummed with a quiet energy that seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat. He pressed his ear to the cupboard door. He could hear Vernon snoring in the living room, not just the snoring but the whistle of air through the man's nose, the creak of the recliner under his weight, the soft hiss of the television on low volume. He could hear Petunia in the kitchen, the click of her shoes on tile, the clink of dishes being washed. He could hear Dudley upstairs, the thud of his feet, the tinny sound of a video game. Harry pulled his hand away from the door and stared at it in the dark. What am I? No answer came. But the humming in his body didn't stop, and when Harry finally lay back down and closed his eyes, he slept deeply and without dreams for the first time in his life. He woke before Petunia's knock. Not to the sound of her footsteps approaching, to some internal alarm he hadn't possessed the day before. His eyes opened at 5:45, and he was instantly, totally awake. No grogginess, no slow swim up from sleep. One moment unconscious, the next fully alert and aware of everything around him in a way that made the cupboard feel less like a prison and more like a den. He lay still and catalogued himself. The bruises were gone. The split lip from 3 days ago, gone. A scrape on his knee from the garden, gone. He pulled up his oversized shirt and ran his fingers over his ribs. Solid. More than solid, when he pressed, there was a firmness there that hadn't existed before, a sense of something harder than a 5-year-old's bones had any right to be. And he was hungry. Not the dull, constant hunger he was used to, the background noise of a body that never quite got enough calories. This was sharp, urgent, a roaring demand from every cell in his body for fuel. Whatever had happened last night, whatever that furnace heat had been, it had rebuilt him and now it wanted payment. Petunia's knock came at 6. Up. Get up. Harry opened the cupboard door and walked to the kitchen and began making breakfast. His hands were steadier on the frying pan. The shears, when he picked them up from where they'd fallen, felt lighter. Everything felt lighter. Vernon emerged at 6:30, his face the mottled red and white of a man who'd drunk too much the night before and slept in his chair. His eyes found Harry, and something flickered in them, not guilt, Vernon didn't do guilt, but a brief, uneasy assessment. Checking for visible damage. Harry knew the look. It was the look that preceded, the boy fell down the stairs, or, clumsy thing tripped in the garden. But there was no damage to see. Harry met his uncle's gaze for exactly 1 second, 1 second longer than he ever had before, and then dropped his eyes to the frying pan. In that 1 second, something passed between them. Vernon wouldn't have been able to articulate it. He wouldn't have had the words or the self-awareness to describe the cold thread that slid through his stomach when his nephew's green eyes locked onto his. But his hand, which had been reaching for his coffee, paused midway, and he didn't speak to Harry for the rest of the morning. Harry noticed. He noticed everything now. The way Petunia's pulse jumped in her throat when he walked too close. The way Dudley instinctively moved aside when Harry passed him in the hallway, something the larger boy didn't even seem conscious of doing. The way the air felt around each of them, Harry didn't have words for this yet, wouldn't for years, but if he'd been asked to describe it, he might have said that each person had a weight to them. Not physical weight. Something else. A pressure, a density, that he could feel the way you feel the warmth of a fire from across the room. Vernon's weight was thick and hot and unsteady, like a pot about to boil over. Petunia's was thin and sharp and brittle. Dudley's was soft and blubbery and slow. Harry's own weight, when he turned his attention inward, curious, was a knot of something bright and dense and coiled, like a spring compressed almost to its limit. He ate everything he could get his hands on. Scraped the egg pan clean. Ate the crusts Dudley left. Stole 2 slices of bread when Petunia's back was turned and ate them dry in the cupboard, fast and furtive. It wasn't enough. His body wanted more, wanted fuel, wanted to feed the furnace that had rebuilt him from the inside out. But it was what he had. The months that followed were an education. Not the kind Dudley was failing to receive at school. Harry's education was conducted in the spaces between punishments, in the quiet hours locked in his cupboard, in the garden and the park and the streets of Little Whinging where he was sometimes sent on errands and sometimes simply escaped to when the house became too small to contain what he was becoming. He learned, first, that he was faster. Not a little faster, dramatically faster. Dudley and his gang cornered Harry in the park 2 weeks after the incident, their fat faces gleaming with the anticipation of their favorite sport. Piers Polkiss grabbed for Harry's collar, a move that had worked 100 times before, and Harry stepped sideways. Just a step. But it was fast, faster than his brain had time to plan, his body moving on an instinct that felt new and ancient at the same time. Piers' fingers closed on empty air. He stumbled. Dudley lunged. Harry sidestepped again, and this time he felt a grin pulling at his mouth, an unfamiliar expression, tight and fierce and alive. They couldn't touch him. 5 boys, ranging from merely fat to genuinely large, and they couldn't lay a hand on a scrawny 5-year-old who hadn't eaten a full meal in months. Harry wove between them like water through rocks, never running, that was the strange part, the part that scared them, never running. Just walking, gliding, slipping aside at the last possible second with a precision that shouldn't have been possible. After 10 minutes they gave up, red-faced and panting, and Harry walked home with that fierce grin still tugging at his lips and a new understanding settling into his bones. He was not what he had been. The second thing he learned was that he was strong. Disproportionately, impossibly strong for his size. He discovered this in the garden when he uprooted a weed and a chunk of the brick border came with it, gripped and torn free by fingers that should not have had the leverage. He stared at the brick in his hand, then carefully set it back, and spent the next hour testing his grip on things, the fence post, the garden hose, the handle of the lawnmower. He bent the handle of the lawnmower. Not much. But enough. He learned to be careful after that. To move gently, to grip softly, to keep the new strength hidden under the old weakness like a knife under a pillow. The third thing, the strangest thing, was the energy. That bright knot in his core, it didn't fade. If anything, it grew. On the days when the Dursleys left him alone, it hummed quietly, a warmth behind his navel that made him feel grounded and steady. On the days when Vernon was angry, when the cupboard door locked and the darkness pressed in, it flared, responding to his fear or his anger or his pain like a dog straining at a leash. Harry began experimenting. Alone in his cupboard at night, he'd close his eyes and reach for that knot of energy and push. The first time, nothing happened. The second time, a pressure built in his chest, behind his eyes, in his palms. The third time, every spider in the cupboard froze simultaneously, hung motionless in their webs for a full 3 seconds, and then resumed as if nothing had happened. The fourth time, the light bulb that hung from a string above his mattress, a bare bulb, 40 watts, his only source of light, flared so bright it burned blue-white and then exploded. Harry covered his face as glass rained down, and in the darkness that followed, he noticed that he could see perfectly. Not the improved but still limited night vision of before. Perfectly. Every splinter, every thread, every mote of dust floating in the air. His eyes burned for a moment, a deep itch behind the green irises, and then settled. He told no one. There was no one to tell. He was 6 when the next Zenkai came. It was winter. Vernon had decided that Harry was responsible for clearing snow from the driveway before the morning commute, which meant setting the alarm in the cupboard for 4:30 and working in the dark in a thin jacket and no gloves because the gloves had been Dudley's and Dudley had decided he wanted them back even though they didn't fit his sausage fingers. The cold was vicious. December cold, the kind that turned breath to steam and skin to marble. Harry shoveled and scraped and his fingers went from red to white to a blue-gray that he recognized, even at 6, as dangerous. But the driveway wasn't done and Vernon would check and so he kept going, his hands numb, his body shaking, the energy in his core flickering like a candle in a draft. He finished at 6:15. Walked inside. Couldn't feel his hands, his feet, his face. Sat in his cupboard and pulled his knees to his chest and realized, with the same calm clarity as before, that his fingers weren't going to be okay. They were gray-white and hard and they didn't move when he told them to. Frostbite. He didn't know the word yet, but he knew the reality, his body was dying at the edges. The furnace lit. It came harder this time, faster, as if it had been waiting. Heat slammed through his extremities like an electric shock, and Harry bit down on his sleeve to keep from screaming as his frozen fingers thawed from the inside out, as circulation returned to tissue that had begun to die. His feet, in their thin socks and cracked shoes, burned and then steadied. His face flushed, his ears rang, and the energy in his core surged and expanded, pushing outward like a balloon inflating inside his chest. When it passed, his hands were fine. Better than fine. He flexed them in the darkness and felt a new density in his fingers, a toughness in the skin that hadn't been there before. He pressed his palm flat against the cold cupboard door and felt, really felt, the temperature of the wood, the grain of it, the faint vibrations of the house settling around him. And he wasn't cold anymore. Not just not frostbitten, not cold. The December air that seeped through the cracks in the cupboard door touched his skin and felt merely cool, pleasant even. Something in his body had adjusted, recalibrated, decided that cold was a problem it had solved and would not need to solve again. Harry sat in his cupboard and thought about this for a long time. He thought about the first time, the broken ribs, the healing, the new strength. And now this, the frostbite, the healing, the new resistance to cold. Both times, his body had been pushed to the edge of real damage. Both times, something had responded. And both times, he'd come back different. Not just healed but improved, as if his body was taking notes on what had nearly killed it and then rewriting itself to make sure it couldn't happen again. This was not normal. Harry had spent enough time watching other children, at school, in the park, through the window of his cupboard, to know that they did not heal from broken ribs overnight. They did not shrug off frostbite in minutes. They did not see in the dark or move like water or bend lawnmower handles with their bare hands. He did not know what he was. But he was becoming more of it. The years between 6 and 9 were a slow-burning transformation that Harry hid with the same instinct that made a fox bury its kills. He grew, but not the way the Dursleys expected. Not upward, he stayed small, a consequence of persistent malnutrition that even the Zenkai boosts couldn't fully override. But inward. Denser. His muscles, starved of calories, didn't bulk up, but they compacted, becoming something like woven steel cable under his skin. His reflexes sharpened to the point where he could catch flies out of the air without thinking about it, where he could dodge Dudley's punches before the larger boy had finished deciding to throw them. He learned to control the energy. Not well, not with anything like mastery, but enough to be deliberate. He could push it into his legs and run faster than anything his size should be able to run. He could push it into his hands and grip hard enough to leave fingerprints in metal. He could extend it outward, just a little, like a bubble around his body, and feel the space around him, the walls, the furniture, the people, their heat and their weight and their intent. That last ability, the sensing, became his most valuable tool. He could feel Vernon's rage building before it broke, could feel the slow, heavy churn of it like storm clouds gathering, and he learned to make himself scarce before the lightning struck. He could feel Petunia's brittle anxiety and knew which days she'd be harsh and which days she'd be merely cold. He could feel Dudley's dull cruelty and his gang's excited malice and navigate around them like a pilot reading weather patterns. He got hurt less. Not because the Dursleys became kinder, Vernon's rages still came, and when they caught Harry, they were brutal, but because Harry got better at avoidance, at reading the patterns, at being somewhere else when the storm broke. But he didn't avoid all of them. And the ones he didn't avoid fed the furnace. At 7, Vernon threw him into the wall hard enough to crack the plaster. Zenkai. His spine, which should have been damaged, emerged stronger. His back muscles reorganized themselves into something that could absorb impact like a car's crumple zone, protecting the spinal column beneath. At 8, he was chased by Marge Dursley's bulldog, Ripper, and the dog caught him, tearing into his calf with an enthusiasm that left Harry's leg painted red from knee to ankle. Zenkai. The muscle regrew denser, the skin tougher, and Harry found that his legs could now propel him fast enough that no dog would ever catch him again. He also found that he could jump, not high, not yet, but far, launching himself distances that made his own stomach lurch. At 9, Dudley and his gang actually managed to corner Harry behind the school gym, and the beating they delivered was systematic and prolonged. 5 against 1, fists and kicks and Piers Pocus's favorite move, kneeling on your chest while someone else held your arms. Harry took it. Not because he couldn't fight back, he'd known for years that he could hurt any of them, probably all of them at once, but because fighting back meant questions. Meant adults looking too closely at the boy who lived under the stairs. But they went further than usual. Dudley, emboldened by his father's example, kicked Harry in the head. The world went white, then black, then a color that didn't have a name, and Harry felt himself sliding towards something deep and quiet and final. Zenkai. This one was different. This one was angry. The energy didn't just bloom, it erupted. Harry's body convulsed on the ground behind the gym, and the 5 boys standing over him were thrown backward as if struck by an invisible wall. Not far, 3 feet, maybe 4, but hard enough to put them on their backs. Dudley hit the gym wall and slid down it, wheezing. Piers landed on his tailbone and started crying. The other 3 scrambled to their feet and ran, driven by an instinct older than thought, the prey-animal certainty that they were in the presence of something that could kill them. Harry lay on the concrete and breathed and felt the furnace roar. His skull, which had been cracked, he'd heard it, that sound again, the green branch snap, knit itself shut. The concussion that should have killed him or left him brain damage dissolved like fog in sunlight. And something new settled into place behind his eyes, a clarity of thought, a speed of processing, as if his brain had been running on coal and was now running on something cleaner and hotter and infinitely more efficient. He sat up. The world was sharp. Painfully, beautifully sharp. He could see the individual pores on Dudley's terrified face. He could hear the boy's heartbeat, jackhammering, panicked. He could smell the fear on them, a chemical tang in the air that his brain catalogued and filed away for future reference. Harry stood. He looked at Dudley, who was still pressed against the gym wall, his piggy eyes wide and wet with tears he was too scared to let fall. "Don't," Harry said quietly, "do that again." He walked away. Behind him, Dudley started sobbing. Harry didn't look back. That night, in his cupboard, he held his hands in front of his face and concentrated. Pushed the energy, not outward, not into his muscles, but into his palms. Just to see. Light bloomed between his fingers. Not the cold light of a flashlight or the warm light of a candle. Something else. Something that pulsed in time with his heartbeat, that shifted color from white to gold to a faint, impossible green. It illuminated the cupboard in dancing shadows and made the spiders freeze in their webs and cast Harry's face in sharp relief, thin, pale, too old for 9, with green eyes that caught the light and held it and burned with it. He closed his hands and the light died. What am I becoming? At 10, 2 things happened that shifted the axis of Harry's world. The first was the zoo. It was Dudley's birthday, and through a comedy of errors involving Mrs. Fig's broken leg and her inability to take Harry for the day, he ended up in the back seat of the Dursleys' car on the way to the London Zoo. Vernon's warning had been delivered in the low, dangerous voice that meant it, any funny business, any at all, and you won't have meals for a week. Harry sat quietly and watched the world blur past and catalogued the energy signatures of every car they passed, a game he'd invented to keep his senses sharp. The zoo was overwhelming. Not visually, Harry had become accustomed to processing vast amounts of sensory information. But the life of the place hit him like a wave. Hundreds of people, each with their own energy signature, their own emotional weather. And the animals were different. Simpler. Cleaner. Bright nodes of instinct and hunger and fear and territoriality, uncomplicated by the murky tangles of human emotion. Harry drifted away from the Dursleys, easy, they preferred to forget he existed, and walked through the reptile house alone. The snakes were interesting. Their energy was cool and smooth, like river stones, and when Harry stopped in front of a massive boa constrictor behind thick glass, he felt the animal's attention shift to him with a precision that was almost flattering. The snake raised its head. Its tongue flicked out, tasting the air. Harry leaned closer to the glass. The snake's eyes, flat, golden, ancient, locked onto his. And Harry felt something he'd never felt before, a recognition. Not from the snake, exactly. From somewhere in the space between them, as if their two kinds of energy had found a frequency they could share. He opened his mouth to say something, he didn't know what, and what came out wasn't English. It was a sound like dry leaves over stone, like steam escaping a crack, sibilant and strange and right in a way that made his tongue feel like it had been waiting his whole life to shape these syllables. "You feel it too," he said, in a language he'd never learned. The boa constrictor blinked. Then it nodded. Actually nodded, a deliberate inclination of its massive head, and Harry heard, felt, understood, warm blood. Strange. You taste like fire and old stars. Before Harry could respond, Dudley shoved him aside. Harry hit the ground, caught himself easily, his body absorbing the impact without thought, and looked up in time to see Dudley and Piers pressing their fat faces against the glass, banging on it, demanding the snake move. The glass vanished. Harry felt it happen, a pulse of energy from that bright knot in his core, reacting to his flash of anger, reaching out and simply undoing the glass as if it had never existed. The boa constrictor poured out of its enclosure like water from a bottle, 12 feet of muscle and scale flowing across the floor. Dudley screamed. Piers screamed. Everyone screamed. As the snake passed Harry, its tongue flickered across his hand. Thanks. Then the glass was back, and Dudley was inside the enclosure, pounding on the transparent wall with tears streaming down his face, and Harry stood in the chaos and felt the energy in his core settle back to its usual hum and thought, I did that. I didn't mean to, but I did that. The glass. The snake. That language. That was magic. He didn't have the word for it yet, but he recognized it as something separate from the physical energy, the strength, the speed, the healing. This was different. This came from the same place but took a different path, flowing outward not into his muscles and bones but into the world, reshaping reality according to his will. Two kinds of power. Two currents from the same source. Harry filed this information away with the same calm precision he applied to everything and spent the car ride home, Vernon purple-faced, Petunia white-lipped, Dudley sniffling, thinking about glass and snakes and a language that tasted like fire. The cupboard was his home for a week after that. No meals, as promised. Vernon added a padlock to the door. Harry sat in the dark and meditated on the two kinds of energy, the physical and the magical, and tried to understand how they fit together. He was hungry, painfully so, his body screaming for fuel, but the meditation helped. When he turned his attention inward, he could almost see it, his core, the knot of power, and from it two rivers flowing, one into his body, dense and hot and physical, and one into something less tangible, a field of potential that interacted with the world in ways that defied every law of physics he'd absorbed from Dudley's discarded schoolbooks. He emerged from that week thinner but sharper, with a new understanding of himself and a growing certainty that the world was much, much larger than Privet Drive. The second thing that happened at 10 was the letters. They started arriving in August. Thick envelopes, heavy parchment, addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry never got to read one. Vernon intercepted them with a speed born of panic, his face cycling through colors that Harry had learned to associate with different flavors of rage, red for anger, purple for fury, white for fear. This was white. Vernon was afraid. The letters kept coming. More each day. Vernon nailed the mail slot shut. They came through the windows. Vernon boarded up the windows. They came down the chimney, hundreds of them, filling the living room like green ink snow, and Vernon's fear reached a pitch that Harry could taste in the air, metallic, sharp, the terror of a man watching his carefully constructed normal life crack apart at the seams. They fled. Vernon packed the family into the car and drove, north, east, circling, doubling back, as if he could outrun the letters. Harry sat in the back seat and felt the energy signatures of the letters themselves, faint, but real, little sparks of magic embedded in the parchment, and knew that whatever was sending them would not be deterred by distance. They ended up on a rock in the sea. A desolate hut on a desolate island, with rain hammering the walls and wind screaming through the gaps and the sea throwing itself against the stone below like a living thing trying to get in. Harry lay on the floor, Dudley got the couch, of course, and watched the seconds tick down on Dudley's watch. 11:58. 11:59. Midnight. July 31st. His birthday. He was 11 years old. Someone knocked on the door. Not knocked. Pounded. 3 massive blows that shook the entire hut, that knocked dust from the rafters and made Vernon fall out of bed with a yelp and sent Dudley rolling off the couch in a tangle of blankets. 3 blows that Harry felt not just in his ears but in his core, because whoever was standing on the other side of that door had an energy signature like a bonfire, huge, warm, wild, and overwhelmingly alive. Vernon appeared with a rifle. Harry didn't know where he'd gotten it, and he could tell by the way the man held it, too high, too tight, finger on the trigger with the safety still on, that he didn't know how to use it. Petunia stood behind her husband, clutching her nightgown. Dudley whimpered from behind the couch. Harry stood up and faced the door and felt the bonfire on the other side and, for the first time in his life, was not afraid. The door exploded inward. Not opened, exploded, wrenched off its hinges by a pair of hands the size of dustbin lids, and through the doorway came the largest man Harry had ever seen. Twice the height of a normal man, 3 times as wide, with a wild mane of black hair and a beard that covered most of his face and small, dark eyes that gleamed with a warmth that Harry's senses confirmed. This man's energy was genuine, unguarded, radiating goodwill like heat from a stove. "Sorry Abu, that," the giant said, picking up the door and fitting it roughly back into the frame. Then he turned, and his eyes found Harry, and the warmth in his energy signature surged. "Harry," he said, and his voice cracked on the name. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes." Harry met the giant's gaze. His senses were cataloging everything, the man's physical power, considerable but undisciplined, raw strength without refinement, his magical signature, strong, earthy, like deep roots, and his emotional state, joy, sadness, nervousness, all tumbling over each other in a warm, chaotic mix. "Who are you?" Harry asked. "Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." "You'll know all about Hogwarts, oh, course." "I don't." And that was when the world opened up. Hagrid told him everything, or everything Hagrid knew, which was a lot about some things and very little about others. Wizards. Witches. A whole hidden world. A school called Hogwarts where people like Harry learned to use their magic. Parents who hadn't died in a car crash but had been murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort, and Harry had survived, the only person ever to survive the killing curse, and he was famous. The boy who lived. Harry listened. He processed. He asked precise questions that made Hagrid blink and say, "Blimey, you're a sharp one, aren't ya?" He did not tell Hagrid about the energy. About the healing. About the strength and the speed and the night vision and the ability to sense people's emotions and intentions. He did not mention the two rivers of power flowing from his core, or the fact that one of them, the physical one, had nothing to do with magic as Hagrid described it. Instinct. The same instinct that had kept him alive at the Dursleys, that had taught him to hide his strength and keep his head down and never, ever let anyone see what he was becoming. Some things you kept to yourself. Some cards you held until you understood the game. "You're a wizard, Harry," Hagrid said, beaming. Harry looked at the giant, at the fire he'd conjured in the grate, at the pink umbrella that Harry's senses told him contained a hidden core of magical energy, and thought, "I'm a wizard. Yes. But I'm something else too. When do we leave?" Harry said. Diagon Alley was a sensory assault. Harry had never been in the presence of so many magical people at once, and his key sense, he'd started thinking of it as that, though he didn't know why, the word had simply appeared in his mind one morning like something remembered rather than learned, went haywire. Every person in the crowded street blazed with magical energy, each one unique, each one a different color and texture and temperature in Harry's expanded awareness. Witches and wizards and goblins and things Harry couldn't identify, all pressing close, all radiating power in degrees that ranged from candle flame to forest fire. He walked close to Hagrid, not for protection but because the giant's massive energy signature was a useful anchor in the chaos, a familiar bonfire in a sea of smaller fires. Gringotts was interesting. The goblins had a different energy than humans, sharper, colder, more disciplined. They moved with a predatory efficiency that Harry's instincts recognized and respected. The underground vaults were deep and dark and Harry could feel the weight of the stone above him and the ancient magic woven into it, wards so old they'd become part of the rock itself. The money was a surprise. He had money. A small fortune in gold, apparently left by parents who'd loved him and died for him. Harry pocketed the galleons and sickles and nuts and tried not to think about what it meant that there had been money all along while he wore Dudley's rags and ate Dudley's scraps. They bought his school things, robes, cauldron, telescope, books. Harry absorbed information from every interaction, every shop, every overheard conversation. The magical world had its own rules, its own hierarchy, its own prejudices. Pure-bloods, half-bloods, muggle-borns. He filed it all away. Then they went to Ollivander's. The shop was narrow and dusty and packed floor to ceiling with long thin boxes, and the energy of the place was like nothing Harry had ever felt. Thousands of contained sparks, each one unique, each one waiting. The wands. They were alive, not conscious, not thinking, but alive in a way that made Harry's magical sense sing. Ollivander appeared between the shelves like a ghost, pale-eyed and ancient, and when he looked at Harry, his gaze went through skin and bone to something underneath. "Ah," he said. "Yes. I thought I'd be seeing you soon. Harry Potter." The old wandmaker's energy was strange. Tightly controlled, almost invisible, but when Harry focused he could feel vast reserves beneath the surface, like still water hiding a deep current. "Your mother favored willow. 10¼ inches. Swishy. Nice wand for charm work. Your father preferred mahogany. 11 inches. Pliable. Excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father preferred it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course." Ollivander produced a measuring tape that began taking Harry's measurements on its own while the wandmaker disappeared between the shelves. He returned with an armload of boxes. "Let's see. Try this. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible." Harry took the wand and felt nothing. A faint warmth, the barest whisper of connection, but the wand's energy didn't align with his. Before he could wave it, Ollivander snatched it back. No, no. How about this? Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Wrong again. Harry could feel it before his fingers closed around the wood, the frequencies didn't match, the wand's energy sliding off his like water off oil. Ollivander's eyes brightened. He was enjoying this. Wand after wand was tried and rejected, and with each one, Harry felt Ollivander's attention sharpen, the wandmaker's hidden depths stirring with growing fascination. 20 wands. 30. The pile of rejected boxes grew. Tricky customer, eh? Ollivander murmured, but he didn't look frustrated. He looked delighted. Not to worry. The wand is here, Mr. Potter. It is always here. He disappeared into the back of the shop. When he returned, he carried a single box, and his hands were careful with it, almost reverent. I wonder, he said quietly. Yes, why not? Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry took the wand. The connection was instantaneous and violent. Not the gentle warmth Ollivander seemed to expect, a detonation, a collision of energies that blew Harry's hair back and sent gold and scarlet sparks fountaining from the wand's tip and rattled every box on every shelf. The wand's magic locked onto Harry's magical core and pulled, and Harry felt the river of magical energy surge through the holly wood, felt it amplified and focused and shaped into something that made the air crackle. But that wasn't all. The wand touched the other river too, the physical one, the key, and for one blazing second, both currents flowed through the holly and phoenix feather together, and the sparks that erupted from the wand's tip weren't just magical. They were golden, dense and hot, and they scorched the ceiling and left tiny smoking craters in the plaster. Ollivander took a step back. His pale eyes were wide, not with fear but with a shock so profound it had stripped away his professional composure and left the raw man beneath. Curious, he whispered. Very curious. What's curious? Harry asked. His hand was tingling. The wand felt like an extension of his arm, natural and right and hungry. Ollivander was staring at the scorch marks on his ceiling. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every one. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. The scar. Harry reached up and touched it without thinking, the lightning bolt on his forehead, the mark of the killing curse, the wound that had never fully healed. As his fingers brushed it, he felt something stir in the scar tissue, something that wasn't part of him but had been living there, dormant, since the night his parents died. Something dark. Something other. A fragment of foreign energy, parasitic and patient, nestled against his own core like a tick buried in skin. Harry lowered his hand. His face gave nothing away. The wand chooses the wizard, Ollivander said, and his voice had recovered its usual dreamy quality, but his eyes hadn't. They were still sharp, still wide, still fixed on Harry with an intensity that said I have just seen something I do not understand. We can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry paid 7 galleons for the wand and left the shop with Hagrid, and he didn't speak for a long time afterward. Not because he was upset, but because he was thinking. 2 kinds of power. A wand that amplified both. A scar that contained something alive and dark. A dead dark wizard whose wand was the brother of his own. And a body that got stronger every time it nearly died. Harry walked through Diagon Alley with his wand in his pocket and his senses spread wide and the energy humming in his core, and he thought about the year ahead with something that wasn't excitement and wasn't fear. It was anticipation. September 1st arrived with the crisp efficiency of an English autumn. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, having figured out the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 by feeling the magic in the brickwork, a shimmer that his senses read as clearly as a neon sign, and looked at the Hogwarts Express. The train was beautiful. Red and gleaming and absolutely packed with magical signatures, dozens of young witches and wizards and their families milling on the platform in a chaos of trunks and owls and tearful goodbyes. Harry's key sense painted the scene in overlapping halos of energy, bright, excited, nervous, sad, all the colors of departure. He boarded the train alone. Found an empty compartment. Sat by the window and watched the platform through glass that he could now feel on a molecular level, every imperfection and stress point mapped by his expanded awareness. The door slid open. Anyone sitting there? A tall boy, Harry's age, red-haired, freckled, with an energy signature that was warm and slightly chaotic, like Hagrid's but younger, less settled. Everywhere else is full. Go ahead. The boy sat. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went predictably wide, and Harry felt the spike of excitement and awe in his energy, but underneath it, and this was what made Harry decide to like Ron Weasley in that first minute, there was no calculation. No greed, no ambition, no desire to use. Just genuine, uncomplicated amazement that resolved almost immediately into genuine, uncomplicated friendliness. Blimey, Ron said, and then, as if embarrassed by his own reaction, do you really have the scar? Harry pushed his hair back. Ron looked, nodded, and then, and this was the moment, moved on. Didn't stare. Didn't press. Just accepted it and started talking about Quidditch as if Harry were any other kid. Harry didn't know what Quidditch was. Ron was happy to explain, and his explanation was enthusiastic and disorganized and accompanied by sweeping hand gestures that knocked over a stack of chocolate frog boxes, and Harry found himself smiling. Actually smiling, the way normal people did, not the tight fierce grin of combat but a genuine expression of pleasure at being in the presence of someone who was simply, uncomplicatedly kind. They were deep in a discussion of the Chudley Cannon's 40-year losing streak when the compartment door opened again. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. The girl was his age, with bushy brown hair and a brisk, bossy manner that her energy signature contradicted. Underneath the confidence was a deep, thrumming anxiety, a need to prove herself that burned almost painfully bright. Her magical signature was strong. Not as raw as Ron's but more structured, more disciplined, as if she'd already begun organizing her power through study and practice. I'm Hermione Granger. And you are? Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Hermione's reaction was different from Ron's, where he'd been awed, she was interested. Academically. She looked at Harry as if he were a particularly fascinating textbook she hadn't read yet. I've read about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I? Harry said mildly. Any good? A flicker of a smile crossed her face before she suppressed it. The scholarship is questionable, actually. There are at least 3 contradictory accounts of what happened the night, well. You know. I don't, actually. I don't remember it. She blinked. Oh. Of course. You were a baby. That was insensitive, I'm sorry. It's fine. She hovered in the doorway for a moment, her anxiety spiking, clearly torn between staying and continuing her search for Neville's toad. Harry felt a pang of recognition, the loneliness under the bossiness, the desperate need to connect disguised as a need to help. You can sit with us, he said. If you want. Hermione's anxiety didn't vanish, but it settled slightly, like a flame turned down. I really should find that toad. Yeah, but it's a toad, Ron said. Not exactly going to win any races, is it? It'll turn up. She sat. An hour later, the 3 of them were sharing chocolate frogs and arguing about whether the Hogwarts house system was an effective pedagogical model. Hermione's position, it encouraged tribalism. Ron's position, it was brilliant because his whole family was in Gryffindor. Harry's position, silent observation of two people who didn't yet realize they were going to be best friends. The compartment door opened for a third time. The energy that preceded the visitor was cold and sharp and controlled, more controlled than any 11-year-old had a right to be. Harry felt it a full second before the door moved, and his body shifted subtly, weight settling onto the balls of his feet, hands loosening at his sides. Not aggression. Readiness. A boy with white blonde hair and a pointed face stood in the doorway, flanked by two large boys whose energy signatures were dull and heavy. The blonde boy's eyes swept the compartment. Ron, dismissed. Hermione, dismissed. Harry, locked on. "Is it true?" the boy said. "They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment." "So it's you." "It's me," Harry said. "I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Ron made a noise that might have been a cough. Draco's eyes flicked to him with razor precision. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. Red hair, hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley." Ron's energy flared hot, but before he could speak, Draco had returned his attention to Harry. The blonde boy stepped into the compartment, his two bookends filling the doorway behind him, and extended a hand. "You'll soon find that some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." Harry looked at the extended hand. He looked at Draco Malfoy's face, and he read it, not just the arrogance and the calculated charm but the need underneath, the desperate desire for validation. The boy who'd been taught that value was determined by blood and was terrified of discovering that it wasn't. And he read something else. Buried deep, beneath layers of training and upbringing and the cold, sharp control, a flicker. An instinct. Draco Malfoy was, on some level he probably wasn't conscious of, unsettled by Harry. Not by his fame. By his presence. Harry's energy was leaking, just slightly, the key, the physical power, the predatory stillness of a body that had been broken and rebuilt half a dozen times, and Draco felt it the way small animals feel a storm coming. Harry took the hand. Shook it once, briefly, and felt the boy flinch at the contact. "I appreciate the offer, Malfoy," Harry said evenly. "But I think I'll decide for myself who the wrong sort are." He released the hand. Draco stood very still for a moment, his face unreadable, and then he turned and left without another word, his two companions lumbering after him. "Git," Ron muttered. Hermione was watching the doorway with narrowed eyes. "His father is Lucius Malfoy. He was one of the first to come back to our side after you-know-who disappeared. Said he'd been bewitched." "How do you know that?" Ron asked, incredulous. "I read, Ronald." Harry said nothing. He was watching the hallway where Draco had disappeared and thinking about the flinch, the involuntary, bone-deep flinch when their hands had touched and Draco's instincts had brushed against Harry's contained power. He felt it. He doesn't know what he felt, but he felt it. The train carried them north, toward a castle Harry had never seen, into a world he was only beginning to understand. He sat between his two new friends and let their warmth and their energy and their uncomplicated humanity wash over him, and the knot of power in his core pulsed steadily, patiently, like a second heart waiting for the first to catch up. Outside the windows, the sun set over England, turning the countryside to gold. Harry pressed his forehead against the glass, felt the vibration of the tracks through his skin, and allowed himself, for just a moment, to feel something dangerous. Hope. The castle appeared at nightfall, rising from the darkness like a dream made solid. Towers and turrets and windows blazing with warm light, perched on a cliff above a black lake that reflected the stars. Harry felt it before he saw it, a massive magical presence, ancient and aware and unimaginably powerful, as if the castle itself was alive. Wards layered upon wards, centuries of magic woven into every stone, a fortress and a school and something else, something sentient and watchful that turned its vast attention toward the approaching boats and the tiny figures in them and recognized Harry. He felt the recognition like a hand pressed against his chest. The castle knew him. Not Harry Potter, not the boy who lived, something older, something in his blood, something that the castle's ancient magic responded to with a resonance that hummed through his bones. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Hermione whispered from beside him in the boat, her face illuminated by the castle's glow, her eyes wide with a wonder that matched her energy signature, pure, uncynical amazement. "Yeah," Harry said. "It is." He didn't tell her what he was really feeling. The pull. The hunger. The deep, wordless certainty that this place, this ancient, powerful, watching place, was where he was supposed to be. Not because of destiny or prophecy or the scar on his forehead, but because everything in him, the magic and the key and the strange alien blood and the fierce, adaptive survival instinct, had been building toward this. 5 years of the Dursleys. 5 years of being broken and rebuilt. 5 years of growing stronger in the dark. And now, light. Harry stepped out of the boat and set foot on Hogwarts grounds, and the earth hummed beneath him, and the ancient magic reached for his core, and both rivers of his power surged in response, the magical and the physical, the wizard and the other, rising together like twin tides answering the pull of a new and enormous moon. He walked toward the castle doors. The doors opened. Chapter 2, Gravity. The entrance hall swallowed them whole. 41st years, small and damp from the boat ride, huddled together under a ceiling so high it disappeared into shadow. Torches guttered on stone walls, casting moving light across suits of armor that Harry's key sense registered as faintly magical, residual enchantments, nothing alive, but enough to make them seem watchful. The air smelled of old stone and candle wax and something underneath that Harry couldn't name but which his magical senses recognized as history, layer upon layer of it, compressed into the walls like geological strata. Professor McGonagall met them at the top of a short staircase. Harry felt her before he saw her, a tight, disciplined magical signature, controlled and precise, burning with a steady blue-white intensity that spoke of decades of practice and an iron will. She was tall, severe, her hair pulled back under a pointed hat, her eyes scanning the crowd of children with the expression of someone who had seen 1,000 batches of first years and expected nothing surprising from this one. Her gaze passed over Harry and stopped. Not on his scar, lower. On his eyes. Something in her expression shifted, a fracture in the severity that sealed itself almost instantly, and Harry felt a pulse of emotion from her signature, grief, sharp and old and quickly suppressed. She knew my mother, he thought. She sees her in me. McGonagall explained the houses. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. Her description was clipped and efficient and utterly failed to convey what Harry's senses were already telling him, that the house system wasn't just organizational. It was magical. The castle itself was divided, its ancient energies partitioned into 4 distinct currents that he could feel flowing through the stone beneath his feet, each one pulling in a different direction, each one flavored with a personality as distinct as a human's. Courage. Loyalty. Wisdom. Ambition. They called to him. All 4 of them. And that was strange, because from the way the other children were whispering, Hermione muttering about which house she wanted, Ron declaring Gryffindor or death, they seemed to feel only one pull, or none at all. The doors to the great hall opened, and the 4 currents converged into a river, and the river carried them forward into a room that made Harry's breath catch despite everything he'd seen. 1,000 candles floating in midair above 4 long tables packed with students. A ceiling enchanted to mirror the sky outside, tonight, a clear sweep of stars against deep black. The teacher's table at the far end, a row of adult magical signatures ranging from the unremarkable to the extraordinary. And at the center of the teacher's table, seated in a golden chair, the most powerful magical presence Harry had ever encountered. Albus Dumbledore. Harry had read about him in the books Hermione had insisted he buy, Hogwarts, a history, various textbooks with passing references, chocolate frog cards. None of it had prepared him for the reality. Dumbledore's magical signature was like the castle itself, ancient, vast, and layered, power built upon power until it became something almost geological. The man radiated magic the way the sun radiated light, constantly, in all directions, with a warmth that seemed benign but which Harry's key sense flagged as potentially devastating. And the old wizard was watching him. From behind half-moon spectacles, blue eyes that twinkled with a friendliness that Harry's deeper senses read as partially genuine and partially constructed, a mask, well-worn and comfortable, that concealed something much more complex underneath. He's measuring me, Harry thought. He already knows about me, and he's measuring what he sees against what he expected. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze for 1 second, then looked away. Not out of intimidation. Out of strategy. He didn't want the most powerful wizard in the room to know how much Harry could see. McGonagall placed a stool at the front of the hall and on it set a battered, ancient, deeply magical hat. Harry's senses registered the Sorting Hat as something unique, not a spell, not an enchantment, but a consciousness, ancient and alien, bound into fabric and thread. It was aware. It was waiting. The rip near the brim opened like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. Harry listened to the song with one ear and scanned the hall with his senses. The teacher's table was a study in contrasts. McGonagall, tight and controlled. A tiny wizard with a signature like champagne bubbles, Flitwick, he'd learn later. A massive woman whose energy smelled of earth and growing things. A ghostly, ethereal presence that Harry had to concentrate to detect, the divination professor, wrapped in so many layers of misdirection that her actual power was nearly invisible. And there, a dark, bitter signature seated at the end of the table. Sharp and angry and tightly wound, like a coiled spring wrapped in thorns. The man it belonged to was thin, hook-nosed, with lank black hair and eyes that reflected the candlelight like chips of obsidian. His gaze found Harry at the same moment Harry's senses found him, and the hostility that flared from the man's signature was so immediate and so intense that Harry's body tensed, his weight shifting forward onto the balls of his feet. He hates me. No, he hates someone he sees when he looks at me. And beside the dark man, almost hidden by him, another signature. This one was strange, flickering, unstable, like a candle in a draught. Two presences occupying one space, one weak and nervous and the other something entirely different, something cold and familiar that made Harry scar-itch. A man in a purple turban, his face twitching, his hands wrapped around a goblet of wine. Professor Quirrell. Harry filed him away as a priority. The doubled signature was wrong, deeply wrong, and the cold presence underneath the nervous exterior resonated with the thing buried in Harry's scar in a way that set every alarm in his body ringing. The sorting began. Students were called one by one, alphabetically, and Harry watched each one approach the hat and sit and be sorted. The hat's process was fascinating from a sensory perspective. Harry could feel it reaching into each student's mind, a gentle but thorough probe that lasted anywhere from seconds to minutes, reading personality and potential and desire before making its declaration. Granger, Hermione. She practically ran to the stool, sat down hard, jammed the hat on her head. Harry felt the hat's probe reach into her mind and encounter something it clearly appreciated, the structured, disciplined quality of her magic, the fierce intelligence, the raw courage hiding under the scholarly exterior. The hat considered for nearly a full minute before, Gryffindor. Hermione's face split into a grin that transformed her entirely. She bounced off the stool and headed for the Gryffindor table, and Harry felt her anxiety drop by half, replaced by a fierce, bright joy. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched his head. Slytherin. Draco walked to the Slytherin table with a satisfaction that his energy confirmed. This was expected, desired, the fulfillment of a family legacy that stretched back centuries. More names. More sortings. Harry's attention drifted back to the teacher's table, to Quirrell's doubled signature, to the cold thing hiding underneath. It was familiar. Where had he felt that particular flavor of darkness before? Not at the Dursleys. Not in Diagon Alley. Somewhere, his scar twinged, and Harry understood. It was the same. The cold presence inside Quirrell and the thing buried in Harry's scar, they were the same. The same frequency, the same texture, the same dark, patient hunger. Like two pieces of the same substance, separated by distance but still resonating in sympathy. Voldemort. The name surfaced in his mind with absolute certainty. Whatever was hiding inside Quirrell, wearing the nervous professor like a suit of clothes, was connected to the wizard who had killed his parents and given him the scar. Connected intimately. Fundamentally. Harry's hand drifted toward his forehead, then stopped. He forced it back to his side and kept his face neutral and filed this information away in the deepest, most secure vault of his mind. Potter, Harry. The great hall went silent. Then whispers erupted like steam from a kettle. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? Where? And 1,000 eyes turned toward him. Harry felt the collective weight of their attention like a physical pressure, a wall of curiosity and excitement and expectation that pushed against his senses. He walked to the stool. Sat down. The last thing he saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was Dumbledore's face, the blue eyes sharp behind their twinkle, watching. Darkness. Then, a voice. Not in his ears. In his mind. Well. What do we have here? The Sorting Hat's consciousness pressed against his, and Harry felt the ancient intelligence behind it, not human, not exactly, but patterned after a human mind, a construct of tremendous sophistication that had spent 1,000 years cataloging the contents of 11-year-old heads. Harry's instinct was to resist. Every fiber of the survival instinct that had kept him alive for 11 years screamed at the intrusion, and he felt his ki surge, forming a barrier around his thoughts like a shield. Oh my, the hat said. That's new. The probe pressed harder. Harry's shield held, but the hat wasn't trying to break through, it was examining the shield itself with something like wonder. That is not magic, Mr. Potter. What you just did, that barrier, is not magical in origin. I have sat upon many heads, and I have never felt anything quite like that. What are you? Harry considered. Then, deliberately, he lowered the shield. Not all the way. He let the hat see what it needed to see, his mind, his personality, his desires, while keeping the deepest truths about his ki and his physical changes behind a second barrier that the hat wouldn't even know was there. The hat murmured, sorting through what Harry was showing it. Courage, certainly. More than most. A mind built for survival, keen, adaptive, ruthlessly practical. That's very Slytherin, you know. And a hunger for knowledge, but only knowledge that serves a purpose, Ravenclaw would bore you. Loyalty, yes, loyalty, but earned, not given freely. You don't trust easily, do you? Not easily. But when I do, absolutely. Ambition. I want to be strong enough that no one can hurt the people I care about. Is that ambition? It could be. In Slytherin, that ambition would find excellent soil. You could be great, you know. Slytherin would help you on your way to greatness. Harry felt the Slytherin current beneath his feet surge, pulling at him, and he didn't resist it. He let it pull. He wanted to feel its full strength, to understand what Slytherin was offering. Power. Strategy. Cunning. The tools to protect himself and his own. But also something else. Isolation. Calculation. A slow erosion of the connections that Harry had only just begun to form, the warmth of Ron's uncomplicated friendship, Hermione's fierce intellect, Hagrid's open heart. Slytherin would give him power, but it would cost him the thing he'd never had and desperately wanted. Not Slytherin, Harry thought. Not because the house was bad, but because it wasn't what he needed. He needed people. He needed warmth. He needed to learn how to live, not just survive. Not Slytherin. Are you sure? You could be great. I don't want to be great. I want to be good. The hat was silent for a long moment. Then, softly, with something that might have been admiration, better be, Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the hall, and the Gryffindor table erupted. Harry lifted the hat from his head and walked toward the red and gold table on legs that felt steady and sure, and the twins, Ron's older brothers, he realized, feeling the family resemblance in their energy signatures, were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter," and Hermione was beaming and saving him a seat, and Ron was grinning from the unsorted cluster of students with a thumbs up that radiated pure, unfiltered relief. Harry sat down. The Gryffindor current beneath him hummed with welcome, warm and fierce, like a hearthfire in a cold room. For the first time in his life, he was somewhere he'd been chosen to be. Ron was sorted into Gryffindor minutes later. The hat spent barely 10 seconds on him, and the surge of joy in Ron's signature when it shouted the house name was bright enough to make Harry's senses ache pleasantly. Ron dropped into the seat beside Harry with a thump and a sigh of relief that emptied his entire body. "Thank Merlin," Ron breathed. "Mum would have killed me if I'd gone anywhere else." "You wouldn't have," Harry said, and he meant it. Ron's energy was Gryffindor to the core, warm, brave, and more complex than its surface suggested. Dumbledore stood and said a few words, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak, and food appeared on the golden plates, and Harry's body responded to the sight and smell of it with a ferocity that startled even him. His stomach clenched. His hands moved before his brain could intervene, loading his plate with everything within reach: roast beef, potatoes, chicken, vegetables, bread, gravy, more chicken, and he was eating before he consciously decided to, his body demanding fuel with the same urgent intensity it had after every Zenkai boost. Ron, who was no slouch in the eating department, watched Harry demolish his fourth helping of roast beef with raised eyebrows. "Blimey, mate. Where'd you put it all?" Harry paused, a chicken leg halfway to his mouth, and felt a flush of embarrassment. At the Dursleys, he'd learned to eat fast and eat everything, because food might not come again. Here, surrounded by abundance, the old reflex had combined with his body's genuine need and turned him into something approaching a spectacle. "Sorry," he said. "I just haven't eaten much today." Ron shrugged and reached for more potatoes. "No judgment. You should see my brother Charlie eat after Quidditch practice. Mum says he could put away a whole roast by himself." The easy acceptance. The casual kindness. Harry felt something loosen in his chest, a tension he'd been carrying so long he'd forgotten it was there. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was watching him. Harry felt the boy's attention like a needle, sharp, focused, probing. Not hostile, exactly. Analytical. Draco was studying Harry the way a chess player studies the board, cataloging moves and positions and trying to predict what would happen next. Harry met his gaze briefly, then returned to his chicken. Let Malfoy watch. Let him catalog. There was nothing he could learn from observation that Harry wasn't willing to show. The feast ended. Dumbledore stood again and delivered announcements. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds, to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death, and Harry's senses snapped to attention at that last one. The old wizard's tone was light, almost playful, but his energy signature when he said it was deadly serious. There was something on the third floor. Something dangerous. And Dumbledore wanted it there. Harry filed it away. Another piece of a puzzle he was only beginning to see the edges of. They followed Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, a prefect whose energy signature was as stiff and proper as his posture, up moving staircases and through corridors that rearranged themselves with a casual disregard for spatial consistency. Harry's key sense mapped the route automatically, building a three-dimensional model of the castle in his mind, noting passages and shortcuts and dead ends and the places where the magical currents ran strong. The fat lady guarded the Gryffindor entrance. A portrait that was genuinely alive, or a reasonable facsimile, with her own energy signature, faint but real. Password? Caput Draconis, Percy said, and the portrait swung open, and they climbed through into the Gryffindor common room. Warm. Red and gold, lit by a roaring fire, stuffed with squashy armchairs and worn sofas that looked like they'd been sat in by generations of students. The energy of the room was Gryffindor concentrated, fierce, loyal, brave, and just slightly chaotic, like a bonfire that might throw sparks. Harry stood in the common room and let it wash over him. Around him, other first-years were exclaiming and exploring, but Harry was still, his eyes closed, feeling the room. This was home. Not the cupboard. Not Privet Drive. This. Harry. You all right? Ron, at his elbow, looking concerned. Harry opened his eyes. Yeah, he said. I'm great. The first week of classes established a pattern that Harry found both fascinating and frustrating. Fascinating because every subject was a new lens on the magical river that flowed from his core. Frustrating because the curriculum was clearly designed for students who had never done magic before, and Harry had been manipulating raw magical energy, clumsily, instinctively, but effectively, for years. Transfiguration, under McGonagall's precise instruction, was the art of imposing your will on physical matter, convincing reality to accept a different shape. Harry understood this intuitively. He'd been doing something similar with his key for years, pushing energy into his muscles to change their capability, reshaping his body's response to damage. When McGonagall demonstrated by turning her desk into a pig, Harry's magical senses showed him exactly what she'd done, the precise application of magical force, the pattern she'd imposed, the intent that served as the catalyst. When they started practical work, turning matches into needles, Harry did it on his first try. Not just turn the match silver and pointy, as Hermione managed, earning Gryffindor 5 points and a rare McGonagall smile, but fully transformed it, tip to tail, into a gleaming steel needle that McGonagall held up to the light with an expression that was equal parts impressed and concerned. Remarkable, Mr. Potter, she said, and her energy told Harry she meant it. Have you had prior instruction? No, Professor. She held the needle a moment longer, studying it, studying him, and then set it down. 5 points to Gryffindor. Charms was similar. Professor Flitwick, whose champagne bubble energy made him genuinely delightful to be around, taught them the theory of spellwork, intent, incantation, wand movement, the triad that channeled raw magic into specific effects. Harry absorbed the theory and then applied it with a fluency that startled the tiny professor and made Hermione's competitive instinct flare like a signal fire. She cornered him in the common room that evening, her arms full of books and her energy radiating a complex mix of admiration, jealousy, and burning curiosity. How are you doing it? She demanded, dropping the books on the table with a thump that made Ron jump. First try, every time. McGonagall's match, Flitwick's levitation exercise, nobody gets these right on the first try, Harry, not even students from magical families. There are documented studies on the learning curve for first-year spellwork and you're outside the statistical model entirely. Harry looked at her. He liked Hermione, genuinely liked her, not just tolerated her, but this was a boundary he wasn't ready to cross. I don't know, he said, which was technically true. He didn't fully understand how his dual-natured core made magic easier. He just knew that it did. That's not good enough, Hermione said, but her tone was more frustrated than angry. She sat down heavily and opened Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. There has to be an explanation. Magic follows rules. Even accidental magic follows rules. You're doing something different, and I want to understand what. Ron, sprawled on the adjacent sofa with a Chudley Cannons magazine, looked up. Maybe he's just good at it, Hermione. Some people are. Natural talent explains a degree of aptitude, Ronald, not a complete absence of the expected learning curve. Even Dumbledore had to practice as a student. You don't know that. Were you there? I've read 3 biographies, that's not being there. Harry let them argue. Their energy signatures, when they bickered, did something interesting, they synchronized, falling into a rhythm that was almost musical, a call-and-response pattern that suggested a compatibility neither of them had recognized yet. He wondered if they ever would. Potions was the exception to everything. The dungeon classroom was cold and dark and saturated with the residue of 1,000 brewed concoctions, their combined magical signatures creating a murky, complex background noise that made Harry's senses work harder than usual. The students sat at stone tables, cauldrons before them, and waited for the professor who, Harry already knew from the feast, harbored a hatred for him that burned like acid. Severus Snape swept into the room like a particularly bitter wind. His robes billowed. There was a charm on them, Harry's senses noted, a deliberate enchantment that made them move dramatically, and his dark eyes swept the class with a contempt that was applied equally to everyone but with a special, concentrated intensity reserved for Harry. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making," Snape began, his voice barely above a whisper but perfectly audible in the silent dungeon. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses." His eyes found Harry. "Potter. Our new celebrity." The word was a blade. Harry felt the hatred behind it, not just dislike, not just resentment, but a deep, old, personal hatred that had nothing to do with Harry himself and everything to do with someone Harry resembled. "My father. He sees my father. Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry knew the answer. He'd read his textbooks cover to cover, not because Hermione had nagged him, but because information was survival, and survival was habit. "The draft of living death, sir." Snape blinked. A fraction of a second, the merest flicker, but Harry caught it, surprise, quickly masked. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat, sir." "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. Also known as aconite." Silence. Snape's energy was roiling, the hatred was still there, but now it was laced with something else. Grudging, unwilling, immediately suppressed recognition. Not of James Potter, the arrogant bully Snape remembered. Of someone else. Someone whose eyes Harry shared. "Well," Snape said coldly. "At least fame hasn't rotted your brain entirely. Why aren't the rest of you writing this down?" The class proceeded in an atmosphere of thinly veiled hostility. Harry brewed his potion, a simple boil cure, with the same intuitive ease he brought to every magical task, his senses reading the ingredients' magical properties like sheet music, guiding his hands through additions and adjustments that the textbook didn't specify but which he could feel were correct. The result was a potion that Snape examined for a full 30 seconds without finding a flaw, his lips thinning with each passing moment. "Acceptable," Snape said finally, as if the word physically hurt him, and moved on to criticize Neville Longbottom's cauldron, which had begun to melt. After class, Harry was halfway down the corridor when he felt Snape's signature behind him. The man had followed, was standing in the dungeon doorway, watching Harry's retreating back with an intensity that pressed against Harry's senses like a hand on his shoulder. Harry didn't turn around. But he adjusted his stride slightly, let his movement become just a fraction more fluid, more controlled, than a normal 11-year-old's walk should be. A message, delivered in body language that Snape, who read people for a living, would catch. "I know you're watching. I'm not afraid of you." He felt the spike in Snape's signature, anger, yes, but also that flicker of recognition again, stronger this time, and then the dungeon door closed and the man's presence receded. Flying lessons came in the second week, and they changed everything. Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, had them line up beside broomsticks laid out on the grass. Her energy was brisk and practical, a former professional athlete's aura, disciplined, physical, impatient with hesitation. The brooms themselves were old and temperamental, their enchantments frayed and inconsistent, but they were brooms, vehicles designed to channel magic into flight, and Harry's entire body was vibrating with an anticipation he didn't fully understand. "Stick out your right hand over your broom and say, 'Up.'" Harry extended his hand. "Up." The broom didn't just rise to his palm. It leaped, smacking into his grip with a force that rocked him back on his heels, and the moment his fingers closed around the handle, something happened that Harry had never experienced before. His ki and his magic merged. Not the tentative, accidental overlap that happened during his Zenkai boosts. A full, deliberate merger, the two rivers of power flowing together through the broomstick's enchantment matrix, and the broom hummed under his hand like a live wire, vibrating with an energy that made its old, frayed enchantment sing like they were new. He heard Hooch telling them to mount, to push off, to hover. He was already on the broom, his body instinctively finding the correct position, low, aerodynamic, weight-centered, before his mind caught up. His ki fed into his balance, his reflexes, his spatial awareness. His magic fed into the broom's enchantments. The combination was, Mr. Longbottom. Come back here. Neville, whose broomstick had apparently decided to misbehave, shot straight up like a cork from a bottle, his terrified energy signature spiraling skyward. Madam Hooch was shouting. Students were screaming. Neville, 20 feet up and climbing, was clinging to the broom with both hands, his face white, his body rigid with panic. Harry's ki sense tracked the trajectory. The broom was malfunctioning, its enchantments destabilizing, and in about 3 seconds Neville's grip was going to fail and he fell. Harry was airborne before the thought finished forming. Not a conscious decision, his body moved, ki exploding through his legs in a leap that launched him off the ground, and then the broom was under him and he was climbing, accelerating with a speed that turned the world into a green and blue blur. The wind hit his face and he leaned into it, adjusted, and his body found the rhythm of flight as naturally as breathing. Neville was falling. 30 feet, 20, tumbling end over end, his robe flapping, his scream dopplering downward. Harry Dove. The broom responded to his intent before he could articulate it, angling into a descent that pressed him flat against the handle, the grass rushing up, Neville's flailing form growing larger with terrifying speed. Harry's ki sense calculated the intersection point. His hands adjusted the angle. His magic poured into the broom, demanding more speed, more control, and the old wood creaked and groaned but delivered, and Harry's fingers closed around Neville's wrist 6 feet from the ground. The jolt nearly tore his arm from its socket. Neville's weight, multiplied by the velocity of his fall, hit Harry's grip like a hammer, and something in his shoulder popped, not broken, not dislocated, but strained to its absolute limit. Pain flared, sharp and hot, and the broom bucked, and Harry's ki surged to compensate, feeding strength into his shoulder and stability into the broom, and he pulled out of the dive 2 feet from the grass, Neville dangling from his grip, and landed in a skidding, graceless stop that tore up a 6-foot strip of turf. For a long moment, nobody moved. Neville lay on the grass, gasping, his energy a mess of terror and relief. Harry stood over him, his shoulder screaming, his heart hammering, not with fear but with something else. Something bright and fierce and alive, a joy so intense it was almost painful. Flight. Speed. The dive, the catch, the impossible rescue, he wanted to go back up. He wanted to go higher, faster, push the broom until it shattered or he did, to feel that again, that perfect fusion of body and magic and momentum. Harry Potter. McGonagall's voice cracked across the lawn like a whip. Harry turned to see her striding toward them, her face, not angry. He'd expected angry. Her energy told a different story. She was shaken. Under the professional severity, under the teacher's mask, Minerva McGonagall was looking at Harry with an expression that mixed shock, wonder, and something very close to fear. Come with me. Now. Harry followed her into the castle, through corridors and up staircases, and he could feel her energy churning. She was making a decision, weighing options, her disciplined mind working through implications at speed. She stopped outside a classroom door and stuck her head inside. Excuse me, Professor Flitwick. Could I borrow Wood for a moment? Oliver Wood was a 5th year with the energy signature of a coiled spring, all potential motion, ready to explode in any direction. When McGonagall introduced him to Harry and explained what she'd seen, Wood's energy went from tightly wound to incandescent. A dive like that? On a school broom? From a standing start? Wood's voice cracked with excitement. Professor, if he can do that in a match, which is precisely why I'm introducing you. Harry, this is Oliver Wood. Captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Oliver, I've found you a seeker. Harry looked between them. The joy of the flight was still singing in his veins, his shoulder still aching, and the word seeker resonated with something deep in his scion instincts, a role defined by speed, reflexes, the ability to track and capture a small, fast-moving object under chaotic conditions. A role that his entire body was built for. First years don't normally make the team, McGonagall said, and her voice was almost conspiratorial. But I'm making an exception. You will train with the team and play in matches, and you will not tell anyone until the first game. Am I understood? Yes, Professor. She studied him for a moment longer, and Harry felt the war in her energy, pride versus worry, excitement versus caution. Then she nodded once, crisply, and left. Wood was already talking about training schedules. Harry listened and felt the ache in his shoulder fading as his body repaired the damage. Not a full Zenkai, the injury wasn't severe enough, but the accelerated healing that had become his baseline. By the time Wood finished outlining his expectations for Seeker training, the shoulder was fine. Better than fine. Harry walked back to the common room and found Ron and Hermione waiting. Ron's reaction to the news, delivered in whispers, per McGonagall's instructions, was pure, uncomplicated delight. Seeker. Youngest in a century. Mate, that's incredible. Charlie was Seeker before, my brother, but he was third year when he made the team. First year, blimey, wait till Fred and George hear. Hermione's reaction was more complex. She was happy for him, her energy confirmed it, but the analytical part of her mind was already spinning, connecting Harry's impossible catch to the pattern she'd been tracking since that first transfiguration lesson. Harry, she said quietly, after Ron had bounded off to find Fred and George, that dive. Madame Hooch said afterward that it should have been physically impossible. She said no first year, no matter how talented, could have the reflexes to pull out of a dive like that on a school broom. I got lucky. You didn't get lucky. You've been getting lucky since we arrived, and I don't believe in luck, not the kind you'd need for all of this. Something is happening with you, something beyond normal magical talent, and I think you know what it is. Harry looked at her. Her brown eyes were steady, her jaw set, her energy burning with that fierce, relentless curiosity that defined her. She wasn't going to let this go. Hermione Granger did not let things go. He made a decision. Not here, he said. And not yet. But soon. I promise. She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded, accepting his timeline because she trusted him, and the tension between them dissolved into something warmer. You'd better, she said. Because I've started a research file, and it's getting very long. The troll came on Halloween. They were in the Great Hall, the ceiling enchanted to reflect a sky full of storm clouds, the air thick with the smell of pumpkin and the warmth of 1,000 candles. Harry was seated between Ron and Hermione, the latter of whom had actually been absent from the feast, having spent the afternoon crying in the girls' bathroom after Ron said something tactless about her in Charms class. Harry had felt her distress from the common room. Not the specifics, his empathic sense wasn't that precise, but the broad strokes, hurt, embarrassment, loneliness. The ache of someone who tried so hard to belong and been casually reminded that she didn't. He'd been about to go find her when the doors of the Great Hall slammed open and Professor Quirrell sprinted in, his turban askew, his face gray. Troll. In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. Then he fainted. Or appeared to. Harry's senses told a different story. Quirrell's primary signature, the nervous, fluttery one, had genuinely panicked, but the other thing inside him, the cold dark presence, was wide awake and watching the resulting chaos with something that felt horribly like amusement. Students screamed. Teachers shouted. Dumbledore fired purple firecrackers from his wand and bellowed for order, and his massive energy signature flared with an authority that physically compelled silence. Prefects were directed to lead students back to their dormitories. Harry was halfway to his feet when the realization hit him like a fist. "Hermione," he said to Ron. "She doesn't know about the troll." Ron's face went white. The tactless comment, the tears, the bathroom, his guilt, which had been simmering all evening, boiled over into immediate, practical terror. "She's in the bathroom," Ron said. "The girls' bathroom on the first floor. Between the dungeons and the Gryffindor Tower." They moved. Not with the herd of students flowing toward the dormitories, but against it, slipping sideways through the crowd with a coordination that came from spending 2 months navigating Hogwarts together. Harry led, his key sense spread wide, scanning for the troll's signature. He found it. Not in the dungeons. On the first floor. Moving toward the bathroom with a lumbering, ponderous energy that stank of primitive aggression and something rotten and ancient. "Run," Harry said, and they ran. The corridor outside the bathroom was dark. The torches had been extinguished, by the troll's passage or by something else, Harry couldn't tell. The smell hit them first, a wall of stench, fetid and thick, like rotting meat and unwashed stone. Then the sound, huge, dragging footsteps, the scrape of something heavy on the floor, and underneath it, a grunting, huffing breathing that vibrated in Harry's chest. The troll was 12 feet tall. Harry felt its mass before he saw it, a mountain of gray-green flesh, tiny head, enormous body, dragging a club the size of a tree trunk. Its energy was dim and brutal, all animal aggression without a trace of higher thought, and it was pushing open the door to the girls' bathroom with one massive hand. From inside, a scream. Hermione's scream, high and sharp and terrified. Harry's body moved. Not the calculated, strategic movement of a boy who'd spent years avoiding danger. Something deeper. Something that rose from the base of his spine like a wave of heat, that flooded his muscles and sharpened his senses and turned the world into a series of trajectories and impact points and opportunities. His ki surged, not just into his muscles but outward, wrapping around him like armor, and the analytical part of his brain, the part that watched and catalogued and strategized, was shoved aside by something older, fiercer, and infinitely more dangerous. Battle instinct. Pure and absolute. The scion blood, awakened by the scream of someone he cared about, demanding action. Harry hit the bathroom door at a sprint and threw himself at the troll's legs. What followed was not a plan. It was not strategy. It was a 5'0", 80-pound boy attacking a 12-foot mountain troll with nothing but his fists and an energy that the troll had never encountered and couldn't comprehend. Harry's ki-enhanced fist hit the troll's kneecap with the force of a sledgehammer. The troll bellowed, more surprise than pain, but the knee buckled, and the creature staggered sideways, its club smashing a row of sinks into porcelain shrapnel. Harry rolled under a wild backhand swipe, came up behind the troll, and drove his shoulder into the back of its other knee. The troll went down. Not gracefully, trolls don't do anything gracefully, but hard, its knees hitting the wet tile floor with a crack that shook the walls. Its club swung blindly, demolishing a toilet stall, and Hermione screamed again from behind the remnants of the sinks. "Get out!" Harry shouted at her. "Ron, get her out!" Ron was in the doorway, his face white, his wand in his hand. He didn't run to Hermione. Instead, looking at Harry grappling with a creature 5 times his size, something settled in Ron's energy, a steadiness, a calm center, that Harry had only felt from him during chess matches. "Harry, duck!" Ron shouted, and Harry ducked, and Ron pointed his wand at the troll's club and screamed, "Wingardium Leviosa!" The club jerked out of the troll's hand and shot upward, spinning, smashing into the ceiling. The troll looked up, confused, tracking its weapon, and the club reached the apex of its flight and stopped and came back down. It hit the troll on the head with a sound like a cathedral bell. The troll's eyes crossed. Its massive body swayed. Harry scrambled backward as 12 feet of mountain troll toppled like a felled tree and hit the floor with an impact that cracked the tile and knocked plaster from the ceiling. Silence. Then, dripping water, from the demolished sinks. The groan of settling rubble. Hermione's rapid breathing from behind the wreckage. Harry stood in the middle of the destroyed bathroom, his fists still raised, his ki still surging, his heart pounding not with fear but with that fierce, bright, dangerous joy, the thrill of combat, the ecstasy of pushing his body to its limits and finding that the limits had expanded again. The troll had barely hurt him. A glancing blow from its hand had caught his ribs during the fight, he could feel the bruise forming, could feel his body already cataloging the damage and beginning repairs, but it wasn't enough for a full Zenkai. Close, though. The troll had been strong enough to push him, and the ki that sang through his body was responding to the near miss with an eager, hungry pulse that said more, again, harder. He forced it down. Breathed. Unclenched his fists. Ron was staring at him. Not with fear, Harry checked, but with a wide-eyed, slack-jawed amazement that was slowly transforming into something else. Respect. Deep, genuine, unshakable respect. Harry, Ron said carefully. Did you just punch a troll? I punched a troll. In the knee. In both knees. Right. Ron looked at the unconscious troll, at the destroyed bathroom, at Harry's unmarked fists. Right. Okay. That happened. Hermione emerged from behind the sinks. She was wet and shaking and her energy was a storm of terror and relief and something else, that same fierce curiosity, undimmed even by mortal peril, blazing in her brown eyes as they fixed on Harry. You hit it, she said. You hit a mountain troll with your bare hands, and it worked. That can't, the physical force required to buckle a troll's knee joint is, Hermione, Harry said gently. Are you okay? She stopped. Blinked. Then the adrenaline caught up with her and she started crying, and Harry and Ron stood awkwardly on either side of her while she sobbed, and then they were all hugging, a clumsy three-way embrace in a destroyed bathroom with an unconscious troll on the floor, and Harry felt their energy signatures merge with his, warm, alive, his, and the scion battle lust receded entirely, replaced by something it couldn't compete with. These are my people. Teachers arrived. McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell, and Harry's senses tracked all three, noting McGonagall's horror, Snape's suspicion, and a limp. Harry noticed, the man was limping, and his trouser leg was torn, and Quirrell's performance, the fainting, the stammering, all theater, the cold presence underneath watching Harry with an intensity that made his scar burn. Hermione lied for them. Calmly, convincingly, she told McGonagall that she'd gone looking for the troll because she'd read about them and thought she could handle it, and Harry and Ron had come to save her. McGonagall was not fooled, Harry could feel her skepticism, but she accepted the story, docked Hermione 5 points, and awarded Harry and Ron 5 each. As they left the bathroom, Snape's eyes followed Harry. The man's energy was churning with something new, not just hatred but worry, a reluctant, unwanted concern that he was clearly furious at himself for feeling. And in the moment when Snape's gaze dropped to Harry's hands, the hands that had buckled a troll's knees, Harry felt the man's magic reach out, just for a second, probing, testing. Harry let him feel it. Not the key, he kept that buried, but the raw magical power, unshielded for just a moment. Enough to make Snape's eyes widen. Enough to make the probing touch recoil. Then Harry pulled his shields back up and walked away. Behind him, Snape stood very still in the ruined bathroom, staring at nothing, his injured leg forgotten, his brilliant and bitter mind working through implications that he did not like. Harry couldn't sleep that night. The adrenaline had faded, the bruise on his ribs had healed, no Zenkai, but the accelerated baseline repair that his body now performed automatically, and the common room had emptied, but his mind was electric, firing in all directions, processing the events of the evening at a speed that would have frightened him 6 months ago. He sat in the window seat of the common room, staring out at the grounds. The lake was a sheet of black glass under the stars. The Forbidden Forest was a dark mass at the edge of his key sense, teeming with life signatures, animals, magical creatures, things he couldn't identify that moved through the trees with ancient, patient purpose. The portrait hole opened. Ron. The redhead was in pajamas, his hair flat on one side from the pillow, his eyes bleary but determined. He had a chess set under his arm. "Can't sleep either?" Ron said. "No." Ron sat down across from Harry and began setting up the chess set on the window ledge. The pieces, which were Ron's own, old, battered, well-loved, grumbled and shifted on their squares, settling into position with the practiced ease of soldiers who'd fought many campaigns. They played. Ron opened with the Sicilian defense, and Harry responded with the aggressive, direct style that was the only way he knew how to play, pushing forward, attacking, trying to overwhelm through force. Ron absorbed the assault with the patience of a stone wall, letting Harry's pieces commit, then exploiting the gaps they left behind. "You always do this," Ron said, moving his bishop into a position that Harry realized, 3 moves too late, was devastating. "You come straight at me. Full force, no holding back. Is there another way?" "Yeah. You could think about what happens after the first attack. You hit hard, Harry, nobody's saying you don't. But what happens when hitting hard isn't enough?" Harry stared at the board. His king was exposed, he'd pushed too many pieces forward, left no defense, sacrificed positioning for aggression. It was, he realized with a clarity that had nothing to do with chess, exactly how he'd fought the troll. Charge in, hit hard, overwhelm through force. It had worked tonight because the troll was stupid. It would not work against something smarter. "Teach me," Harry said. Ron looked up from the board. His energy shifted, surprise, pleasure, and that steadiness again, the calm confidence that Ron only displayed when the game was in front of him. "Lesson 1, Ron said, resetting the pieces with a flick of his wand. "The strongest piece on the board isn't the queen. It's the one your opponent doesn't see coming." They played until 2 in the morning. Ron won every game, and Harry lost each one by a smaller margin, and by the end he was beginning to understand something that his scion blood had never taught him, that patience was a weapon, and restraint was a form of strength, and the most dangerous person in the room was not the one with the most power but the one who knew exactly when to use it. "Ron," Harry said, as they packed up the chess set. "Tonight. With the troll. The levitation charm on the club. What about it?" "That was brilliant. The timing, the aim, you saw the whole situation, and you found the one move that ended it. I was down there punching a troll in the knees like an idiot, and you ended it with one spell." Ron's ears went red. His energy signature flooded with a warmth that Harry recognized as the feeling of being seen, truly seen, not as a shadow of his brothers or a supporting character in someone else's story, but as himself. "Well," Ron muttered. "Somebody had to be the brains of the operation." Harry laughed. It was, he would realize later, the first time he'd laughed with genuine, unguarded happiness since arriving at Hogwarts. Maybe the first time ever. The weeks after the troll incident were different. The 3 of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, had been welded together by shared danger, and the bond was visible even to people who couldn't sense energy. They moved through the castle as a unit, ate together, studied together, spent their evenings in the common room in a configuration that never varied, Hermione in the armchair with her books, Ron on the floor with his chess set, Harry in the window seat with his thoughts and his senses spread wide. Hermione had not forgotten her questions. She was too smart and too stubborn for that. But she'd shifted her approach from direct interrogation to quiet observation, and the research file she'd mentioned had become an actual file, a thick folder of parchment covered in her precise handwriting, hidden under a false bottom in her trunk. Harry knew about the file. He knew because his key sense had felt her writing in it late at night, her quill scratching furiously, her energy radiating the focused intensity of a detective building a case. He let her observe. He let her document. When she was ready to present her findings, he would tell her what he could. Meanwhile, the third-floor corridor pulled at his senses like a magnet. Whatever was behind the locked door on the third floor was powerful enough to register on Harry's key sense from anywhere in the castle, a dense, bright node of magical energy, heavily warded, pulsing with a slow, deep rhythm that suggested something ancient and fundamental. It was being guarded. Not just by the locked door and Dumbledore's warning, but by layers of magical protection that Harry could feel overlapping like scales on a dragon's hide. And something wanted it. The cold presence inside Quirrell was oriented toward the third-floor corridor like a compass needle pointing north. Every time Harry passed Quirrell in the halls, catching the flutter of the nervous signature and the cold watchfulness underneath, the professor's hidden passenger was thinking about whatever was behind that door. Harry told Ron and Hermione about the corridor. Not about Quirrell, not yet, because that required explaining his key sense, and he wasn't ready, but about the door, the protections, the warning. Hermione, predictably, dove into research. She returned 3 days later with a name, Nicholas Flamel. He's an alchemist, she said, spreading books across the common room table during a late-night study session. 665 years old, which should be impossible, but he created the Philosopher's Stone, the only known source of the elixir of life. If the stone is what's being guarded on the third floor, then someone's trying to steal it, Ron said, leaning forward on his elbows. Someone who wants to live forever. The three of them looked at each other. The fire crackled. Outside, wind moaned against the tower windows. Snape, Ron said firmly. He was limping after the troll. He tried to get past whatever's guarding it. Harry said nothing. He was thinking about Quirrell. About the doubled signature. About the cold, patient hunger of the thing inside the professor, oriented toward the third floor like a predator stalking prey. But Snape had been limping. Snape was hostile. Snape had, Harry was sure of this, been on the third floor the night of the troll, probably using the distraction as cover for an attempt on the stone. 2 suspects. One obvious, one hidden. And Harry didn't have enough information to be certain about either. We need more information, he said. We could ask Hagrid, Hermione suggested. He let slip to you about Nicholas Flamel in the first place, Harry. He clearly knows what's being guarded. If we can get him talking, Hagrid can't keep a secret to save his life, Ron said, not unkindly. Exactly. They visited Hagrid the next afternoon. The gamekeeper's hut was warm and cluttered and smelled of dog and tea and the particular earthy magic that Hagrid carried with him like a second skin. Fong, the enormous boarhound, laid his head in Harry's lap and sighed with the contentment of a creature that had found someone whose energy it instinctively trusted. Hagrid was initially resistant to questioning. Now, Don, you be stickin' your noses in things what don't concern ya, but his defenses were no match for the combined assault of Hermione's logic, Ron's cheerful persistence, and Harry's quiet, direct questions. They learned about Fluffy, the three-headed dog guarding the trapdoor. They learned that the stone's protections had been contributed by multiple professors. And they learned, from a slip that Hagrid immediately tried to retract, that Snape was one of the professors who'd helped protect the stone. Wait, Ron said, his brow furrowing. If Snape's helping protect it, why would he try to steal it? Best person to bypass a protection is the person who created it, Hermione said. Or, Harry said slowly, Snape isn't the one trying to steal it. Both of them looked at him. Think about it. Every time we see something suspicious, we assume it's Snape because he's hostile and he was limping. But what if the limp came from trying to stop whoever's actually after the stone? What if he went to the third floor on Halloween not to get past the dog, but to check that no one else had? Hermione's eyes widened. He could see her reordering her mental model, shifting data points, reassessing conclusions. That's possible. But then who? Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. The truth, Quirrell, the doubled signature, the cold presence, sat on his tongue, and he couldn't say it without explaining how he knew, and that was a conversation for a different time. I don't know yet, he said. But I think we've been looking at the wrong person, Ron leaned back in his chair, his strategic mind working. Okay. Say you're right. How do we figure out who the right person is? We watch. We listen. We wait. You sound like a chess player, Ron said, grinning. I had a good teacher. The mirror found him on a December night, 3 days before the Christmas holidays. Harry had been wandering the castle after hours, a habit he'd developed, partly because his body didn't need as much sleep as other students and partly because the castle at night was a different creature, its magic more exposed, its ancient consciousness closer to the surface. He wore no invisibility cloak, he didn't have one yet, but his keen sense let him navigate the corridors without encountering a single prefect or teacher, feeling their signatures from hundreds of feet away and adjusting his route accordingly. He was on the 4th floor, exploring a corridor he hadn't mapped yet, when he felt it, a pull. Not from the 3rd floor direction, this was different. Softer, subtler, a whisper rather than a shout, but with a depth to it that suggested power of an unusual kind. Not offensive. Not defensive. Something else. He followed it to an unused classroom. The door was unlocked. Inside, lit by moonlight streaming through a tall window, stood a mirror. It was enormous, as tall as the ceiling, framed in ornate gold, with an inscription carved across the top that Harry read backward without difficulty, I show not your face but your heart's desire. Harry approached the mirror and looked into it. His reflection looked back. But it wasn't quite his reflection, or rather, it was his reflection as it could be, should be, would be. The Harry in the mirror was older, taller, no longer the underfed waif in hand-me-down robes. He stood with a quiet confidence, his green eyes bright, his body relaxed but ready, and he was not alone. Beside him, Ron, taller, broader, grinning, with a badge on his chest that Harry couldn't quite make out. And Hermione, her hair just as wild, her eyes just as sharp, but with a warmth in her expression that spoke of years of friendship, of battles fought and won and survived together. Behind them, more figures. People Harry didn't recognize, standing in a loose formation that wasn't a crowd but a team, each one distinct, each one radiating their own kind of strength, and all of them oriented toward Harry not with worship or obedience but with the easy, lateral trust of people who had chosen to stand together. And behind all of them, just visible at the edge of the mirror's frame, Harry himself. Not the older Harry at the front. A different Harry, or the same Harry seen from a different angle. This one was wreathed in light, golden, dense, pulsing with an energy that Harry recognized as his own ki amplified 100-fold. His eyes were different, sharper, and his hair was wild and dark and defied gravity as if blown by an invisible wind. And behind this figure, just barely visible, a shadow, a tail. Furred, brown, curled behind him like a question mark. Harry stared at the tail. His hand drifted unconsciously to his lower back, to the base of his spine, where, now that his attention was drawn to it, he could feel a potential. Not a physical structure, not yet, but a blueprint, buried deep in his DNA, waiting. A road not taken. A form not achieved. What am I? The mirror couldn't answer. It could only show what his heart desired, and his heart, apparently, desired understanding. Desired people who would stand beside him. Desired the full expression of whatever he was becoming. He stood before the mirror for an hour, studying the vision, cataloging details, letting the desire wash through him without fighting it. When he finally turned away, the classroom felt emptier than it should have, as if the mirror's vision had drained some essential warmth from the room. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower with the image of the tail burned into his mind's eye. A tail. An energy aura. A form that wasn't quite human. His blood knew things his mind didn't. And somewhere in that blood, in the ancient, diluted heritage that had given him his strength and his healing and his battle instinct, there was a truth waiting to be discovered. He would find it. Not tonight, not this year, but he would find it. Christmas morning brought the invisibility cloak. Harry woke in the nearly empty Gryffindor dormitory. Most students had gone home for the holidays, but Ron had stayed, and his presence in the bed across the room was a warm, snoring comfort, to find a pile of presents at the foot of his bed. The concept alone was enough to make him stop and stare. Presents. For him. The first he could ever remember receiving. Ron had given him a box of chocolate frogs. Hermione, who had gone home, had sent a book on advanced magical theory with a note that read, "For when you're ready to explain yourself. Happy Christmas, Harry." Hagrid had sent a hand-carved wooden flute that played notes of surprising sweetness. And there was one more. A package wrapped in silvery paper, with no card except a note in elegant, spidery handwriting. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Harry unwrapped it and a cloak spilled into his hands, or rather, something that was shaped like a cloak but felt like liquid moonlight, shimmering and shifting, its magical signature unlike anything he'd ever encountered. Deep. Old. And when he draped it over his shoulders, his body vanished. Invisibility. True, perfect invisibility, not just optical camouflage but a complete magical concealment that even Harry's own senses had difficulty detecting. "Blimey," Ron said from across the room, blinking sleep from his eyes and staring at Harry's disembodied floating head. Is that an invisibility cloak? Apparently it was my father's. Those are really rare. Like, really rare. Who sent it?" Harry looked at the note again. The handwriting. The proprietary tone. The knowledge of his father's possessions. Dumbledore. Why? Why now? What did the old wizard want Harry to do with an invisibility cloak? The answer was obvious, and Harry resented its obviousness even as he acknowledged its effectiveness. Dumbledore was giving him a tool. A tool that would allow him to explore the castle unseen, to investigate the third-floor corridor, to pursue the mystery of the stone. The old wizard was manipulating him, gently, kindly, with the practiced hand of a man who'd been playing chess with human pieces for over a century, and Harry recognized the manipulation and resented it and appreciated it in equal measure. Because the cloak was useful. Combined with his key sense, it made him essentially undetectable, invisible to sight and undetectable by most magical means, with the ability to feel the presence and location of every person in the castle. That night, after Ron had fallen asleep in a food coma of Christmas proportions, Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders and left Gryffindor Tower. He went to the mirror first. He stood before it and saw the same vision, the older Harry, the friends, the golden aura, the tail, and felt the same deep pull, the same ache of desire. But this time, he recognized something about the mirror that his first visit had missed. It was dangerous. Not because the vision was false, but because it was seductive. A person could stand here forever, drinking in the image of their deepest desire, and never take a single step toward making it real. The mirror showed the destination but not the path, and the showing itself could become a substitute for the journey. Harry turned his back on the mirror. Walked away. In the corridor outside, he felt a familiar signature. Vast, ancient, warm. "I see you found the mirror of Erised," said Albus Dumbledore, stepping from a shadow that should not have been deep enough to conceal him. He was wearing a magnificent dressing gown decorated with moons and stars, and his energy was open and readable in a way that Harry suspected was deliberate, the old wizard choosing to let Harry sense his emotional state as a gesture of trust. Or the appearance of trust, which was not the same thing. "It shows you what you want," Harry said. "Not a question. The deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts, yes." Dumbledore's blue eyes studied Harry with an intensity that the twinkle couldn't quite conceal. "May I ask what you see?" Harry considered lying. The instinct was strong, he'd survived the Dursleys by hiding, by revealing nothing, by keeping every truth locked behind a blank face. But Dumbledore wasn't Vernon. And something in the old wizard's energy, underneath the manipulation, underneath the chessmaster's calculation, was genuine. A real concern. A real desire to understand. "People," Harry said. "Standing with me. Not behind me. With me. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. His energy shifted, a wave of something that Harry could only describe as sorrow, deep and old and personal, as if Harry's answer had touched a wound that the old wizard carried. That, Dumbledore said softly, is a remarkably wise thing to see. Professor. The cloak. Yes. Why did you give it to me now? A smile, gentle and unreadable. Because you are your father's son, Harry, and I believe you will use it better than he did. James used it for mischief. I suspect you will use it for something more purposeful. Like investigating the third-floor corridor. The smile didn't waver, but the energy beneath it rippled. Surprise? No, satisfaction. The chess master watching his piece move to the predicted square. The mirror will be moved tomorrow, Dumbledore said, neither confirming nor denying Harry's implication. I trust you will not go looking for it again. No, sir. Excellent. Dumbledore turned to leave, then paused. Harry. One more thing. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. The mirror shows a beautiful vision, but the real thing, the friendships, the loyalty, the people standing with you, those must be built, day by day, choice by choice. No mirror can do that for you. I know, Professor. Dumbledore studied him again, and Harry felt the old wizard's assessment adjust. Whatever Dumbledore had expected from this encounter, Harry had exceeded it, and the adjustment was accompanied by that same mix of satisfaction and worry that McGonagall had shown after the flying lesson. They're all worried, Harry thought. They can see I'm not what they expected, and they don't know what to do about it. Dumbledore left. Harry stood alone in the corridor, invisible, cloaked in his father's legacy, and listened to the castle breathe around him. Then he went to the third-floor corridor. Not through the locked door, he wasn't ready for that, and Ron's chess lessons had taught him the value of patience. He stood outside the door, his key sense extended to its maximum range, and mapped what was behind it. Fluffy, 3 energy signatures in one massive body, sleeping, its magic dense and animalistic. Beneath the dog, a void, the trapdoor Hagrid had mentioned. And below that, a series of magical signatures, each distinct, each powerful, layered one after another in a vertical descent. Protections. Challenges. A gauntlet leading down to something at the bottom, the stone itself, blazing like a captive star, its energy ancient and pure and immense. And somewhere in the castle, on the other side of thick stone walls, the cold presence inside Quirrell was awake and thinking about this same door with the same analytical precision that Harry was applying. A race. Not yet started, but inevitable. Whoever wanted the stone would make their move eventually, and when they did, Harry would be ready. He walked back to Gryffindor Tower, his mind full of maps and plans and the quiet, patient certainty that the game was only beginning. January brought snow and a deepening of the mystery and the first Quidditch match. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The entire school turned out, the stands a sea of red and gold and green and silver, the air crackling with competitive energy that Harry's senses drank in like sunlight. Oliver Wood's pre-game speech was passionate and slightly unhinged. The older boy's energy had been building toward this match for weeks, and by the time he finished, the entire team was vibrating with a determination that bordered on manic. Harry walked onto the pitch in his Quidditch robes, his Nimbus 2000, a gift from McGonagall, delivered by Owl at breakfast, the extravagance of it still startling, in his hand, and felt the crowd's energy hit him like a wave. Hundreds of emotional signatures, excited and hostile and hopeful and afraid, all pressing against his senses. He mounted the broom. The whistle blew. And Harry was airborne, and the world fell away. This was what he was built for. Not the classroom, not the common room, not the careful navigation of social dynamics and hidden agendas. This, the speed, the height, the wind tearing at his robes, his body moving in perfect harmony with the broom, his senses spread wide across the pitch tracking every player, every bludger, every shift in the aerial battlefield below him. The snitch was a tiny golden dart that he could feel even when he couldn't see it, a unique magical signature, quick and erratic, designed to be unpredictable. Harry spiraled above the game, his key sense tracking the snitch's movements while his eyes scanned the pitch, and the scion blood in his veins sang with a joy so fierce and pure that it almost hurt. He found the snitch in minutes. It was hovering near the Slytherin goalposts, its wings a golden blur. Harry dove, the same instinctive, full commitment dive that had saved Neville, but faster now, the nimbus responding to his dual-natured power with an eagerness the school broom had lacked, and the Slytherin seeker, a boy named Higgs, saw the dive and followed and was left behind in seconds, unable to match Harry's acceleration. Then his broom bucked. A violent, wrenching jolt that nearly threw him. Harry's key-enhanced grip kept him seated, but the broom was fighting him, jerking and rolling as if something had seized it and was trying to shake him off. His senses snapped outward, searching for the source, and found a spell. Someone in the crowd was jinxing his broom, pouring magic into it in a steady, concentrated stream. Harry's key sense traced the stream back to its source, the teacher's stand, where two people were staring at him with unbroken focus. Snape, his dark eyes locked on Harry, his lips moving in a continuous mutter. And Quirrell, or rather, the thing inside Quirrell, focused on Harry with the same cold, unblinking intensity, its dark presence pulsing with effort. Two suspects. One jinxing. One counter-jinxing. But which was which? Harry's broom rolled violently, and he lost his grip with one hand, swinging sideways, the ground 100 feet below. The crowd gasped. His scar blazed with pain, the dark presence in Quirrell was pushing, using the connection between them to amplify the jinx, and Harry felt the resonance in his scar like a tuning fork vibrating against his skull. That's your answer. The scar responded to Voldemort's magic. The jinx was coming from the thing inside Quirrell. Snape was the one trying to counteract it. Harry's key surged. Not a Zenkai, he wasn't hurt enough, but a deliberate, controlled push, feeding energy into the broom's enchantments, wrapping the wood in a cocoon of power that burned through the jinx like sunlight through fog. The broom steadied. Harry pulled himself upright, caught the snitch, it was right there, inches from his face, as if the little golden ball had come to check on him, and held it up to a crowd that erupted into deafening celebration. Gryffindor won. Harry landed to a mob of red and gold supporters, was lifted onto shoulders, heard his name chanted like a war cry. But his mind was elsewhere. On the teacher's stand, where Quirrell was adjusting his turban with hands that trembled and Snape was leaning back in his chair with a dark expression that mixed relief with fury. Snape had been protecting him. The man who hated him, who saw his dead father every time he looked at Harry, had been performing a counter-jinx to save his life. The world was more complicated than good and evil. More complicated than friends and enemies. And the true threat, the cold, patient presence wearing Quirrell like a mask, was still in the castle, still watching, still waiting. Harry celebrated with his teammates and his friends, and his smile was genuine, but his eyes, when no one was looking, tracked the purple turban through the crowd until it disappeared inside the castle. Soon, Harry thought. You'll make your move soon. And I'll be ready. February bled into March, and the castle settled into the rhythms of winter's end, thawing grounds, longer days, students beginning to think about exams. But underneath the academic routine, the tension built. Harry felt it in Quirrell's signature, which grew more agitated with each passing week. The cold presence inside the professor was becoming impatient, its dark energy pressing against Quirrell's weak shell with increasing force. The man was deteriorating, his stutter worsened, his hands shook, the garlic smell that clung to his turban intensified as if the thing inside was rotting its host from the inside out. Snape felt it too. Harry could tell by the way the potion's master watched Quirrell, not with the casual contempt he showed most people, but with the focused intensity of someone monitoring a ticking bomb. Snape was patrolling the third-floor corridor at night. Harry had felt him there during his own nocturnal wanderings, the dark, thorny signature pacing back and forth like a guard dog. And Dumbledore, Harry felt the old wizard's awareness like a distant satellite, always present, always watching, his vast magical signature oriented toward the stone and its defenses with the quiet vigilance of someone who had set a trap and was waiting for it to spring. 3 players circling the same objective. Harry began to see the shape of it, the chess game being played above his head, with the stone as the prize and Quirrell/Voldemort as the aggressor and Snape as the defender and Dumbledore as the architect of the entire board. And Harry himself? A piece that all 3 sides were watching, trying to predict, trying to control or understand. He didn't like being a piece. Ron's chess lessons had taught him the difference between the player and the played, and Harry had decided, with the stubborn certainty that was becoming his defining characteristic, that he would be a player or nothing. Hermione chose a Tuesday evening in late March to present her research. They were in their usual configuration, Hermione in the armchair, Ron on the floor, Harry in the window seat, and the common room was mostly empty, the few remaining students absorbed in homework or conversation at the far end. Hermione pulled out the thick folder with the false-bottom trunk. "I've been watching you since September," she said, without preamble. "And I've documented everything I can observe. The speed. The strength. The reflexes. The way you learn magic as if you already understand it on some level. The way you always seem to know where people are, even when you can't see them. And the thing I noticed after the troll." Harry said nothing. Ron put down his chess magazine. "After the troll," Hermione continued, "you had a bruise on your ribs. I saw it, your shirt rode up when we were hugging. By the next morning, it was gone. Completely gone. Not faded, gone. And you were faster the next day. I timed you on the stairs, you take them 2 at a time without slowing down, and your pace has increased measurably since the troll." She opened the folder. Pages and pages of notes, observations, calculations. Harry's lap times on the staircases. His reaction speed during various classes, estimated by how quickly he drew and cast. The weight of objects he'd moved without apparent effort. A detailed log of every instance where he'd demonstrated abilities beyond the expected range. "This isn't magical talent," Hermione said. "Or rather, it's not just magical talent. Your magical abilities are extraordinary, yes, but the physical enhancements, the strength, the speed, the healing, those aren't magical in origin. I've checked. There's no known spell, potion, or magical condition that produces this specific combination of effects." She looked at him steadily. "You're something else, Harry. Something that isn't in any textbook I've found. And I need you to tell me what, because I can't help you if I don't understand what's happening." The common room was quiet. The fire crackled. Ron sat very still, his eyes moving between Harry and Hermione, his energy calm and supportive. Harry looked at his hands. He turned them over, studying the palms, ordinary hands, small for his age, but underneath the skin, the dense muscle and reinforced bone and the energy that hummed through every fiber. "I don't know what I am," he said. "Not exactly. Not yet." He looked up. "But I can show you what I can do." He held out his right hand, palm up, and reached for the bright knot in his core. Pushed. Not outward, upward, into his hand, concentrating it into the smallest possible space. Light bloomed in his palm. The same light he'd produced in his cupboard at 9, white gold, pulsing, alive. But controlled now, shaped by years of practice into a steady, even glow that illuminated the common room in warm amber tones. Hermione's eyes went wide. Her quill dropped from her fingers. Ron leaned forward, his face painted in gold light. "Wicked," he breathed. "This isn't magic," Harry said. "Or, it's related to magic, it comes from the same place, but it's different. I call it ki. It's a physical energy. It's what makes me strong, fast, resistant to damage. It's what heals me when I'm hurt." "Ki," Hermione repeated, and he could see her filing the word, cross-referencing it with everything she'd ever read. "That's, in Muggle martial arts traditions, ki, or chi is theorized to be a life force energy. But it's never been scientifically verified. It's real. In me, at least. Harry closed his hand. The light died. And there's something else. When I'm seriously hurt, I mean really hurt, close to death, something happens. My body heals, and when it heals, it comes back stronger. Faster, tougher, more resistant to whatever hurt me. Every time. Silence. Every time, Hermione said slowly. That's why you've been improving at this rate. Not just practice, not just natural growth. Actual physiological adaptation triggered by trauma. Yes. How many times? 4 major ones. Maybe 5. Small injuries just heal fast. The big changes come from the big injuries. Hermione stopped. Her expression was cycling through emotions too fast for Harry to track: fascination, horror, anger, determination. Harry, that means every time you've been seriously hurt, and you've been seriously hurt, multiple times, as a child, your body has used the damage as raw material for improvement. That's an adaptation that rewards near-death experiences. Yeah. That's incredibly dangerous. I know. She stared at him. Then she stood up, walked across the room, and hugged him. Not the post-roll hug, clumsy and adrenaline-fueled. A deliberate, fierce, protective hug, her arms tight around his shoulders, her energy blazing with a fury that was directed not at Harry but at every person and circumstance that had ever pushed him close enough to death to trigger the cycle. "We're going to figure this out," she said into his shoulder. "Whatever this is, whatever you are, we're going to understand it. And we're going to make sure you never have to nearly die to grow again." Ron stood up. He didn't say anything. He just walked over and put his hand on Harry's shoulder, a simple, solid gesture of solidarity that said everything words couldn't. Harry stood between his two friends and felt their energy wrap around his like armor, like warmth, like home, and the bright knot in his core pulsed in response, recognizing what it had always been missing. Not power. Not understanding. Not answers. People. The fire burned low. The castle settled into nighttime silence. And somewhere on the 3rd floor, behind a locked door and a sleeping 3-headed dog, the philosopher's stone pulsed with its own ancient light, and the cold presence in Quirrell's turban stared at the ceiling and calculated and waited. The game was almost ready to begin. Chapter 3, Blood and Stone. Spring crept into Hogwarts like a thief, stealing winter's hold one day at a time. The ground softened, the lake thawed, and the forbidden forest traded its skeletal gray for the first tentative green of new growth. Students shed their heavy cloaks and drifted outside between classes, sprawling on the grass, blinking in the unfamiliar sunlight like creatures emerging from hibernation. Harry barely noticed. He was too busy trying not to destroy an abandoned classroom on the 7th floor. He'd found the room in February, a large, empty space deep in a corridor that nobody used, far enough from the main castle traffic that his key sense registered 0 signatures within 100 yards. The door locked from the inside. The walls were thick stone. And most importantly, there were no portraits. Harry had learned the hard way that Hogwarts paintings were gossips of the highest order, and the last thing he needed was a Renaissance nobleman reporting to Dumbledore that the boy who lived was punching craters into solid granite at 2 in the morning. He trained every night. After the common room emptied, after Ron's snoring settled into its familiar rhythm, Harry pulled the invisibility cloak over his shoulders and ghosted through the castle to his 7th floor room, and he worked. The physical training was straightforward: push the body until it screamed, rest, push again. Push-ups until his arms gave out. Sprints from wall to wall until his lungs burned. Handstands, flips, strikes against the stone walls with fists wrapped in ki until the impact sent tremors through the floor. His body responded with an eagerness that bordered on hunger, adapting to each new demand with a speed that would have been terrifying if Harry hadn't long since made peace with what he was. But the physical training wasn't the point. Or rather, it was only half the point. The other half was the magic. Since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry had been operating his two rivers of power separately, ki for physical enhancement, magic for spellwork. They came from the same source, that bright knot in his core, but they flowed in different channels, like two streams diverging from a single spring. In class, he used magic. In training, he used ki. The two rarely overlapped. Except they had overlapped. Twice. During the Quidditch match, when he'd fed ki into the broom's enchantments to burn through Quirrell's jinx. And during the troll fight, when his battle instinct had wrapped him in ki armor while his magic had been on standby, ready to fire. Both times, the overlap had been instinctive, reactive, uncontrolled, a desperate emergency response rather than a deliberate technique. Harry wanted to make it deliberate. He started small. A simple Lumos charm, the first spell every student learned, and then, while maintaining the spell, a simultaneous push of ki into his legs, enhancing his speed. Two channels, one source, running parallel. It was like trying to pat his head and rub his stomach while solving a differential equation. The concentration required was staggering. His magic flickered every time his ki surged, and his ki destabilized every time he pushed more power into the spell. The two energies didn't want to coexist, or rather, they wanted to merge, to flow together into a single current, and maintaining them as separate streams while drawing from the same source was an exercise in mental compartmentalization that left Harry with splitting headaches and a nosebleed that stained his shirt collar. 3 weeks of nightly practice. 3 weeks of failure after failure, the Lumos charm dying as his ki flared, his ki collapsing as the spell demanded more magical energy, the two rivers fighting each other like currents in a rapids. And then, on a Thursday night in late March, something clicked. He was running, full sprint, wall to wall, ki flooding his legs, while holding a Lumos charm in his wand hand. The light kept guttering, his ki kept trying to drain the magic, and Harry was furious with himself, angry at his own limitations in a way that the scion blood translated into raw, stubborn determination. He stopped in the center of the room. Closed his eyes. Reached inward. The two rivers. He could see them clearly in his mind's eye, one golden, one silver, flowing from the same bright source in different directions. He'd been trying to keep them separate. Trying to run them in parallel, independent, each one doing its own job. What if that was wrong? What if the answer wasn't parallel but unified? Harry reached for both rivers at once. Not separately, together. He grabbed them with his will and twisted, braiding them into a single current the way you twist two threads into a rope. The pain was immediate and blinding. His core blazed like a sun, his wand hand erupted in gold-white light that was nothing like Lumos, and his body was flooded with a combined energy so intense that the stone floor beneath his feet cracked. Harry's vision whited out. His muscles locked. Every nerve in his body fired simultaneously, and for one terrifying, glorious second, he was more than human, more than wizard, more than the sum of his parts, a fusion of physical and magical energy that reality itself seemed to recoil from. Then the braid unraveled, the two rivers snapped apart like rubber bands, and Harry collapsed. He lay on the cracked stone floor, gasping, his body trembling with aftershocks, his nose pouring blood and his wand rolling away across the floor trailing smoke. The ceiling above him was scorched. The walls had new cracks radiating from where he'd been standing. And his core, his bright, beautiful, terrible core, was aching, not depleted but strained, like a muscle pushed past its limit. But he'd done it. For 1 second, he'd done it. Harry wiped the blood from his face and started laughing. Not the fierce grin of combat or the cautious chuckle of social interaction. A genuine, full-bodied laugh that echoed off the damaged walls, the laugh of someone who had just discovered that the ceiling was higher than he'd thought and he hadn't begun to reach it. He cleaned up the room as best he could, healing already underway, not a Zenkai, the damage was self-inflicted and his body seemed to distinguish between external threats and internal overexertion, and walked back to Gryffindor Tower with a plan forming in his mind. Unification was possible. Dangerous, painful, currently uncontrollable, but possible. The two rivers could become one. And when they did, even for a second, the result was something that had cracked stone and scorched a ceiling and made reality flinch. He needed to learn control. He needed to build tolerance. He needed to push himself further, harder, closer to the edge where the two energies could be forced into alignment. And he needed to be very, very careful about how he did it. Hermione noticed the nosebleeds. "Third one this week," she said flatly, dropping into the armchair beside him at breakfast. Her eyes tracked the tissue pressed to his nose with the clinical assessment of a field medic. "And you've been limping. Don't tell me you haven't. I've been timing your gait pattern since January and it shifted 2 days ago. I tripped on a staircase." "You don't trip on staircases. You navigate this castle better than the ghosts. Try again." Ron, seated across the table with a sausage halfway to his mouth, watched this exchange with the expression of a man who knew better than to get between Hermione and a puzzle. Harry set down his pumpkin juice. They were early, the great hall was mostly empty, the few other students absorbed in their own breakfasts, and the teacher's table held only Flitwick and Sprout, neither of whom was paying attention to the Gryffindor table. "I've been training," Harry said quietly. "At night. Pushing my limits, trying to use the key and the magic together." Hermione's eyes sharpened. Since the revelation in the common room, she'd thrown herself into researching Harry's condition with the same obsessive thoroughness she applied to everything. Her file had tripled in size, now including cross-references to Muggle biology textbooks, smuggled in by Owl from her parents' library, Eastern mystical traditions, and several obscure magical texts on the nature of magical cores. "Together," she repeated. "As in simultaneously. As in merged. Not running side by side, braided into a single current." Her expression shifted from concern to fascination and back to concern so quickly that most people would have missed the middle step. "Harry, that sounds incredibly dangerous. The theoretical energy output of merging two distinct power sources through a single channel, you could tear your core apart." "I did it for about a second. Cracked the floor." "You could tear your core apart," she repeated, slower, as if he might have missed it. "I heard you the first time. Then why are you smiling?" He hadn't realized he was. He rearranged his face. "Because it worked, Hermione. For 1 second, the two energies merged, and the result was, I can't describe it. It was like being complete for the first time. Like finding a missing piece I didn't know was missing." Hermione opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. He watched her wrestle with the competing impulses, the researcher who wanted to understand versus the friend who wanted him safe. The friend won, but only just. "You're going to keep doing this?" "Yes. Then I'm going to help you do it safely. No more solo training sessions where you push yourself to the point of nosebleeds and cracked floors with no one there to intervene if something goes wrong." Harry started to protest. She cut him off with a look that could have stopped a charging bull. "Non-negotiable. Ron." Ron swallowed his sausage. "She's right, mate. What happens if you do the braiding thing and pass out and bleed on the floor all night? Best case, Filch finds you. Worst case, something actually goes wrong and there's nobody there to help. You're going to watch me train." "We're going to help you train," Hermione corrected. "Ron can monitor your physical state, he's better at reading you than anyone, don't argue, it's true, and I can document the results and look for patterns. We can set boundaries. Safe words. Stopping points." "Safe words," Harry said. "Don't make it weird." Ron snorted into his pumpkin juice. And so the training sessions became a 3-person operation, and this, though Harry didn't know it yet, was the decision that changed everything. They used the 7th floor room. Hermione added protective enchantments, cushioning charms on the walls and floor, a silencing ward around the perimeter, a basic monitoring charm of her own design that tracked Harry's heart rate and magical output and flashed red if either exceeded safe parameters. Ron positioned himself in the corner with a clear sight line and what he called tactical awareness, which mostly consisted of watching Harry like a hawk and shouting, "Stop," when the monitoring charm started screaming. Harry stood in the center of the room and reached for his core. The first session was controlled. Hermione had designed a progression: start with the simplest possible dual-channel task, Lumos charm plus minor key enhancement to one hand, and build incrementally. Harry chafed at the slow pace, his scion instinct pushing him toward the dramatic, the full commitment, the braided all and damn the consequences approach that had cracked the floor. Patience, Ron said from his corner, and the word carried the weight of every chess lesson, every game where Harry had charged forward and been destroyed by Ron's methodical defense. You're not fighting a troll. You don't need the big move. You need the right move. Harry gritted his teeth and held the Lumos charm and the key enhancement simultaneously, not merged but parallel, two channels running side by side. The headache built. The nosebleed threatened. He held it for 10 seconds. 20. 30. Drop it, Hermione said, watching her monitoring charm. Your heart rate's hitting 160. He dropped both. Panted. The headache receded. Again, Harry said. Rest first. I'm fine. Your nose is bleeding. He touched his upper lip. Red. It's barely, if your nose is bleeding, you rest. That's the rule. That's what we agreed. Harry glared at her. She glared back. Her glare was better. He rested. 3 minutes, per Hermione's timer, while she documented the results in her notebook and Ron offered commentary that ranged from genuinely insightful to deliberately annoying. You lean left when the key surges, Ron observed. Like you're compensating for something. Is the energy stronger on one side? Harry blinked. He hadn't noticed that. He checked internally, and yes, the key flowed more readily through his right side, the side of his dominant hand. His left lagged slightly, creating an imbalance that his body was unconsciously correcting by shifting his weight. You're right, Harry said, surprised. Course I am. I watch you move all day. You favor your right in everything, walking, reaching, turning. If someone came at you from the left, you'd be half a beat slow. Harry stared at his friend. Ron's ears went red under the scrutiny, but his energy was steady, the calm confidence of the chess player, the observer who saw the board when everyone else saw the pieces. Since when do you analyze combat? Harry asked. Since my best mate started punching trolls. Someone's got to think about these things. They ran the exercise again. And again. And again. Over the following weeks, the progression accelerated, parallel channels became easier, the headaches diminished, and Harry began to feel the boundary between the two energies, the thin membrane that separated key from magic, physical from metaphysical. He pressed against it. Probed it. Felt it flex. It's not a wall, he told Hermione one night, sitting on the cushioned floor, sweat-drenched, while she scribbled notes. It's more like a membrane. Or a valve. It wants to open. The default state, the natural state, might actually be merged. The separation might be artificial. Hermione's quill paused. That's an extraordinary claim. You're suggesting that the dual-channel state is the aberration and the unified state is the natural configuration? I'm suggesting that my core was designed, evolved, whatever, to run both energies as one. Somewhere in my ancestry, they split, maybe because the magical side developed differently than the physical side. But the infrastructure for unification is still there. I'm not building something new. I'm reopening something old. Your ancestry, Hermione said carefully. We still don't know what the physical energy actually is, Harry. Where it comes from. What in your family history could have produced it? I know. I asked Dumbledore about my mother's bloodline. Ron looked up from his chess magazine. When? After the Quidditch match. I went to his office. He said my mother was a Muggle-born witch, and her parents were ordinary Muggles as far as anyone knew. You don't believe him. I believe he told me the truth. I don't believe he told me all of it. His energy signature went weird when I asked, like he was holding something back. Something he knew but didn't want to share. Hermione and Ron exchanged a look that Harry caught but didn't comment on, the silent communication of two people who had, without discussing it, formed a united front regarding Harry's tendency to trust his own judgment over everyone else's. We could research your mother's family, Hermione offered. Genealogical records, Muggle and magical. If there's something unusual in the Evans line, it might be documented somewhere. During exam revision. You're going to add genealogical research to your schedule. I've already started. The Hogwarts Library has a restricted section on wizarding bloodlines, and the Muggle Records Office in Little Whinging should have birth and death certificates going back at least to the 1800s. I've written to my parents asking them to check. Harry looked at her. The firelight from one of her ward candles caught her face, illuminating the dark circles under her eyes and the ink stains on her fingers and the absolute, unwavering determination in her expression. She was exhausted. She was overworked. She was doing this because she cared about him, and the sheer scale of her caring, the hours, the effort, the cognitive bandwidth she was pouring into understanding his impossible existence, hit him with a force that no Zenkai boost could match. Thank you, he said. Both of you. I know this isn't, I know you didn't sign up for this. Shut up, Harry, Ron said pleasantly. This is the most interesting thing that's ever happened to me, and I grew up with Fred and George. Now can we do the thing where you make the gold light again? That was wicked. Harry laughed and stood up and reached for his core, and the training continued. April arrived, and with it, two developments that pulled Harry's attention in sharply different directions. The first was Hagrid's dragon. Ron's brother Charlie worked with dragons in Romania, which was the only reason Harry didn't dismiss the idea as insane when Hagrid casually mentioned, during one of their weekend visits, that he'd acquired a dragon egg from a stranger in the Hog's Head pub. Hagrid, Harry said, staring at the enormous black egg sitting in the fire grate of the gamekeeper's hut, dragons are illegal. You live in a wooden house. It's no just any dragon, Harry. It's a Norwegian ridgeback. Always wanted one, ever since I was little. The egg rocked. Hagrid's energy was incandescent with joy, pure, childlike, devastating in its sincerity. Harry's key sense read the egg itself and felt something inside it, a dense, hot, aggressive life force, growing rapidly, already far more powerful than anything its size should contain. You can't keep it, Hermione said, and the look on Hagrid's face when she said it was enough to make Harry feel guilty for agreeing with her. We need to get it to Charlie, Ron said. He can take care of it properly. Real dragon handlers, open space, that sort of thing. But, Hagrid began. Hagrid. Harry kept his voice gentle. If anyone finds out, you'll be expelled from Hogwarts. Dumbledore might not be able to protect you. And the dragon will be killed. That last point landed. Hagrid's joy dimmed, replaced by a desperate, protective anguish that made the big man's eyes glisten. They arranged the handoff. Ron wrote to Charlie. A team of dragon handlers would meet them at the top of the astronomy tower at midnight on Saturday, illegal, risky, exactly the kind of operation that required Harry's key sense and the invisibility cloak and Ron's strategic planning and Hermione's organizational precision. But the dragon wasn't what worried Harry. What worried him was the stranger in the Hog's Head. What did he look like? Harry asked Hagrid, keeping his tone casual. The man who gave you the egg. Dunno, kept his hood up. Bit odd, now yeah mention it. Seemed very interested in what I did at Hogwarts. Asked me what kinds, creatures I looked after. I told him about Fluffy, course, Harry's blood froze. Said after Fluffy, a dragon would be easy. He wanted to know how I managed Fluffy, and I told him, well, Fluffy's a piece cake if you know how to calm him down. Just play him a bit music and he goes straight ter sleep. Hagrid stopped. His face went pale under the beard. I shouldn't ha' told ya that. I shouldn't ha' told him that. Who was, Merlin? Harry was already on his feet. The stranger at the Hog's Head. Asking about Hogwarts, about creatures, about Fluffy specifically. This wasn't coincidence. Someone had manipulated Hagrid, played on his love of dangerous animals to extract the one piece of information needed to bypass the first line of defense around the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell. The cold presence. Gathering intelligence, piece by piece, with the patience of a chess master who knew the endgame was approaching. Hagrid, listen to me carefully, Harry said, and his voice carried an authority that made both Ron and Hermione look at him sharply. Don't tell anyone else about Fluffy. Not about the music, not about anything. And if that stranger comes back, if anyone asks about the castle's defenses, you come to us immediately. Hagrid nodded, his huge form radiating guilt and fear and a trust in Harry that was almost painful to witness. They left the hut. Outside, the spring air was cool and the grounds were quiet and Harry's mind was racing. It's accelerating, he said, once they were out of earshot. Whoever's after the stone, they have everything they need now. Music for Fluffy. And the rest of the defenses, Hagrid said multiple professors contributed protections. If the attacker has been gathering information all year, they could know how to bypass all of them, Hermione finished. We need to tell Dumbledore, Ron said. Dumbledore already knows. He has to. The man sees everything that happens in this castle. Then why hasn't he stopped it? Harry thought about chess. About Ron's teaching. About the difference between reacting to your opponent's moves and anticipating them. Because he's waiting, Harry said slowly. He wants the attempt to happen. He wants whoever it is to show their hand. That's mad. What if they succeed? They won't. Not if the defenses hold. Harry paused. And not if we're watching. Ron and Hermione exchanged another of their looks. Harry caught it this time and held up his hand before either of them could speak. I know what you're thinking. I know it's dangerous. But I can feel Quirrell's passenger, and it's getting stronger. More desperate. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen soon, and I'd rather be prepared than surprised. Quirrell's passenger. Hermione said sharply. You've mentioned this before, something inside Quirrell. Harry, what exactly do you sense? So he told them. All of it. The doubled signature he'd felt since the first feast. The cold, dark presence hiding behind Quirrell's nervous exterior. The resonance between that presence and the thing in Harry's scar. The Quidditch match, the jinx coming from Quirrell, not Snape. When he finished, the silence was thick enough to cut. You know who, Ron whispered. His face had gone the color of old parchment. You're saying you know who is inside Quirrell? Something connected to him. Maybe not the full, whatever he is now. But a piece. A fragment. Strong enough to control Quirrell, to use his body, to perform magic through him. Hermione's hand had found Harry's arm during the explanation, her fingers gripping tightly, her energy a maelstrom of fear and fury and the relentless, grinding determination that was her most powerful quality. The scar, she said. You said the cold presence resonates with your scar. Harry, if the thing inside Quirrell is a piece of Voldemort, and it resonates with you, she didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. The implication hung in the air between them like a blade. What if there's a piece of him in me, too? Harry touched his scar. The foreign energy was there, as always, the dark, parasitic fragment that had been nestled in his scar tissue since the night his parents died. He'd been aware of it for months. He'd been trying not to think about what it meant. We'll deal with that later, he said, and his voice was steady even though his core was churning. Right now, we deal with the stone. The dragon handoff went sideways almost immediately. Saturday night. Astronomy Tower. Harry under the invisibility cloak, Ron and Hermione shepherding a crate containing a baby Norwegian ridgeback that Hagrid had named Norbert, a creature that, despite being only a week old, was already the size of a large dog and capable of shooting jets of flame that had singed Ron's eyebrows during the transport up 12 flights of stairs. Charlie's friends arrived on broomsticks at midnight, as promised, for dragon handlers, weather-beaten and casual, who took Norbert's crate with the practiced ease of people for whom airlifting illegal dragons was apparently routine. The handoff was smooth. The handlers departed into the cloudy sky. Harry let out a breath he hadn't known he'd been holding. Then Filch appeared on the stairs below them. Harry felt him coming, the caretaker's mean, bitter energy signature, accompanied by the low predatory signature of Mrs. Norris, and hissed a warning. But the invisibility cloak couldn't cover all three of them simultaneously, and Ron and Hermione were exposed, caught on the top landing of the astronomy tower at midnight with no plausible excuse. "Go," Ron whispered. "Stay hidden. One of us needs to be free to keep investigating." "I'm not leaving you, Harry." Ron's voice was calm. "Chess calm. This is a sacrifice play. We lose points, maybe get detention. Big deal. If you get caught, that's 3 of us grounded, and nobody watching the stone. Go." Harry looked at Hermione. She nodded, her jaw set, her eyes fierce. He went. Slipped past Filch under the cloak, his key sense tracking the confrontation on the stairs, Filch's glee, Ron and Hermione's carefully constructed story about visiting the astronomy tower for stargazing, the inevitable punishment. 50 points each from Gryffindor. Detention. The point loss was catastrophic. Gryffindor went from first place to last overnight, and the reaction from their housemates was brutal. Ron and Hermione endured glares, cold shoulders, and muttered accusations with a dignity that made Harry's chest ache with guilt and admiration. "It's fine," Ron said, when Harry tried to apologize for the 10th time. "100 points is nothing. We'll earn them back." "The detention's actually useful," Hermione added, though her voice was tight. "We've been assigned to help Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest tomorrow night. Some creature's been killing unicorns, and Hagrid needs help tracking it." Harry went very still. Killing unicorns. Drinking their blood, according to Hagrid. "Something's been, Harry. Harry, you've gone white." He had. Because his key sense was reaching toward the Forbidden Forest right now, stretching across the grounds, and in the deep darkness beneath the trees he could feel something that made every alarm in his body fire at once. A presence. Not the cold, controlled presence inside Quirrell, this was the same type of energy but rawer, wilder, driven by a desperate hunger that tasted like decay and ash. Something was in the forest. Something that was drinking unicorn blood because it needed unicorn blood to survive, because it was barely surviving at all, a remnant, a shade, clinging to the edge of existence through the consumption of the purest substance in the magical world. "I'm going with you," Harry said. "You weren't assigned, I'm going." Hermione opened her mouth to argue, saw his face, and closed it again. The Forbidden Forest at night was a different world. Harry had felt it from the castle grounds, the seething mass of life energy, ancient and wild and utterly indifferent to human concerns. But standing in it, under a canopy so thick it blocked the stars, surrounded by trees so old their magical signatures had taken on the patient, elemental quality of stone, was something else entirely. His key sense went into overdrive. Every direction was alive, creatures moving through the undergrowth, magical signatures of species he couldn't identify, the deep slow pulse of the trees themselves, their roots networked through the soil like a subterranean nervous system. The forest wasn't just a collection of trees. It was an organism, vast and singular and aware in a way that defied easy categorization. Hagrid led them into the trees with a confidence that his distressed energy somewhat undermined. Fawn followed, the boarhound's nervousness palpable. Neville Longbottom and Draco Malfoy were also present, assigned to the same detention, Neville trembling and Draco affecting boredom while his energy betrayed deep unease. Hagrid split them into groups. Ron and Hermione went with Hagrid and Fawn. Harry was grouped with Neville and Draco, which was either a coincidence or another of Dumbledore's carefully orchestrated arrangements. They followed a trail of silver blood deeper into the forest. Unicorn blood, glowing faintly on the leaves and roots, each drop a tiny beacon of pure magic that Harry's senses read as heartbreakingly sad, the blood of a dying creature, spilled in a place that should have been sanctuary. Draco walked beside Harry in silence. The Slytherin boy's energy was agitated, his usual controlled demeanor fraying at the edges. In the darkness of the forest, stripped of his social armor, Draco Malfoy looked exactly like what he was, a frightened 11-year-old trying very hard not to show it. "You don't have to pretend," Harry said quietly, so Neville, who was 20 feet behind them, jumping at shadows, wouldn't hear. "Pretend what, Potter? That you're not scared?" Draco's jaw tightened. "I'm not, your hands are shaking." Draco looked down at his hands. They were, indeed, trembling. He shoved them into his pockets with a violence that spoke of self-loathing. "This is beneath me," Draco muttered. "Tramping through the forest like a common servant. My father will hear about this." "Your father isn't here. And neither are Crabbe and Goyle. So you can drop the act." Draco turned to look at Harry, and in the dim silver light of the unicorn blood, his expression was raw in a way that Harry had never seen. Not hostile. Not arrogant. Exposed. The masks had slipped, and underneath was a boy who was terrified and lonely and coping with both through a lifetime of training in emotional suppression. "How do you do it?" Draco asked suddenly. "You walk through this forest like it's a park. You fought a troll. You fly like," he cut himself off. "Start it again, quieter. Nothing scares you." "How?" Harry considered the question honestly. "Everything scares me. I'm just more scared of not being ready than I am of anything else." Draco was silent for a long time. They walked deeper into the forest, following the silver trail, and the silence between them was something neither of them had experienced before, not comfortable, exactly, but honest. Two boys with nothing in common except the fact that they were both, in their own ways, playing roles they hadn't chosen. The trail led to a clearing. Harry felt it before they reached the tree line, a concentrated note of wrongness, an energy signature that was dark and desperate and ancient and hungry. The signature of whatever was killing unicorns. It was close. Very close. Feeding. "Stay here," Harry said, his voice dropping to barely a whisper. "Potter, stay. Here. Both of you." He moved into the clearing alone. The unicorn was dead. Its body lay in the center of the clearing, a white shape against the dark earth, its silver blood pooling around it like liquid moonlight. Beautiful even in death, its magical signature fading but not gone, the last echoes of a life so pure that its passing felt like a wound in the fabric of the world. And crouching over it, face pressed to the wound in the unicorn's side, drinking the silver blood with desperate, greedy gulps, a figure in a dark cloak. Hooded, formless, barely there. Its energy was the wrongness Harry had felt, a consciousness stripped down to its barest essentials, fueled by hatred and ambition and the consuming terror of death, held together by a will so powerful that it had refused to die even when every other part of it had been destroyed. It looked up. Silver blood ran down its chin, glistening in the moonlight, and the face beneath the hood was not a face, it was a ruin, features half-formed, as if the thing was trying to rebuild itself from memory and failing. But the eyes. The eyes were real. Red, slitted, burning with an intelligence and a malice so profound that Harry's scar detonated. Pain, white, blinding, total. The scar ripped open along psychic fault lines, and the dark fragment buried in it screamed, resonating with the creature in the clearing like a struck bell, and Harry staggered, his vision fragmenting, his ki surging in wild, undirected spikes. The creature lunged. Not fast, it was too weak for speed, too damaged for physical power. But it didn't need to be fast. The psychic assault through the scar was doing the work, pouring darkness into Harry's mind in a torrent that bypassed his key shields entirely, attacking on a frequency that his physical defenses couldn't address. Harry's knees hit the ground. The forest tilted. The creature's cloak brushed his face, and the cold that radiated from it was not physical cold, it was the cold of the void, of the grave, of a consciousness that had been dead for 10 years and refused to accept it. Potter. A voice like dry leaves, like insects crawling, like the memory of a voice rather than the thing itself. Yes. I can feel it, feel the piece of me inside you, we are connected, you and I. The creature's hand, gray, skeletal, barely solid, reached for Harry's face. For the scar. And Harry's scion blood ignited. Not a Zenkai, something different. Something triggered not by physical damage but by existential threat, by the proximity of the thing that had killed his parents, by the psychic assault that was trying to tear his mind apart. The energy didn't heal, it attacked. It surged outward from his core in a wave of golden-white fire that was both ki and magic at once, merged not through careful technique but through pure, instinctive fury. The braided energy hit the creature like a wall of sunlight. It shrieked, a sound that wasn't sound, a psychic wail that reverberated through the trees and sent every bird in the forest screaming into the sky, and recoiled, its barely solid form burning, dissolving, the silver blood on its face sizzling and evaporating. Harry pressed the attack. Not consciously, his body was moving on autopilot, the scion battle instinct in full control, driving him to his feet, driving the energy outward in a sustained blast that lit the clearing like daylight. The creature fled, streaming darkness behind it like smoke, and Harry pursued for 3 steps before his legs gave out and he collapsed beside the dead unicorn, his core screaming, blood pouring from his nose and his scar, the braided energy unraveling as his control shattered. He lay in the silver blood and gasped and felt the forest spin around him. Hoofbeats. A centaur appeared at the edge of the clearing, tall, pale-haired, with a horse's body and a human face that regarded Harry with an expression of profound gravity. His energy signature was ancient and alien, connected to the forest in a way that suggested he was as much a part of it as the trees. Harry Potter, the centaur said. Do you know what that was? Harry's voice was wrecked. Voldemort. What remains of him? A shade. A wraith. Sustained by unicorn blood, cursed blood, for the slaying of something so pure carries a terrible price. Half-life. A cursed existence from the moment the blood touches your lips. He's trying to come back. He is trying to survive long enough to find another way back. The stone, Mr. Potter. The philosopher's stone. With the elixir of life, he would not need unicorn blood. He could build a new body. Return to full power. Harry pushed himself upright. The centaur watched him with those deep, ancient eyes, and Harry felt the creature's energy shift, not surprise, exactly, but a recognition, as if the centaur saw something in Harry that confirmed a long-held prediction. You are more than they know, the centaur said. Mars has been bright this year. War is coming. And you, Harry Potter, are not merely a weapon in that war. You are something older. Something the stars have been watching for. What does that mean? That the blood in your veins carries a legacy from beyond the stars, and the choices you make will echo further than you imagine. Before Harry could press for more, the sound of crashing undergrowth announced the arrival of Hagrid, Ron, Hermione, and the rest of the detention group. The centaur, Firenze, Hagrid called him, with a reverence that suggested the name carried weight, melted back into the trees, and Harry was swept up in the chaos of Hagrid's concern and Hermione's furious worry and Ron's tight, pale-faced relief. Neville was shaking so badly that Hagrid had to carry him. Draco was nowhere to be seen, he'd run when Harry went into the clearing, and Harry didn't blame him. The boy had felt the wrongness. Running was the sane response. Harry was just wired for something other than sanity. The walk back to the castle was a blur. Harry's core ached. His scar throbbed. The nosebleed had stopped but the taste of blood lingered, and every step sent echoes of pain through his overtaxed energy system. Hermione walked beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched, saying nothing. Ron flanked his other side, equally silent. Their energy wrapped around him like a blanket, warm and protective and utterly unwavering. When they reached the castle, Harry stopped on the front steps and turned to face the forest. Out there, in the darkness, the shade of Voldemort was licking its wounds and planning its next move. Inside the castle, the thing wearing Quirrell's face was preparing to make its play for the stone. And in Harry's scar, the dark fragment stirred, agitated by the encounter, pressing against the walls of its prison with a renewed urgency. "It's happening soon," Harry said. "How soon?" Ron asked. "Days. Maybe less." The wraith in the forest, that was Voldemort's true form, what's left of his independent existence. The thing inside Quirrell is a piece of him, maybe a projection, maybe something else. Either way, they need the stone. And they're running out of time. How do you know they're running out of time? Because the unicorn blood won't sustain him much longer. I could feel it, the wraith is degrading. Falling apart. Each day it exists in that state costs it something. The stone isn't a luxury. It's a lifeline. Hermione gripped his arm. "Then we tell Dumbledore. Right now. Tonight." "Dumbledore already knows," Harry said again, and the words tasted bitter. "He's known all year. The stone is bait in a trap, I'm sure of it. But Dumbledore's trap assumes a certain kind of adversary. It assumes someone who'll come through the trapdoor and face the challenges one by one. And you think Voldemort won't? I think Voldemort will do whatever he has to. And I think Dumbledore might not be here when it happens." He said it without knowing why he was certain, but the certainty was bone deep. Dumbledore would be drawn away. Called elsewhere. Manipulated or maneuvered into leaving the castle at the critical moment. Because that was how the game worked, you didn't attack your opponent's strongest piece head-on. You drew it away from the board. Ron's chess instinct caught the implication immediately. A diversion. Someone lures Dumbledore away, and while he's gone, Quirrell, or whatever's inside him, goes for the stone. Yes. So we need to be ready to go through the trapdoor ourselves. The three of them stood on the castle steps in the cool April night, the weight of what they were contemplating settling over them like a cloak. They were 11 years old. They were talking about facing down a fragment of the most dangerous dark wizard in living memory, in a gauntlet of magical traps designed by some of the most powerful witches and wizards in Britain. "We're not ready," Hermione said, and her voice was steady, her energy blazing. "But I don't think we're going to get more ready." "No," Harry agreed. "We're not." The weeks between the forest and the endgame were a pressure cooker. Harry trained harder than ever. The near encounter with Voldemort's wraith had given him something, not a Zenkai, the damage had been psychic rather than physical, but a sharpening. His key sense had expanded, pushed outward by the trauma, and he could now feel signatures from further away, with greater clarity, than before. The dark fragment in his scar was more active, pressing against his awareness like a tongue probing a sore tooth, and Harry learned to monitor it constantly, treating it as an early warning system. When the fragment stirred, Voldemort was thinking about him. The braided energy technique progressed. Slowly, painstakingly, with Hermione monitoring and Ron observing and both of them pulling him back when he pushed too hard. He couldn't hold the full merge for more than 2 or 3 seconds, and the effort left him drained and nosebleed prone, but those 2 or 3 seconds were devastating, a force multiplier that turned his already considerable power into something that bent reality around it. He practiced spells with renewed focus. Not the curriculum, he'd mastered that months ago, but combat magic pulled from books that Hermione sourced from the restricted section under a forged permission slip so convincing that Madame Pants didn't blink. Stunning spells. Shield charms. The disarming charm, which Flitwick had mentioned in passing and which Harry discovered he had a natural affinity for, the magic of taking away your opponent's weapon resonated with something deep in his combat instincts. Ron, meanwhile, was building a tactical model of the gauntlet. He'd taken everything they knew, Fluffy, music, the defenses contributed by various professors, and laid it out on a chessboard in the common room, using pieces to represent known and hypothetical challenges. "We know Fluffy's first," Ron said one evening, the board spread between them. "Music puts him to sleep, we drop through the trapdoor. After that, we're guessing, but we know which professors contributed. Sprout, so something herbological. Flitwick, so something requiring skill. McGonagall, so probably transfiguration. Snape, so potions. Quirrell, wait. Quirrell contributed a protection. According to what Hagrid let slip, yeah. Every professor did. So the person trying to steal the stone also designed one of the defenses protecting it." Ron nodded grimly. "Which means that defense isn't a defense. It's a door. Quirrell can walk right through his own challenge, which means there's one fewer obstacle between him and the stone. What about Dumbledore? I'd bet anything Dumbledore has his own protection. The final one. Probably the most complex." Harry stared at the chessboard. The pieces, pawns and knights and bishops, stood in a neat line representing the gauntlet, and at the end, a single king, representing the stone. "We need to know exactly what each challenge is," Harry said. "Not guess, no. Short of going through the trapdoor early, how? We ask the person who helped build the protections and can't keep a secret." Hagrid. Hagrid. They visited the gamekeeper twice more in the following weeks, and each time, with gentle, carefully directed conversation, they extracted more information. Hagrid, bless him, couldn't help himself, his desire to comfort and reassure overrode his sense of secrecy every time. By the end of April, they had a working picture. Devil's Snare, Sprout, a plant that constricted when you struggled and relaxed when you were calm. Flying Keys, Flitwick, a room full of enchanted keys, one of which opened the door to the next chamber. Giant Chess, McGonagall, a full-sized wizard's chess set that required you to play your way across. A Troll, Quirrell, which they assumed Quirrell would handle himself or simply bypass. A logic puzzle with potions, Snape. And Dumbledore's final protection, which Hagrid either didn't know about or wouldn't share. Ron spent 3 days staring at the chess component, playing scenarios in his head, his eyes distant and his energy buzzing with the focused intensity of a general planning a campaign. "I can do it," he said finally. "The chess. I can get us through." But, he paused. His energy flickered. "But what?" Hermione asked. "In Wizard's chess, the pieces take real hits. The game doesn't end until checkmate, and the losing pieces get destroyed. If I'm playing us across, if we're the pieces, someone could get hurt," Harry finished. "I'd play as a knight. It's the most versatile piece, can reach any square on the board. But in the endgame, the knight often has to be sacrificed for position." The word sacrificed hung in the air. Ron's voice was steady, but Harry could feel the fear underneath, not of pain, not of death, but of failure. Of being the weak link. Of his sacrifice not being enough. "You won't be sacrificed," Harry said firmly. "We'll find another way. Harry, I'm the chess player. I know what I'm talking about. Sometimes the only winning move," I said no. "We go in together, we come out together. That's the plan." Ron held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, and his energy settled, and Harry knew that Ron had heard him and accepted the intent while reserving the right to make his own choices when the moment came. Because that was who Ron was. Brave enough to sacrifice himself, and humble enough to let Harry pretend he wouldn't have to. Exams arrived, and so did the crisis. Harry sat in the great hall, quill in hand, answering questions about the properties of Moonstone in Potions class, and his scar was burning. Not the dull, background ache of recent weeks, a sharp, insistent fire that pulsed in time with a rhythm Harry had learned to recognize. Voldemort was excited. The thing inside Quirrell was almost vibrating with anticipation, its cold energy pressing against its host's fragile shell with a force that Harry could feel from 3 floors away. Something had changed. Something had shifted in the Dark Presence's calculations. After the exam, Harry grabbed Ron and Hermione and pulled them into an empty classroom. "Tonight," he said. "It's happening tonight. Quirrell's passenger, the energy is different. It's ready." "How can you be sure it's tonight?" Hermione asked. "Because Dumbledore left. I felt his signature leave the castle an hour ago. He was called away, an owl from the Ministry, something urgent." Ron's face hardened. "The diversion. Just like we predicted. Exactly like we predicted. Someone at the Ministry, or someone pretending to be from the Ministry, called Dumbledore away. And now Quirrell has a clear path." They looked at each other. The moment they'd been preparing for, the confrontation they'd been dreading and planning in equal measure, was here. "We go tonight," Harry said. "After curfew. Through the trapdoor." "I need to get some things from the library," Hermione said, and her voice was all business, the fear buried deep under layers of competence. "Snape's potions challenge, if it's a logic puzzle, I'll need a clear head." "I'll run through the chess scenarios one more time," Ron said. His hands were steady. His energy was steady. The chess player, ready for the biggest game of his life. Harry flexed his hands. The key hummed through them, ready, waiting. His magic coiled in his core, eager to be released. And the dark fragment in his scar pulsed with a rhythm that matched the thing in Quirrell's turban, 2 pieces of the same shattered soul calling to each other across the castle. "Remember," Harry said. "Together. All the way." "Together," Ron said. "Together," Hermione said. They left the classroom and walked through the sunlit corridors of Hogwarts, 3 11-year-olds heading toward a confrontation with a dark wizard who had terrorized the magical world for decades, and the castle watched them go with an ancient, patient awareness that might, if you listened very carefully, have sounded almost like approval. Harry felt the stone pulsing beneath the castle, felt Quirrell's doubled signature moving through the halls with new purpose, felt the empty space where Dumbledore's vast presence should have been. The board was set. The pieces were moving. Tonight, they would see what all the training, all the planning, all the growing had been for. Harry touched his scar, felt the dark fragments stir, and walked into the gathering storm with his friends at his side and power in his blood and the calm, certain knowledge that whatever was waiting beneath the trapdoor, he would face it standing up. He'd spent his whole life getting knocked down and getting back up stronger. Tonight, he'd find out if that was enough. Chapter 4. Through the trapdoor the common room emptied in slow increments. First the younger students, yawning and reluctant, herded toward the dormitory stairs by prefects. Then the older years, drifting away in pairs and small groups, their conversations fading into the stairwells. Percy Weasley was the last to leave, performing a final sweep of the room with the self-important thoroughness of a man who believed civilization would collapse without his oversight. "Bed," Percy said, pointing at the 3 of them. "Now." "Just finishing this essay," Hermione said, holding up a piece of parchment that she'd been writing on with increasing urgency for the past hour. It was not an essay. It was a sequential breakdown of everything they knew about the Gauntlet's challenges, with contingency protocols for each. Percy studied her for a moment, then apparently decided that Hermione Granger voluntarily losing sleep over homework was the most believable thing he'd ever heard, and left. The portrait hole swung shut. The fire crackled. The common room was empty. Harry closed his eyes and extended his key sense through the castle. Gryffindor Tower, signatures fading as students fell asleep, the warm blur of unconscious minds. The corridors below, empty, save for the grey-stalking signature of Mrs. Norris on the 4th floor and the bitter, prowling presence of Filch near the trophy room. The teachers' quarters, most asleep, a few still awake. Snape, pacing, his dark energy agitated. And Quirrell. On the 3rd floor. Standing outside the locked door, his doubled signature blazing with purpose, the cold presence inside him finally, fully ascendant, pushing Quirrell's own personality down like a thumb pressing an insect into mud. "He's there," Harry said. "Third floor. He hasn't gone through yet, but he's about to." Ron stood. He was dressed in dark clothes, jeans, a jumper, trainers. No robes. Robes catch on things, he'd explained earlier, with the pragmatism of a boy who'd grown up with 6 siblings and understood that practicality trumped protocol. His wand was in his hand, and his face had the still, focused quality that Harry had come to associate with his best chess. Hermione rose from the armchair. She'd changed into similar practical clothes, her hair tied back in a ruthless knot, her wand secured in a loop at her belt. Her beaded bag, charmed with an extension charm that she'd taught herself from a 7th-year textbook, which was technically illegal but which she'd justified on the grounds that impending mortal peril superseded ministry regulations, hung from her shoulder, containing everything from basic healing supplies to a copy of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak from inside his shirt. "We won't all fit under this." "We don't need to," Ron said. "You scout ahead, find us a clear path. We follow. You can feel where everyone is, just steer us around them." They moved. Through the portrait hole, down the corridor, into the castle's nighttime labyrinth. Harry went first under the cloak, his senses spread wide, calling soft directions back to Ron and Hermione. "Left here, Filch is on the next landing, wait, Mrs. Norris, 30 feet ahead, she's moving away, clear, go." They reached the 3rd floor in 6 minutes. The corridor was dark, the torches extinguished, and the air carried a new quality, the heavy, charged feeling of recently performed magic. The door to Fluffy's chamber was open. Unlocked, the wards peeled away like shed skin. From inside came the sound of deep, rumbling breathing and, underneath it, the tinny, repetitive melody of an enchanted harp. Harry pushed the door wider and looked in. Fluffy was asleep. All 3 heads lolled sideways, drool pooling on the floor in silver puddles, the massive body rising and falling with each breath. The enchanted harp sat in the corner, playing itself, its strings shimmering with fading magic. Quirrell's work, the music that Hagrid had unwittingly revealed. The trapdoor was open. A square of darkness in the stone floor, like a mouth waiting to swallow them. Harry pulled off the cloak and stuffed it inside his shirt. He looked at Ron and Hermione. In the dim light, their faces were pale and set, their energy signatures burning with a fear that neither of them was letting reach their expressions. "Last chance to stay behind," Harry said. He didn't mean it. He knew they wouldn't. But he had to say it, because they deserved the choice. "Shut up, Harry," Ron said. Hermione didn't even dignify it with a response. She walked past him to the trapdoor and looked down into the darkness and then stepped off the edge. Harry's heart seized. He lunged, but Ron caught his arm. "She's fine. Listen." From below, a soft thump in Hermione's voice, "It's some kind of plant." "Soft landing. Come on." Ron jumped. Harry followed. The fall was short, 10 feet, maybe 12, and the landing was indeed soft, a thick cushion of something that felt like damp rope under his hands. Harry's key sense read the plant's signature immediately, alive, aggressive, already moving, tendrils shifting beneath him with the slow, purposeful contraction of a predator that had caught its prey. "Devil's snare," Hermione said from somewhere to his left. Her voice was calm, but Harry could feel the tendrils tightening around her ankles. "Don't struggle. It constricts when you struggle. Relax, it releases when you stop fighting." Ron, to Harry's right, was already fighting. His energy spiked with panic as the vines wrapped around his legs and torso, pulling him down into the dark mass. "Ron! Stop moving!" Hermione shouted. "Easy for you two, it's got my arms." Harry forced his body to go limp. Every instinct, human and scion both, screamed at him to fight, to push, to burn the thing off him with a blast of ki that would leave a crater. He overrode the instinct with an act of will that left his teeth grinding, and felt the tendrils around his legs hesitate, loosen, begin to withdraw. The plant was responding to his stillness, reading his relaxed muscles as non-threatening. Harry sank through the mass of Devil's Snare like a stone through water and dropped out the bottom onto cold stone. Hermione landed beside him a second later, having done the same. Above them, Ron was still struggling. The vines had him pinned, his arms locked to his sides, his face barely visible in the green-black tangle. "He can't relax," Hermione said, her mind already working. "Ron, listen to me, Devil's Snare hates sunlight and heat. Harry, can you?" Harry was already reaching for his core. Not the full braided merge, he didn't need it and couldn't afford the drain. Just ki, pushed into his hands, concentrated and heated. His palms glowed gold, and the warmth that radiated from them was intense, focused, like a small sun cupped in his fingers. He thrust his hands upward into the mass of Devil's Snare. The plant reacted as if scalded, tendrils whipping away, leaves curling, the entire organism contracting toward the walls in a wave of panicked retreat. Ron dropped through the gap and hit the floor hard, gasping, his robes, he'd worn robes despite his own advice, which Harry filed away for later teasing, torn and stained green. "Thanks," Ron wheezed. "Bloody hate plants." "One down," Hermione said. Moving on. The key room was beautiful and impossible. They emerged from a short stone corridor into a chamber that soared upward into darkness, its walls lined with ancient stone and its air filled with the glittering, darting shapes of 100-winged keys. They swooped and swirled like a flock of brilliant birds, their wings catching the torchlight in flashes of bronze and silver and gold. The room hummed with Flitwick's magic, playful, intricate, the charm work of a true master applied to a problem that was equal parts puzzle and art. A heavy wooden door stood at the far end, locked, its keyhole large and clearly visible. 3 broomsticks hovered at the room's entrance, waiting. "We need to find the right key," Hermione said, scanning the swirling mass above them. "It'll match the lock, old, probably damaged if Quirrell already caught it and used it." Harry was already looking. Not with his eyes, with his key sense, spread upward into the cloud of keys, feeling for the one that was different. Most of the keys had identical magical signatures, mass-produced enchantments stamped from the same mold. But one, there, near the ceiling, moving slower than the others, one of its wings crumpled, had a signature that matched the door's lock like a key fits like exactly what it was. "Big, silver, bent wing," Harry said, pointing. "Near the ceiling, northeast corner." Ron squinted. "How can you tell from, never mind. Can you reach it?" Harry mounted one of the broomsticks. The connection was immediate, key and magic merging through the enchantment matrix, the broom responding to his intent with a sensitivity that made the school brooms feel like toys. He kicked off, accelerated vertically with a force that pressed him flat against the handle, and the cloud of keys scattered around him like startled fish. The damaged key was fast despite its crumpled wing, dodging and weaving through the flock with a desperation that suggested it knew what would happen when it was caught. Harry pursued it through spiraling aerial maneuvers that would have made Oliver would weep with joy, his body and the broom moving as one, key-enhanced reflexes tracking the key's erratic flight path and predicting each dodge a fraction of a second before it happened. He caught it in a diving grab that took him within inches of the stone floor, his fingers closing around the key's cold metal body as its wings beat frantically against his palm. He pulled up, landed, and tossed the key to Ron, who caught it and had the door open in 3 seconds. "Show off," Ron muttered, grinning. They moved through. The chest chamber took Harry's breath away, and he didn't breathe easily. The room was vast, cavernous, cathedral-sized, lit by torches that cast long shadows across a floor tiled in black and white squares. And standing on those squares, arranged in the starting positions of a standard chess game, were the pieces. They were enormous. The pawns were as tall as Harry, carved from dark stone, their blank faces impassive. The knights sat atop stone horses that breathed visible cold. The bishops held staffs that crackled with faint energy. The rooks were pillars of solid granite, immovable, menacing in their stillness. And the opposing pieces, the white set, stood across the board, equally massive, equally silent, waiting. Ron walked to the edge of the board and stopped. His energy had changed. The nervous, fidgeting Ron, the Ron who second-guessed himself in class and flinched at Snape's criticism, that Ron was gone. In his place stood the chess player, the strategist, the boy who could see 6 moves ahead and calculate the cost of each one with cold, clear precision. He studied the board for a full minute. Nobody spoke. "Okay," Ron said. "Here's the deal. We have to play our way across, take the place of 3 black pieces and win the game. The white pieces won't let us pass otherwise." "What happens to pieces that get taken?" Hermione asked. Ron didn't answer immediately. He walked to one of the black pawns and examined it. The stone figure stood motionless, waiting for instruction, its blank face betraying nothing. Ron rapped his knuckles against its chest. "Solid stone, at least 400 pounds. They get destroyed," Ron said quietly. "Smashed. That's how wizards' chess works." The implication settled over them like a cold fog. "So if one of us gets taken," Hermione began. "We don't get taken. That's my job." Ron turned to face them, and his eyes were steady, and Harry felt the absolute certainty in his energy, not bravado, not false confidence, but the deep, tested assurance of someone operating in their element. "Harry, you're a bishop. Hermione, you're a rook. I'm a knight. Ron, I'm the knight. I can reach any square on the board. I'm the one who controls the game." He met Harry's eyes. "Trust me." Harry looked at his friend. 11 years old, freckled, ears too big, handed-down clothes. The most tactically brilliant person Harry had ever met. "I trust you," Harry said. They took their positions. Harry stepped onto a bishop square and felt the stone piece behind him dissolve, accepting his presence, ceding its role. Hermione did the same with a rook. Ron mounted the knight's stone horse, and the animal shifted beneath him, suddenly alive, responsive to his commands. "White moves first," Ron said. And then, louder, to the board, "Begin." A white pawn ground forward 2 squares. The game was on. Ron played like Harry had never seen him play. Every move was precise, intentional, layered with feints and traps that the white pieces walked into with mechanical inevitability. He directed Harry and Hermione across the board like a conductor directing an orchestra, his voice calm, his command specific. "Harry, diagonal 4 squares, take their bishop, Hermione, forward to the 5th rank, hold position," and the white pieces fell, one by one, smashed by the black pieces that Ron wielded with devastating efficiency. But the white side fought back. The pieces were good, enchanted with McGonagall's tactical brilliance, programmed to play at a level that would challenge any human player. They pressed, probed, exploited every opening, and Ron countered each attack with a patience that Harry, watching from his bishop square, recognized as the same patience Ron had tried to teach him in those late-night common room sessions. "Don't rush. Don't force. Let the position develop. The winning move will reveal itself." 20 minutes in, Ron had a commanding position but no clear path to checkmate. The White Queen, the most dangerous piece on the board, a massive stone figure that moved with terrifying speed and struck with enough force to shatter granite, was still active, prowling the board, and Ron had been carefully avoiding her for the entire game. "I can take her," Harry said. He could see the line, 4 squares diagonal, into the Queen's path, close enough to strike. "No. She's bait. If you take her, their rook pins Hermione, and I can't protect you both. Hold position." Harry held. His scion instinct screamed at him to move, to attack, to take the biggest threat off the board through direct force. He held. Ron stared at the board. His eyes moved in a rapid, flickering pattern that Harry had learned to recognize as deep calculation, not just seeing the current position but running simulations, projecting futures, evaluating and discarding possibilities at a speed that defied his age. "There's a line," Ron said. His voice was different now. Quieter. "I can see it. 3 moves to checkmate." "But," he stopped. "But what?" Hermione asked. Ron looked at them. His energy signature did something Harry had never felt from him before, a calm, deliberate settling, like a man putting his affairs in order. "The knight has to sacrifice," Ron said. "Move to square G5. The queen takes me." That opens the diagonal for Harry to put the king in check, and Hermione moves to the back rank for checkmate. "No," Harry said immediately. "Harry, no. We talked about this. No sacrifices. Find another way." "There is no other way. I've run every variation. Every line that doesn't involve my sacrifice takes at least 12 more moves, and in 12 moves, the white side has time to reorganize. They're playing adaptive chess, Harry. McGonagall designed them to learn from the game as it progresses. The longer we play, the harder they get. Right now, I can see 3 moves to the end. In 5 minutes, that line will be gone." Hermione had gone very still. Her energy was a single, compressed point of anguish, the brilliant mind that could verify Ron's calculation and hated the answer. "He's right," she whispered. "Tactically, he's right. The queen's sacrifice opens both diagonals and, I don't care about the diagonals." The words burst from Harry with a force that rattled the stone pieces nearest to him, his key flaring in an uncontrolled pulse that cracked the tile beneath his feet. "I am not going to stand here and watch you get, Harry." Ron's voice cut through the flare like a blade through smoke. "Calm. Steady. Absolute. This is what I'm good at. This is what I'm for. Let me do this." They stared at each other across the board. Harry's key churned, his scion blood howling at him to refuse, to fight, to find the brute force solution that had gotten him through every challenge so far. But Ron's eyes held his, and in those eyes was something that Harry's instincts, both human and scion, could not argue with. Certainty. Total, unshakable certainty. Ron had found the winning move, and the winning move was himself. Harry's throat closed. He nodded once, a single, sharp movement, because if he tried to speak he would break. Ron turned his stone horse toward the critical square. He looked at Hermione. "After we win," he said, "make sure Harry doesn't do anything stupid." "Ron," Hermione's voice cracked. "See you on the other side." He rode forward. The stone horse carried him across the board with the inevitable, measured pace of a chess piece fulfilling its destiny, and the White Queen turned her massive head to track his approach with eyes that were blank and merciless and carved from stone. Ron halted on G5. His back was straight. His hands were steady on the horse's neck. His energy blazed with the brightest, purest courage Harry had ever felt. The White Queen struck. The blow was devastating, a sweep of the Queen's stone arm that caught Ron and his horse together and sent them flying. Ron hit the floor with a sound that Harry would hear in his nightmares for years, a crunch of bone and stone and impact that echoed off the vaulted ceiling. His horse shattered. Ron lay motionless on the black and white tiles, his arm bent at an angle that made Hermione scream, blood on his face, his energy signature flickering like a candle in a storm. Harry's vision went red. Not metaphorically, literally red, as if someone had drawn a crimson filter across his eyes. The scion blood surged with a fury that had no rational component, no strategic thought, just pure, animal rage at seeing someone he loved broken on the ground. His ki erupted, cracking the stone beneath his feet, and he took a step toward the White Queen with murder in every line of his body. "Harry." Hermione's voice, raw with grief and fear. "The game. Finish the game or it was for nothing." The words hit him like cold water. He stopped. The red receded. Not fully, the rage was still there, a bonfire in his chest, but he chained it, controlled it, and turned it into fuel instead of fire. He moved. Diagonal, 3 squares, into the line that Ron had calculated. The White King was exposed, exactly as predicted, Ron's sacrifice having cleared the board of every piece that could intervene. "Check," Harry said, and his voice was the low growl of an animal that was choosing, through sheer force of will, not to attack. The White King stepped aside. 1 square. The only legal move. Hermione moved. Forward, to the back rank, her rook's position commanding the entire file. She stopped on the square that ended the game, and her voice when she spoke was thick with tears but as hard as the stone around them. "Checkmate." The white pieces froze. Then, slowly, like soldiers acknowledging defeat, they bowed their heads and moved aside, clearing the path to the door on the far side of the chamber. Harry was already at Ron's side. His key sense probed his friend's body, broken arm, cracked ribs, a concussion that was serious but not immediately life-threatening. Ron was unconscious, his breathing shallow, his energy flickering but stable. "He's alive," Harry said, and the relief was so intense it nearly buckled his knees. "Broken arm, ribs, concussion. He needs the hospital wing. I'll take him." Hermione was kneeling beside Ron, her wand already moving, casting the basic stabilization charms that she'd memorized from Madame Pomfrey's first aid manual. "You go on." "Hermione, Harry, listen to me." She looked up, and her face was streaked with tears, but her eyes were clear. "Quirrell is down there right now, trying to get the stone. If he gets it, Voldemort comes back. Ron didn't break his arm so we could stand here arguing about who goes where." She was right. Harry knew she was right. His scion instinct knew it too, the part of him that processed combat situations with cold, adaptive clarity was already moving past the emotion, already calculating the time lost, the distance remaining, the threat ahead. But leaving Ron broken on the floor, leaving Hermione alone to carry him back through a gauntlet of magical defenses, was the hardest thing Harry had ever done. Harder than the cupboard. Harder than Vernon's fists. Harder than the wraith in the forest. He bent down. Pressed his hand to Ron's shoulder. Let his ki flow, just a little, not enough to heal, he didn't know how, but enough to warm, to comfort, to communicate on a level below words. "I'm here. You did it. You won." Ron's energy signature steadied, just slightly. The flickering eased. Harry stood up. Looked at Hermione. "Get him to Pomfrey. Don't stop for anything. Don't die," she said. He almost smiled. "I'll try." He turned and walked through the door that Ron's sacrifice had opened, and behind him he heard Hermione begin the levitation charm that would carry Ron back through the gauntlet, and he forced himself not to look back, because if he looked back he wouldn't leave, and if he didn't leave, Ron had bled for nothing. The troll was already unconscious. It lay sprawled across the next chamber, a mountain of grey-green flesh with a lump the size of a football swelling on its head. Quirrell's work, the professor bypassing his own defense with presumably minimal effort. The stench was overwhelming, but Harry barely registered it, his senses locked forward, tracking Quirrell's doubled signature through the stone. He stepped over the troll and moved on. The final chamber before Dumbledore's protection was Snape's, a room dominated by a long table holding 7 bottles of various sizes, a roll of parchment, and a wall of purple fire blocking the forward door. Black fire blocked the retreat. Harry read the parchment. A logic puzzle, precise, elegant, and thoroughly Snape. The answer wasn't about magic. It was about thinking, about applying cold reason to a problem designed to fool the intuitive and the impulsive. Harry worked through it systematically, testing each clue against the bottles, eliminating possibilities one by one. The smallest bottle. Enough for one person, a detail that mattered, because it meant Quirrell was already through and couldn't come back this way. One-way trip. Harry drank the potion. It was ice in his veins, a cold that made his ki recoil instinctively before settling. He stepped through the purple flames and felt them lick harmlessly at his skin, and then he was through, and the final chamber opened before him. It was not what he expected. No traps. No puzzles. No enchanted defenses. Just a room, circular, stone-walled, lit by torches, and in the center, on a raised platform, a mirror. The mirror of Erised. And standing before it, his back to Harry, his turban slightly askew, his hands pressed flat against the mirror's gold frame, Quirrell. The professor didn't turn around. But the cold presence inside him shifted, and Harry felt it focus on him with the full weight of its attention, and his scar erupted in pain so sharp and immediate that his hand flew to his forehead before he could stop it. "I was wondering when you'd arrive," Quirrell said. And his voice was wrong, no stutter, no hesitation, smooth and controlled with an undertone of something that wasn't quite his own. "I've been watching you all year, Potter. You and your little friends, playing detective, thinking you were so clever." Harry stood at the entrance to the chamber, his key sense scanning Quirrell's doubled signature with desperate precision. The weak, nervous presence, Quirrell's own, was buried, suppressed, barely detectable beneath the cold, overwhelming force of the thing riding him. And that cold force was powerful, more powerful than it had been at the start of the year, fed by months of unicorn blood and dark magic, pressing against the walls of Quirrell's body like a growing storm testing the limits of a fragile shelter. "The stones in the mirror," Harry said. His voice was steady. His core was lit, both rivers of power flowing, waiting. "Dumbledore's protection. You can see it but you can't get it." Quirrell slammed his palm against the mirror's surface. "I see myself presenting the stone to my master. But the mirror won't give it to me. The old fool built it so that only someone who wanted the stone but didn't want to use it could retrieve it." A flash of frustration in the cold presence. Then a recalibration. Harry felt it happen, felt the dark intelligence shift its attention from the mirror to him, and his scar burned hotter. "Use the boy," said a voice. A different voice. Thin, high, coming not from Quirrell's mouth but from somewhere behind his head. From the turban. Quirrell turned. His face was pale, sheened with sweat, his eyes holding a desperate quality that the cold presence couldn't fully mask. Whatever Quirrell had been before this year, a nervous teacher, a seeker of dark knowledge, a man who'd gone looking for power and found something that ate him from the inside, there was still enough of him left to be afraid. "Come here, Potter," Quirrell said. "Look in the mirror. Tell me what you see." Harry didn't move. His ki was coiling, building, his body dropping into the combat-ready stance that had become second nature. The distance between them was 20 feet. Quirrell had a wand. The thing inside Quirrell had power that Harry's senses read as vast and alien and saturated with decades of dark magic. But Harry had something they didn't expect. He walked forward. Not because Quirrell told him to, because he needed to see the mirror, needed to understand Dumbledore's final protection, and because standing 20 feet away wouldn't change the fundamental dynamic of the confrontation. Distance was irrelevant when your opponent could cast spells. He stopped in front of the mirror and looked. His reflection stared back. Thin, pale, scar-livid on his forehead, green eyes bright with ki-enhanced perception. And then the reflection moved, independent of Harry, smiling at him, reaching into its pocket and pulling out a blood-red stone the size of a fist. The reflection winked, placed the stone back in its pocket, and Harry felt weight in his real pocket. A hard, angular weight that hadn't been there a second ago. The stone. Dumbledore's protection had worked exactly as designed, the stone had transferred to someone who wanted it but didn't want to use it. Harry wanted the stone to keep it from Voldemort. That was enough. His face didn't change. His energy didn't spike. Years of hiding from the Dursleys, years of concealing his strength and his differences and his power, had given Harry a poker face that would have impressed professional gamblers. "Well?" Quirrell demanded. "What do you see?" "I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore," Harry lied. I've won the house cup. A pause. Then the voice from the turban, cold and sharp with suspicion, he lies. Let me speak to him. Face to face. Quirrell's body shuddered. Harry felt the man's remnant personality convulse, a brief, pitiful surge of resistance, immediately crushed, and then Quirrell's hands rose to his turban and began unwinding it. The turban fell away. Harry's scar went nuclear. The pain was beyond anything he'd ever felt, worse than Vernon's kicks, worse than the wraith in the forest, a white-hot spike driven directly into his brain through the lightning bolt wound. He staggered, his vision fragmenting, his ki flaring in defensive spikes that cracked the stone around his feet. Because the face on the back of Quirrell's head was not a face. It was a mask, a thing of chalk-white skin stretched over impossible geometry, with slitted red eyes that burned with a malevolent intelligence so profound and so focused that meeting their gaze was like staring into an abyss that stared back with interest and appetite. "Harry Potter," said Lord Voldemort. "We meet again." The voice was thin and high and carried a weight of command that pressed against Harry's mind like a physical force. The dark fragment in his scar writhed, responding to its source, trying to bridge the gap between Harry and the face on Quirrell's head, trying to open a channel that would connect them fully. Harry slammed his mental shields down. Not magic, ki, raw and dense, compressed into a barrier around his thoughts that the dark fragment battered against like a bird against a window. "You know what I want," Voldemort said. "Give me the stone." "No." A smile that was worse than the eyes. "Bravery. Your parents had it too. Tell me, Harry, does the bravery come before or after the realization that you are going to die here?" Harry's hand was in his pocket. His fingers closed around the stone, warm, smooth, pulsing with an ancient energy that his senses read as life itself, concentrated and purified into solid form. "I've come close to dying before," Harry said. "I always come back stronger." Something shifted in Voldemort's red eyes. A flicker, not fear, not yet, but a recalculation. An adjustment of assessment. The Dark Wizard was re-evaluating Harry in real time, reading the confidence in his voice and the power in his stance and finding something that didn't match his expectations. "Interesting," Voldemort murmured. "There is something unusual about you, Harry. I've felt it all year, through my servant's eyes. A power that is not quite magic. A resilience that should not exist in an 11-year-old body. What are you?" "I'm the boy you failed to kill." "Seize him." Voldemort shrieked, and Quirrell moved. The professor's body lunged, hands outstretched, and Harry's combat instincts took over. He dropped, rolled sideways, and came up 3 feet from where he'd been standing. Quirrell's reaching hands closed on empty air. Harry's wand was in his hand, not for a spell, not yet, but as a conduit, a focus for the magic that was rising in his core alongside the key. Quirrell spun. His wand came up. Stupefy. Harry's ki-enhanced reflexes let him see the spell coming, not the words but the magical energy building in Quirrell's wand tip, the bright red pulse forming a fraction of a second before it launched. He threw himself sideways, the stunner passing so close he felt the heat of it on his cheek, and fired back. Expelliarmus. The disarming charm hit Quirrell's wand hand. The spell was powered by more raw magic than any first year should have been capable of producing, amplified by the ki that flowed alongside it through Harry's holly wand, and the result was not the gentle disarming effect that Flitwick had demonstrated in class. It was a detonation, a blast of force that ripped Quirrell's wand from his grip and sent the professor stumbling backward, his hands smoking, his face contorted in pain. The wand clattered across the stone floor. Quirrell recovered, wandless, his eyes wild, and the cold presence inside him surged forward, taking full control, and Quirrell's expression smoothed into something inhuman. "Impressive," Voldemort said through Quirrell's mouth. "But you cannot fight me with schoolboy spells, Harry. I am Lord Voldemort. I have plumbed the depths of magic that you cannot imagine." Quirrell raised both hands. "No wand. No incantation. Raw magic, channeled through the dark will of the fragment riding him, erupted from his palms in a torrent of black fire that filled half the chamber. Harry threw up a shield, not the standard protego but something instinctive, a wall of ki and magic braided together in the desperate fusion that he'd been practicing for months. The shield was golden white, dense, humming with the combined force of both his power sources, and the black fire hit it and screamed, the two energies meeting in an explosion of sparks and pressure that sent shockwaves bouncing off the circular walls. Harry's feet slid backward on the stone. The strain was enormous, his core blazing, his muscles locked, his braided shield the only thing between him and a wave of dark magic that carried the focused hatred of a wizard who had spent decades perfecting the art of destruction. The black fire pressed harder. Harry's shield cracked, a visible fracture, golden light leaking through dark, and Voldemort laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "You feel it, don't you? The futility. The gap between us. You are powerful for a child, Harry, remarkably so. But you are still a child, and I am the greatest wizard who ever lived." The shield cracked further. Harry's arms shook. Blood poured from his nose, the physical toll of the braided energy pushing his body beyond its limits. His vision tunneled. The dark fragment in his scar was screaming, resonating with Voldemort's magic, trying to tear down his mental shields from the inside while the black fire tore at his physical shields from the outside. "I can't hold this. I can't match him in a straight magical duel. He's right, the gap is too wide." Ron's voice in his memory, "You always come straight at me. Full force, no holding back. What happens when hitting hard isn't enough? The strongest piece on the board isn't the queen. It's the one your opponent doesn't see coming." Harry dropped the shield. The black fire roared toward him, triumphant, and Harry dove under it, flat to the floor, the flames passing over his body close enough to singe his hair, and he rolled, came up sprinting, not toward Quirrell but around him, circling, using his ki-enhanced speed to close the distance from an angle the dark wizard wasn't expecting. Quirrell turned, tracking him, another blast of black fire erupting from his hands, but Harry was already past the firing arc, already inside Quirrell's guard, and he did the thing that no wizard in history would have done. He abandoned his wand and attacked with his body. His ki-enhanced fist caught Quirrell in the solar plexus with the force of a battering ram. The professor's body folded, a sound like a gunshot echoing off the walls as Harry's dense, reinforced fist met human flesh. Quirrell's feet left the ground, actually left it, lifted by the impact, and he flew backward into the mirror of Erised, which shattered behind him in an explosion of glass and enchantment and ancient magic. But the punch did something else. Where Harry's skin touched Quirrell's body, the professor burned. Not fire, something deeper, something cellular. Quirrell's robes charred and smoked, and the skin beneath them blistered and blackened, and Quirrell screamed, his own scream, not Voldemort's, the raw human agony of a man whose body was being destroyed by contact with something it couldn't tolerate. Harry stared at his own fist. It was glowing. Not ki glow, a different light, deep red, rising from his skin like heat shimmer. His mother's protection, the blood magic Dumbledore had hinted at, the sacrifice that had marked Harry with a defense so fundamental it was woven into his cells. Voldemort screamed too. Through Quirrell's mouth, through the face on the back of his head, a howl of rage and pain and, for the first time in Harry's experience, fear. "Kill him. Kill the boy." Quirrell lunged, hands reaching for Harry's throat, and the moment his fingers made contact, the burning began again, Harry's skin destroying Quirrell's flesh on contact, the protective magic reacting to Voldemort's presence with an aggression that was almost alive. But Quirrell's hands were around his throat. The pain was mutual and devastating, Quirrell's fingers crumbling to ash against Harry's neck while the grip, maintained by Voldemort's will overriding Quirrell's dying body, crushed Harry's windpipe. Harry couldn't breathe. His vision darkened. His ki surged, flooding his throat, reinforcing the tissue, buying seconds, but Quirrell's grip was powered by something beyond physical strength, the desperate, all-consuming will of a dark wizard who had defied death itself and would not, could not, accept defeat at the hands of an 11-year-old child. "I'm dying. The thought was clear. Familiar. He'd been here before, in the cupboard at 5, in the snow at 6, under Dudley's fists at 9. The threshold. The edge. The place where his body broke and the furnace lit and he came back different. But this time was different. This time, it wasn't just his body dying. The dark fragment in his scar was being activated by Voldemort's proximity, pulled toward its source like iron filings toward a magnet, and the psychic connection between them was wide open, a two-way channel through which Harry could feel Voldemort's mind pressing against his. And through that channel, the Zenkai began. Harry's body started dying. His throat was being crushed, his oxygen supply cut, his brain beginning the slow shutdown that preceded death. The furnace lit, the deep, primal response of scion blood to mortal threat, the ancient biological protocol that said this organism is failing, rebuild, adapt, overcome. But this time, the Zenkai didn't just rebuild his body. It followed the psychic channel into his scar, into the dark fragment, and it attacked. The fragment was foreign tissue. Parasitic. An invader that had lodged in Harry's body 11 years ago and had been feeding, growing, evolving alongside him. The Zenkai, which rebuilt damaged systems and eliminated threats to the organism, identified the fragment as the single greatest threat to Harry's survival and went after it with the same ruthless efficiency it applied to broken bones and torn muscles. The pain was beyond description. Harry screamed, or tried to, with Quirrell's disintegrating hands still around his throat, and the sound that emerged was not quite human, a harmonic of two voices, his and something else, something deeper and older that rose from his blood like a war cry. The fragment fought back. It was a piece of Voldemort's soul, and it had the strength and the malice of its creator, and it was not going to be ejected from its host without a fight. It dug in, hooked into Harry's magical core, wrapped itself around his neural pathways, and pulled, trying to anchor itself against the tidal wave of the Zenkai. Harry's body convulsed on the chamber floor. Quirrell had released him, had fallen away from him, the professor's hands reduced to charred stumps, his body collapsing in a heap of smoking robes and ruined flesh. But Harry barely noticed. The battle had moved inward, into the landscape of his own body and mind, and it was the most brutal fight he'd ever experienced. The Zenkai surged. The fragment resisted. Harry's magical core became a battlefield, the two forces tearing at each other with an intensity that made the chamber shake, that cracked the stone floor, that sent waves of energy rippling outward in concentric circles that shattered the remains of the mirror and knocked the torches from the walls. And then, in the center of the storm, in the eye of the hurricane, Harry found the merge. Not the painful, forced braiding of his training sessions. Not the desperate, instinctive fusion of combat. A natural merge, the two rivers of power, ki and magic, flowing together of their own accord, guided by the Zenkai's rebuilding protocol into a configuration that felt right, that felt original, as if this was how they'd always been meant to flow and the separation had been the aberration all along. The merged energy was golden. It was warm. It was vast, larger than Harry's body, larger than the chamber, a field of power that expanded outward like a sunrise, and where it met the dark fragment, the fragment dissolved. Not destroyed, transmuted. Broken down into its component parts and absorbed, the dark energy neutralized and recycled, Voldemort's parasitic soul fragment rendered into raw magical fuel that the Zenkai fed into Harry's evolving core. Harry's body lit up. The golden energy poured through his veins, his muscles, his bones, rebuilding everything it touched with a thoroughness and ambition that dwarfed every previous Zenkai. His bones densified. His muscles restructured. His magical core expanded, not incrementally but exponentially, the merge creating a feedback loop where physical improvement enhanced magical capacity and magical growth enhanced physical power, and both fed back into the merge, accelerating, amplifying, climbing toward a peak that, his hair shifted. He felt it, every strand lifting, defying gravity, standing on end as the energy coursed through him. His eyes burned, the irises brightening from green to a luminous emerald that cast its own light. And at the base of his spine, deep in the genetic blueprint that his scion blood carried, something stirred, not emerging, not yet, but waking up, taking note, preparing. Then the peak hit, and everything went white. He woke to pain. Not the acute, targeted pain of injury but the deep, systemic ache of a body that had been taken apart and rebuilt from the cellular level up. Every muscle hurt. Every bone throbbed. His skin felt too tight, as if his body had grown and the outer layer hadn't quite caught up. White ceiling. White sheets. The smell of antiseptic and healing potions. The hospital wing. Harry lay still and took inventory. His key sense was different. Wider, sharper, more detailed than it had ever been. He could feel the entire hospital wing without trying, every bed, every potion bottle, every dust mote floating in the sunlit air. He could feel the wards on the windows, the enchantments on the beds, the deep, ancient magic of the castle itself, flowing through the stone like blood through veins. He could feel Ron, 3 beds away, sleeping, his energy signature stable and warm, his broken arm bound in a splint that hummed with Madame Pomfrey's healing charms. He could feel Hermione, sitting in a chair between their beds, her energy bright with worry and relief and exhaustion, a book open in her lap that she wasn't reading. And he could feel Dumbledore, standing at the foot of his bed, his vast magical signature radiating a complex cocktail of emotions that Harry's enhanced senses read with unprecedented clarity, relief, wonder, fear, guilt, and underneath all of it, a deep, old weariness that spoke of a man who had been carrying impossible burdens for a very long time. "Good morning, Harry," Dumbledore said. Harry opened his eyes. The light was bright, brighter than it should have been, his enhanced vision picking up details that his pre-Zenkai eyes would have missed. The individual threads of Dumbledore's beard. The pattern of dust motes in the sunbeam from the window. The faint shimmer of magical energy that surrounded the old wizard like a second skin. "How long?" Harry's voice was a rasp. 3 days. "You've been unconscious since we found you in the chamber. Quirrell is dead." Harry absorbed this. Voldemort? Gone. Fled when his host perished. A wraith once more, diminished, driven back to the shadows. Dumbledore paused. But not destroyed. Not truly. "He will return, Harry. Men like Tom Riddle always find a way." Harry sat up. The ache in his muscles protested, but his body responded to his will with a fluidity that felt new, not just healed but upgraded, every movement smoother, faster, more precise than before. His hands on the hospital sheets looked the same, but when he flexed them, he could feel the difference. Denser bone. Restructured muscle. A physical architecture that had been rebuilt by a Zenkai more powerful than any he'd experienced. And his core, the bright knot of merged energy that had formed in the chamber below the school, was still merged. Not the temporary, painful braiding of his training sessions. A permanent fusion, ki and magic flowing together as a single current, unified and stable and immense in a way that made his previous power level feel like a candle compared to a bonfire. "You want to ask me something," Dumbledore said. "Not a question." Harry looked at the old wizard. His enhanced senses read Dumbledore with a depth that would have been impossible 3 days ago, layers upon layers of magical mastery, emotional complexity, strategic calculation, and underneath it all, the genuine, flawed, desperately well-meaning humanity of a man who had been playing a game he wasn't sure he could win. "My mother," Harry said. "Not just the protection. Not just the sacrifice. I need to know about her bloodline. What's in my blood that isn't magic?" Dumbledore's expression didn't change. But his energy signature shifted, a tectonic movement, deep and significant, as if Harry's question had struck a fault line that the old wizard had been carefully maintaining for years. He sat down in the chair beside Harry's bed. Removed his half-moon spectacles. Polished them on his robes. Replaced them. These were stalling gestures. Harry recognized them from 11 years of watching people who were deciding how much truth to tell. "Your mother," Dumbledore said slowly, "was the most remarkable which I have ever known. More remarkable, I sometimes think, than she herself understood. Her magical talent was extraordinary, not merely powerful but fundamentally different in ways that puzzled even me. Her spells had a quality that I can only describe as physical, a density, a tangibility, that went beyond what magic alone should produce. You knew, Harry said. You knew there was something else in her. I suspected. I investigated, discreetly, after she died. Lily's family history was ordinary as far as conventional records showed, Evans, going back generations, unremarkable muggles. But there were anomalies. Hints. A great-great-great-grandmother who was reported to have survived a fall from a church steeple. A distant ancestor who fought in a war and recovered from wounds that should have been fatal. Small things, easy to dismiss individually, but taken together. A pattern, Harry said. The same pattern. Survival. Recovery. Coming back stronger. Dumbledore nodded. I believe, Harry, that somewhere in your mother's ancestral line, something entered the bloodline that was not entirely human. Something from very far away. I do not know what it was. I do not know when it happened. But the evidence suggests a heritage that goes beyond the magical world, beyond, perhaps, this world entirely. The words hung in the air between them. Harry felt them settle into the spaces in his understanding that had been waiting for exactly this information, the missing pieces clicking into place, not answering every question but providing the framework for answers that would come later. The thing in my scar, Harry said. It's gone. Dumbledore went very still. His energy signature spiked with an intensity that Harry's enhanced senses read as shock, genuine, unfiltered shock, the reaction of a man confronted with something he had absolutely not anticipated. Gone. Dumbledore repeated carefully. Harry, what do you mean? During the fight. When the Zenkai happened. The healing, the rebuilding. It identified the fragment as a threat and destroyed it. Or absorbed it. I felt it happen. Dumbledore's face was unreadable, but his energy was a storm, relief and horror and wonder and a recalculating intelligence that was rewriting years of careful planning in real time. Harry watched the old wizard process the information and realized, with a clarity that his enhanced perception made unavoidable, that Dumbledore had known about the fragment. Had known what it was. And had been planning around it. You knew, Harry said again, and this time the words carried a different weight. You knew there was a piece of Voldemort in my scar. You've known since I was a baby. I suspected, Dumbledore said, and for the first time, the old wizard's voice was not perfectly controlled. There was a tremor in it, guilt, Harry's senses told him, a guilt so deep and so old that it had become structural, load-bearing, a fundamental part of who Albus Dumbledore was. I have suspected for some time. I was not certain until, recently. And you didn't tell me. No. Why? Because I was afraid. The admission came raw and unvarnished, stripped of the twinkle and the gentle wisdom and the chess master's calculation. Just an old man, sitting beside a child's hospital bed, confessing to a failure of courage. I was afraid that telling you would change you. That knowing you carried a piece of Voldemort's soul would break something in you that I could not repair. And I was afraid, he stopped. Breathed. Continued. I was afraid of what you are becoming, Harry. Not of you, never of you. But of the power. The growth. The fact that every crisis makes you stronger, faster, more capable, in ways that I cannot predict or control. You are 11 years old, and you just drove the spirit of the most dangerous dark wizard in history from his host through a combination of magic and physical force that I have never seen in over a century of study. You are, quite frankly, terrifying. Harry let the word sit. Terrifying. From the most powerful wizard alive, a man who had defeated Grindelwald, who held the Elder Wand, who had been the acknowledged magical authority of the Western world for half a century. I didn't choose this, Harry said. No. You didn't. And that is precisely what makes you remarkable, Harry. You did not choose the power, and yet at every critical moment, in the chamber, with the troll, in the forest, you have chosen to use it to protect others. That is not the scion blood. That is not the magic. That is you. Dumbledore reached out and placed his hand on Harry's. The old wizard's skin was papery and warm, his magical signature flowing through the contact in a gentle current that carried with it the fullness of his emotion, the fear, the guilt, the admiration, and underneath it all, a love that was complicated and imperfect and entirely real. I am sorry, Dumbledore said. For the things I did not tell you. For the manipulations. For the chess game. You deserved better, and I will try. I cannot promise, because I am old and set in my ways, but I will try, to do better. Harry looked at the old wizard's hand on his. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs. The letters no one answered. The blood wards on Privet Drive that had kept him trapped with the Dursleys for 10 years. The invisibility cloak, given at the right moment to steer him toward the mirror. The stone, left in a school full of children, guarded by challenges that 3 first years had defeated. Dumbledore's love was real. His guilt was real. His apology was real. His willingness to use people as pieces on a board was also real, and Harry doubted it would change entirely, no matter what the old man promised. Thank you for telling me about my mother, Harry said. I need to understand what I am. All of it. If you know more, if you find more, I need you to tell me. Not when you think I'm ready. Now. I will try. And Professor, the protections on the stone. The gauntlet. You designed it knowing that I might come through it. Didn't you? Dumbledore's expression was the answer. A small, complicated smile that held equal parts pride and shame. You are very like your mother, Harry. She could always see through me. He stood. Adjusted his robes. The mask was going back on, the twinkle returning, the gentle authority reasserting itself, but Harry had seen underneath, and the memory of Dumbledore's raw, guilty, frightened humanity would stay with him. Rest, Dumbledore said. Recover. Your friends are safe, Mr. Weasley will make a full recovery, and Miss Granger has barely left this room since you were brought in. The stone has been destroyed. Nicholas and I had a conversation, and we agreed that it was for the best. Destroyed? Nicholas and Perenelle have enough elixir to set their affairs in order. After that, well, to the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. He moved toward the door. Paused. Harry. The fragment. You said your body absorbed it during the Zenkai. The dark energy that comprised it, where did it go? Harry reached inward. His core, the merged river of ki and magic, hummed with a power that was vastly greater than anything he'd possessed before the chamber. And within that power, integrated so thoroughly that it was almost undetectable, was a thread of something that had once been dark but had been neutralized, transmuted, repurposed. It's part of me now, Harry said. But it's not dark anymore. The Zenkai broke it down. Used it as fuel. Dumbledore stared at him for a long, long moment. Then he shook his head, and the smile he wore was genuine and amazed and just slightly afraid. Remarkable, he said softly. You are quite simply remarkable. He left. The hospital wing door closed behind him, and Harry lay back on his pillow and stared at the ceiling and felt the new power humming in his veins, the merged energy flowing through a body that had been rebuilt from the inside out, and tried to understand what he had become. The ceiling offered no answers. But the sunlight was warm, and Ron was sleeping peacefully 3 beds away, and Hermione was watching him from her chair with tears on her face and a look of such fierce, protective love that Harry's enhanced senses almost couldn't bear the intensity of it. Hey, he said. Hey, she whispered. You scared me. Sorry. You should be. 3 days, Harry. 3 days of sitting here watching you twitch and glow and, your hair, Harry, it was standing straight up for the first 6 hours, and your eyes were doing this thing where they kept changing color, and I documented everything but I was so scared, her voice broke. Harry reached out his hand, and she took it, and the contact grounded him in a way that all the key in the world couldn't match. "I'm okay," he said. "Better than okay. Hermione, the thing in my scar. The fragment. It's gone." Her grip tightened. Her eyes widened. "Gone." "Harry, what fragment? What are you?" "I'll explain everything. I promise. But right now, is Ron really okay?" She nodded, wiping her eyes with her free hand. "Broken arm, 3 cracked ribs, moderate concussion. Madame Pomfrey fixed the bones in an hour. He's been sleeping a lot, but she says that's normal. He woke up yesterday long enough to eat 2 helpings of pudding and ask who won the chess game." Harry laughed. It hurt, his whole body protested, but it was real, and it was good. "He won," Harry said. "He absolutely won." Chapter 5, What I Am. The hospital wing existed outside of time. That was what it felt like, at least, a pocket of stillness carved out of the castle's constant motion, where the sunlight moved across the floor in predictable arcs and the only sounds were the clink of potion bottles and the soft rustle of Madame Pomfrey's robes and the steady, reassuring rhythm of Ron snoring from 3 beds away. Harry spent 4 days there. Madame Pomfrey insisted on a full week, but Harry's body had other ideas. By day 2, his muscles had stopped aching. By day 3, the deep systemic exhaustion of the Zenkai had faded to a background hum, his rebuilt body settling into its new configuration with an efficiency that the school healer found simultaneously impressive and alarming. "Your cellular regeneration rate is approximately 14 times the human norm," Pomfrey told him on the morning of day 3, her wand tracing diagnostic patterns over his chest while her expression cycled through professional concern and personal bewilderment. "Your bone density has increased by a factor I frankly don't have a reference point for. And your magical core, Mr. Potter, I have been a healer for 31 years, and I have never seen a core reading like this in an adult wizard, let alone an 11-year-old child." "Is that bad?" "It's unprecedented. Which in medical terms means I don't know if it's bad, and that bothers me considerably." She let him sit up on day 3. Walk on day 4. He moved through the hospital wing in careful circuits, relearning his body the way a pianist relearns an instrument after the keys have been rearranged. Everything was faster. Not just his reflexes, his processing. His key sense, which had been a circle of awareness extending maybe 100 yards in all directions before the chamber, now reached across the entire castle without effort. He could feel every student, every teacher, every ghost, every magical creature in the castle and on the grounds, their signatures mapped in his awareness like stars in a personal sky. It was overwhelming. The first time he opened his senses fully, the rush of information nearly knocked him off his feet, thousands of signatures, millions of data points, the entire magical ecosystem of Hogwarts pouring into his brain through a channel that was suddenly 10 times wider than it had been a week ago. He learned to filter. Not by shutting the sense down, that felt like trying to close a door that had been permanently removed from its hinges, but by layering the input, prioritizing the relevant over the ambient, letting the background noise settle into a manageable hum while flagging anything unusual or threatening. It took 2 days of quiet practice, sitting cross-legged on his hospital bed while Hermione watched and documented and Ron offered color commentary from his adjacent bed, where he was working his way through a truly impressive pile of get-well sweets. "You've got this look on your face," Ron said, unwrapping a chocolate frog with his good hand, his broken arm propped on a pillow. "Like you're listening to something really far away." "I'm filtering." "Filtering what?" "Everything." Ron considered this while biting the head off the frog. "That sounds exhausting." It was. Getting easier. "Can you tell what I'm thinking?" "I can't read thoughts. I can feel your energy, your emotions, your intent, your physical state. Right now you're comfortable, slightly bored, and thinking about whether you can talk Pomfrey into bringing you a second lunch." Ron stared at him. "That's terrifying, mate. Want me to stop?" "Can you?" "I can stop paying attention to your specific signature, yeah. But I can't turn the sense off entirely anymore. It's always on. Ron took another bite of his chocolate frog and chewed thoughtfully. His energy shifted as he processed this information, no fear, no resentment, just the practical adaptability that made Ron Weasley the best friend Harry could have asked for. Right, Ron said. So new rule. If I'm feeling something I don't want you to know about, like if I'm scared, or upset, or whatever, you don't mention it unless I bring it up first. Deal? Deal. Good. Now go tell Pomfrey I need more pudding. Hermione's research file had evolved into something closer to a doctoral thesis. She'd commandeered the table beside Harry's bed and covered it with parchment, books, quills, and a color-coded indexing system that would have made a professional archivist weep with envy. The file now included sections on key theory, magical core dynamics, cellular regeneration, comparative mythology, and a new section that she'd started during Harry's 3 days of unconsciousness, genealogical research into the Evans family line. My parents found some records, she told Harry on the afternoon of day 4, settling into the chair beside his bed with the quiet intensity of a general reviewing battle plans. Ron had been discharged that morning, his arm healed, his ribs mended, his concussion resolved, but had immediately returned to the hospital wing with a chessboard and a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, claiming that leaving Harry alone with Hermione's research file constituted cruel and unusual punishment. The Evans family. Your mother's side. Ordinary records going back to the mid-1800s, births, deaths, marriages, nothing unusual. But my mum, who is weirdly good at this sort of thing, pushed further. Parish records. Old census data. She found a gap. A gap? A generation that doesn't connect. Around 1780, there's an Evans family in the Little Whinging area that appears in the records without any clear origin. No parents listed. No marriage record for the founding couple. They just appear. As if they came from nowhere. Ron looked up from the chessboard. People did that all the time back then. Records weren't exactly thorough. True. But there's something else. The parish records for 1782 mention a strange light seen over the countryside near the Evans property. And the local folklore, this is from a collection of folk tales my mum found in the county library, includes a story about a star man who fell from the sky and lived among the villagers for a time before dying of an illness. He was described as extraordinarily strong, with dark hair and, Hermione paused, consulting her notes, a tail like a monkey's, which he kept hidden beneath his coat. The hospital wing was very quiet. Harry's hand drifted to the base of his spine. The potential he'd felt in the mirror of Erised, the genetic blueprint, dormant and waiting. A tale. A tale, Ron said flatly. The folk tale is probably embellished. They always are. But the core details, a man of extraordinary strength, arriving from nowhere, with unusual physical characteristics, match what we know about Harry's abilities. If we assume that this star man was the source of the non-magical component of Harry's heritage, then it's alien, Harry said. The word landed like a stone in a pond. Hermione stopped talking. Ron stopped chewing. The hospital wing's ambient quiet seemed to deepen. Alien, Ron repeated. Something not from Earth. Something that came from, out there. Harry gestured vaguely at the ceiling, meaning the sky beyond it. The centaur in the forest said the same thing. That my blood carries a legacy from beyond the stars. Ron looked at Harry. Looked at Hermione. Looked at the ceiling. Looked back at Harry. Okay, he said. Alien. Fine. Is there pudding in space? Because if there's no pudding I don't want to go. The tension broke. Hermione let out a sound that was half laugh, half exasperated sigh, and Harry felt his chest loosen, the knot of anxiety he hadn't realized he'd been carrying dissolving in the warmth of Ron's aggressively normal response. Because that was the thing about Ron. He didn't need to understand. He didn't need the theories or the genealogical records or the folk tales. He just needed to know that Harry was still Harry, and then everything else was just details. The point, Hermione said, recovering her composure, is that whatever entered the Evans bloodline 200 years ago left a genetic legacy that has been diluting with each generation. Your mother had enough of it to be unusual. Dumbledore confirmed that her magic had a physical quality that other witches didn't share. And you, Harry, have enough of it to produce the key, the healing, the physical enhancements. The Zenkai boosts. But it's been dormant, Harry said. In my mother, in her parents, in the generations before. It didn't activate until you were placed under sufficient physical stress. Age 5. Vernon. She said the name without flinching, but her energy blazed with a fury so hot that Harry's enhanced senses flinched on her behalf. Hermione Granger's feelings about Vernon Dursley were not complicated. They were simple, absolute, and violent. The trauma triggered it, she continued, her voice carefully level. Your body was dying, and the dormant scion genetics, I'm using the word scion because the folk tales Starman description, combined with the centaur's reference to an extraterrestrial legacy, combined with the specific suite of abilities you demonstrate, all point to a warrior species adapted for repeated physical trauma. Scion comes from actually, never mind where it comes from, the point is it's a useful label. Harry let her have the label. She needed to categorize things. It was how she made sense of the world, and he wasn't about to deny her the tools of her own cognition. The scion genetics activated under mortal stress, Hermione said, and since then, each subsequent Zenkai boost has brought more of that dormant potential online. You're not just healing from damage, you're expressing suppressed genetic traits. Each boost pushes you further along a developmental path that your ancestors' full-blooded descendants would have followed naturally. How far along that path can I go? Hermione's pen stopped. She looked at him with an expression that was equal parts scientist and friend, analysis and love, and the conflict between them was visible on her face. I don't know, she said. I don't have enough data. What I do know is that the path is dangerous. Not just because of the physical trauma required to trigger each boost, because of what it does to you psychologically. Harry, in the chamber, you merged your ki and magic under conditions of extreme mortal threat. The result was extraordinary. But the process required you to be dying. Your body's primary growth mechanism is linked to near-death experiences. She stopped herself. Took a breath. Chose her words. That's an incentive structure that could destroy you. Not physically. Psychologically. If the only way to get stronger is to nearly die, and if getting stronger feels as good as you've described it, the clarity, the sense of completeness, the merger, then you have a built-in motivation to seek out life-threatening situations. To court death. To put yourself in danger not because the situation demands it but because your blood wants it. The hospital wing was quiet. Ron had stopped pretending to focus on the chessboard and was listening with an attention that belied his casual posture. Harry sat with Hermione's words and felt their weight and knew she was right. Because the truth he hadn't shared with anyone, hadn't even fully admitted to himself, was that the moment in the chamber, the moment when the Zenkai had triggered and the merge had occurred and his body had been rebuilt from the cellular level up, that moment had felt incredible. Not just powerful. Not just complete. Ecstatic. A rush of such overwhelming rightness that every other experience in his life felt muted by comparison, like watching a sunset through dirty glass after having seen one in perfect clarity. He wanted it again. The wanting was a physical thing, a low hum in his blood, a whisper in the part of him that was scion, more, again, further, higher, break and rebuild until you reach the peak, until you become what you were meant to be. And that wanting was dangerous. Hermione was right. It was an addiction wired into his DNA, a biological imperative that didn't care about safety or sanity or the people who would be destroyed if Harry threw himself into mortal danger for the rush of coming back stronger. I know, he said. I felt it. The pull. Hermione's hand found his. Her grip was tight. Then we manage it, she said. Together. We train. We push your limits in controlled conditions, not life-or-death crises. We find ways to grow that don't require you to die first. Is that possible? I don't know yet. But I'm going to find out. We're going to find out, Ron corrected from his bed. He'd given up on the chess entirely and was sitting up, his expression serious in a way that Harry rarely saw. All three of us. That's the deal, Harry. You don't get to be the lone warrior running off to nearly die while we watch. Your blood wants you to fight alone. Tough. You've got us, and we're not going anywhere. Harry looked between them. His two friends, sitting in a hospital wing, arguing for the right to stand beside something that even Dumbledore found terrifying. Not because they were brave, though they were, both of them, braver than anyone their age had a right to be. Because they loved him. Simply, stubbornly, and without conditions. The scion blood hummed in his veins. The merged power thrummed in his core. And the pull, the dark, seductive whisper of more, further, break and rebuild, was still there, still present, still tugging at the edges of his consciousness. But it was quieter with them here. The pull didn't disappear, but it was counterbalanced by something it couldn't compete with, the weight of human connection, the warmth of being known and chosen and held by people who saw exactly what he was and stayed anyway. Okay, Harry said. Together. Madame Pomfrey released him on day 5, over her own objections, because Harry's diagnostic readings were so uniformly excellent that keeping him any longer would have been medically indefensible. If you feel dizzy, short of breath, or experience any unusual magical discharges, you come straight back, she said, her wand poking his chest with each word for emphasis. I mean it, Mr. Potter. Straight back. Yes, ma'am. And eat. Your metabolism is, I've never seen anything like it. You need approximately 4 times the caloric intake of a normal boy your age. If you don't eat enough, your body will start cannibalizing its own muscle mass for fuel. I'll eat. See that you do. He walked out of the hospital wing and into the castle, and Hogwarts welcomed him back with a pulse of warmth through the stone that his enhanced senses felt as clearly as a handshake. The castle knew what had happened in the chamber below. The ancient magic that permeated every wall and floor and staircase had felt the battle, the Zenkai, the merge, and it responded to Harry now with a recognition that went beyond the previous year's quiet awareness. The castle knew him. Accepted him. Claimed him as its own. Students stared as he walked through the corridors. The rumor mill at Hogwarts operated at a speed that made light look sluggish, and the story of what had happened beneath the school, garbled, exaggerated, but containing enough truth to be alarming, had spread through the student body in the 3 days Harry had been unconscious. He heard the whispers as he passed. Heard he fought you-know-who, single-handedly, that's what Seamus said, his hands were glowing, my cousin's friend's sister saw, killed Quirrell, they say, killed him with his bear, Harry ignored them. His key sense gave him the ability to monitor the emotional temperature of the whispers, curiosity, awe, fear, excitement, the full spectrum of human reaction to the incomprehensible, but he chose not to engage. Let them whisper. The truth was simultaneously simpler and more complicated than anything the rumor mill could produce. Ron fell into step beside him, having waited outside the hospital wing with the patience of someone who understood that Harry would need a familiar presence to navigate the attention. It's going to be like this for a while, Ron said, not apologetically but as a statement of tactical reality. You're going from famous because of something you don't remember to famous because of something you actually did. That's a different kind of famous. Great. On the bright side, nobody's going to give us grief about the house points anymore. This was true. The story of 3 first-years descending through the trapdoor to protect the Philosopher's Stone had reframed the 100-point loss in a light that even the most resentful Gryffindor couldn't argue with. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were no longer the idiots who'd cost Gryffindor the House Cup. They were heroes. Harry didn't feel like a hero. He felt like an 11-year-old who was very hungry and slightly overwhelmed and carrying a power inside him that he didn't fully understand. But the word hero was apparently non-negotiable in the court of public opinion, so he let it stand and focused on finding the great hall and the large quantities of food his body was demanding. He ate. And ate. And ate. Hermione, who had studied Pomfrey's nutritional guidelines with her usual thoroughness, had spoken to the house elves in the kitchen, a discovery that had briefly derailed her into a passionate sidebar about elf labor rights, and arranged for Harry's portions to be tripled without drawing attention. The food appeared on his plate in quantities that would have made Vernon Dursley proud, and Harry worked through it with a steady, focused efficiency that drew amused glances from the surrounding Gryffindors. "Where does he put it?" Seamus Finnegan asked, watching Harry finish his third plate of shepherd's pie. "Don't ask," Ron said, working on his own second helping. "Just let the man eat." Hermione sat across from them, not eating, her notebook open beside her plate, her quill scratching in a pattern that Harry's enhanced hearing could decode into words, post-Zenkai metabolic demand consistent with massive cellular reconstruction. Caloric requirements approximately 8,000 to 10,000 kcal/day. Sustained protein intake critical for muscle density maintenance. "You're documenting my lunch," Harry said. "I'm documenting your recovery parameters." "There's a difference." "Is there?" "The difference is that I'm going to use this data to build a nutritional protocol that supports your physiology without requiring you to eat like a small horse in public." "I don't eat like a horse." "Harry, you've consumed approximately 6 pounds of food in the last 40 minutes. He looked at his plate. It was, once again, empty. The fourth plate. He reached for the bread basket. "Fair point," he said. The last week of term passed in a strange, dreamlike haze. Exams were over, Harry had sat them from his hospital bed, Dumbledore's special arrangement, and his results were uniformly excellent in a way that surprised no one but would have been career-defining for anyone else. Classes wound down. The summer weather drew students outside, onto the grounds, where the lake glittered and the forbidden forest loomed and life at Hogwarts achieved the lazy, golden quality of an ending. Harry spent the week doing 3 things. First, he trained. Not the desperate, edge-pushing training of the months before the chamber, but something calmer and more fundamental. His merged core was stable, the braided state of ki and magic that had been temporary during his practice sessions was now permanent, a single unified river of power flowing from his center. But the sheer volume of that power had increased so dramatically that Harry's control lagged behind his capacity. Simple spells, cast with the same intent he'd used before the chamber, now produced results that were wildly disproportionate, a Lumos charm that lit up the entire 7th-floor corridor, a levitation charm that sent a feather through the ceiling and 2 floors above. He was, essentially, relearning how to use magic. Like a man who'd been driving a sedan his whole life and suddenly found himself behind the wheel of a racing car, same principles, vastly different scale. Hermione helped. She designed graduated exercises, precise, controlled tasks that required finesse rather than force, training Harry to modulate his output rather than simply unleashing it. Thread a needle with a levitation charm. Light a single candle in a room full of candles. Unlock a door without blowing it off its hinges. "You're overcompensating," she told him, after his third attempt at the needle exercise sent the needle through the wall and into the corridor beyond. "You're so used to pushing harder that you don't know how to push less. Your default is maximum force." Scion thing? Probably. Everything about your instinctive approach to power is aggressive, maximum output, maximum intensity, overwhelming force. That works when you're fighting trolls. It doesn't work when you're trying to do precision spell work. So I need to learn to whisper. Exactly. You've been shouting your whole life. Time to learn that the quiet voice can be just as powerful. It was hard. Harder, in some ways, than the brute force training had been, because restraint went against every scion instinct in his body. The blood wanted to push, to expand, to test limits. Learning to deliberately limit himself, to hold back, to apply the minimum force necessary. It felt like trying to hold his breath, a constant conscious effort against the body's natural inclination. But he persisted. Because Hermione was right, and because the alternative, a wizard who couldn't cast a charm without demolishing the room, was not who he wanted to be. Second, he talked to Ron. Not about power or training or the mysteries of his bloodline, but about everything else: Quidditch, chess, the Chudley cannons, Ron's family, 6 siblings, each one sounding more chaotically wonderful than the last, the summer ahead, the years ahead, the kind of life they might build once school was done. Normal conversations. Mundane, wonderful, human conversations that reminded Harry, every time, that power was not the point. Connection was the point. The people you chose and who chose you back, that was the point. They played chess every evening. Harry was getting better, not good enough to beat Ron, not yet, maybe not ever, but good enough to make the games interesting, to force Ron into positions where the redhead had to actually think instead of coasting on instinct and experience. "You're developing patience," Ron said approvingly, after a game that lasted 90 minutes before Harry's inevitable defeat. "3 months ago, you'd have thrown your queen at my king's throat in the opening. Now you're building. Controlling the center. Waiting for the opportunity. I had a good teacher." "Damn right you did." They sat in the common room, the chessboard between them, the fire burning low. Most of the other students had gone to bed. The castle was settling into its nighttime rhythm, signatures fading, the magical current slowing, the ancient consciousness drawing inward like a sleeping dragon. "Harry," Ron said, his voice different now. Quieter. "The chess game. Under the trapdoor." Harry waited. "I was scared." Ron stared at the chessboard, his fingers resting on the white knight, the piece that, in their game, had been the hero. "Not of getting hurt. I knew I'd get hurt. I was scared that I'd miscalculate. That I'd sacrifice myself and it wouldn't work, that the line was wrong, that I'd miss something, and you'd be stuck on the board with no way through. But you didn't miscalculate." "No. But I could have. That's the thing, Harry. You and Hermione, you've got these abilities, this power, this certainty that what you can do will be enough. I've got chess. And chess is just pattern recognition and risk assessment and the willingness to lose a piece for position. What if, one day, that's not enough?" Harry looked at his friend. His enhanced senses read the emotion beneath the words, not self-pity, not jealousy, but a genuine, vulnerable fear that his contribution was lesser, that his value was conditional, that in the final accounting he would be the expendable one. "Ron," Harry said. "In the chamber, after you went down, when Quirrell attacked me, I fought him with everything I had. Ki, magic, the merged energy, all of it. And the thing that made the difference, the thing that let me survive long enough for the Zenkai to trigger, was something you taught me." Ron's eyebrows rose. "I was losing the straight magical duel. Voldemort's power through Quirrell was more than I could match head-on. And I heard your voice in my head, from one of our chess games, what happens when hitting hard isn't enough. And, the strongest piece on the board isn't the queen. It's the one your opponent doesn't see coming. So I stopped trying to overpower him. I dropped my shield, dodged his attack, changed the angle. Went physical instead of magical. Surprised him." Ron was staring at him. "That saved my life. Not ki, not magic. A chess principle that you taught me over a board in this common room at 2 in the morning. That's what you bring, Ron. Not power. Perspective. The ability to see the board when everyone else sees the pieces. I can punch through walls. You can tell me which walls are worth punching through." Ron's ears had gone crimson. His energy was doing the thing it did when he was deeply moved, a warm, golden surge that he tried to suppress through sheer British stoicism and failed entirely. "Right," Ron said, his voice slightly rough. "Well. Good. Long as we're clear on that." "We're clear." "Good. Rematch?" Always. They reset the board. And this time, for the first time, Harry won. Not by a large margin. Not through brilliance. Through patience, and restraint, and the willingness to sacrifice his most powerful piece, his queen, to create an opening that Ron didn't see until it was too late. A quiet checkmate, executed with 3 pawns and a knight, that made Ron sit back in his chair and stare at the board with an expression of profound, delighted shock. "You sacrificed your queen," Ron said. "You taught me that the big move isn't always the right move. I taught you that. You taught me that." Ron grinned. It was the widest, most genuine grin Harry had ever seen on his face, and the energy behind it was pure, uncomplicated pride, not in himself, but in his friend. "Mate," Ron said. "You're going to be all right." The third thing Harry did during the last week of term was visit the mirror of Erised. He shouldn't have been able to. Dumbledore had said it would be moved, and it had been, relocated to a storage room deep in the castle's lower levels, behind wards that would have stopped any normal student. But Harry's enhanced key sense found it easily, its unique magical signature a beacon in the castle's web of energies, and the wards that guarded it, designed to repel magical intrusion, didn't know what to do with the hybrid energy that Harry now wielded. He passed through them the way sunlight passes through glass, and the mirror was there, waiting, its gold frame gleaming in the dim light of the underground room. Harry stood before it. Breathed. Looked. His reflection looked back. Not the vision from December, the older Harry, surrounded by allies, wreathed in golden light, with a tail curling behind him. That Harry was gone. In his place stood, just Harry. 11 years old, thin, dark-haired, green-eyed, wearing the same school robes he'd put on that morning. No aura. No tail. No army of allies arranged in dramatic formation behind him. Just Harry, standing in a mirror, smiling. And beside him, not behind, not above, beside, Ron and Hermione. Ron with his arm in a sling and his grin and his chess player's eyes. Hermione with her wild hair and her notebook and her fierce, relentless love. The three of them, together, as they were. Not as they might become. Not as his heart's deepest desire projected. As they were, right now, today, in this moment. Harry stared at the image. His reflection smiled at him, and Harry understood, with a clarity so profound it felt like the merge, like the Zenkai, like the moment when 2 rivers of power became one, what the mirror was showing him. His deepest desire had changed. In December, he'd wanted understanding. Allies. The full expression of his power. The tail, the aura, the army. He'd wanted to know what he was, and he'd wanted to be surrounded by people who accepted what he was. Now, after the chamber, after the Zenkai, after the merge, he had the power. More power than the December vision had imagined. He was stronger, faster, more capable than any 11-year-old in history, carrying a merged core of ki and magic that made him something genuinely unprecedented. The understanding was coming, Hermione's research was filling in the gaps, building a picture of his heritage that grew clearer with each new piece of data. The allies were forming, not an army, but something better. 2 people who knew him completely and stayed completely. And his deepest desire, stripped of the longing for power and understanding that had already been fulfilled, was simply this. These 2 people. This friendship. This ordinary, extraordinary bond between 3 children who had walked through fire together and come out the other side holding hands. No tail required. Harry touched the mirror's surface. The glass was cool under his fingers, its magical signature humming against his skin. His reflection touched back, and for a moment, the barrier between desire and reality felt very thin. Then he pulled his hand away, turned, and walked out of the room. He didn't look back. The end-of-year feast was a spectacle of green and silver. Slytherin had won the House Cup, their banner hanging from the enchanted ceiling, their table celebrating with the restrained satisfaction of a house that considered victory its birthright. The Gryffindor table was subdued, the 100-point loss from the Norbert incident still smarting despite the heroics that had followed. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione and ate his fourth helping of roast chicken and felt the energy of the Great Hall wash over him, hundreds of signatures, each one unique, each one carrying the accumulated experiences of a school year that had been, by any measure, extraordinary. Dumbledore stood. The hall went quiet. "Another year gone," the headmaster said, his voice carrying easily to every corner. "And what a year! I have a few last-minute points to award." The hall stirred. Harry felt the collective attention sharpen. "To Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award 50 points." The Gryffindor table erupted. Ron went scarlet from his collar to the tips of his ears, his energy blazing with a disbelieving joy that made Harry's enhanced senses sing. "To Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award 50 points." Hermione buried her face in her hands. Harry could feel her crying, not from sadness but from a relief so profound it bordered on catharsis. The girl who'd spent the year terrified of not being good enough, of not belonging, was being told by the most powerful wizard in the world that she was valued. "To Mr. Harry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award 60 points." The math rippled through the hall like a wave. Whispered calculations. Dawning realization. Gryffindor was tied with Slytherin at 472 points. Dumbledore smiled. It was the smile of a man who was enjoying himself immensely and knew he shouldn't be and didn't care. "There are all kinds of courage," Dumbledore said. "It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom." The Gryffindor table went nuclear. Harry didn't hear the rest. The cheering, the hat-throwing, the Slytherin banners being replaced by Gryffindor red and gold, it all happened around him in a blur of sound and light and ecstatic energy. He was on his feet, being hugged by Ron, being hugged by Hermione, being clapped on the back by Fred and George, and the entire table was chanting something that might have been his name or might have been Neville's or might have been nothing coherent at all. Through the chaos, Harry looked across the hall. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy sat amid the deflated celebrations of his house, his expression carefully blank, his energy signature a complex tangle of disappointment and frustration and something else, something directed at Harry, something that was neither hate nor admiration but occupied a strange, uncomfortable space between them. Their eyes met. Harry inclined his head, not a nod of victory, not a taunt, just an acknowledgement. "I see you." Draco held the gaze for a long moment. Then, almost imperceptibly, he inclined his head in return. "Not friendship. Not peace. Something more precarious than either, a mutual recognition that whatever existed between them was not finished, and that the next chapter would be different from the first." The train home left Hogwarts on a morning so bright it hurt the eyes. Students poured onto the platform at Hogsmeade, dragging trunks and owl cages and tearful goodbyes, the air thick with the bittersweet energy of endings and the promise of returns. Harry loaded his trunk into a compartment with Ron and Hermione and settled into the window seat that was becoming, by unspoken tradition, his. The castle receded behind them as the train pulled away. Harry watched it go, the towers, the turrets, the windows catching the morning sun, and felt the castle's awareness brush against his senses one last time, a gentle farewell, a promise that it would be here when he returned. The countryside unrolled outside the window. Green fields, hedgerows, small towns flashing past. England in June, beautiful and ordinary and completely oblivious to the magical world hidden within its borders. Hermione had her notebook open. Ron had his chess set. The compartment was warm and sunlit and smelled of chocolate frogs and pumpkin pasties, and Harry sat in the middle of it and felt the merged power humming in his core like a second heartbeat and thought about the summer ahead. The Dursleys. Privet Drive. The cupboard, no, he'd outgrown the cupboard, and not just physically. Whatever happened at Privet Drive this summer, Harry was not the boy who'd left it in September. He was something else now, something that Vernon's fists and Petunia's cruelty couldn't touch, and the realization brought not satisfaction but a quiet, complicated sadness. Because going back was necessary, Dumbledore had explained the blood wards, the protection tied to Petunia's blood, the shield that kept Harry safe from Voldemort's followers. And Harry, who understood the strategic value of protection even when it tasted like ashes, had agreed. But he'd made conditions. 3 of them, delivered to Dumbledore in the old wizard's office the day before departure, in a voice that was calm and steady and carried the unmistakable authority of someone who was done being handled. First, Harry had said, "I eat properly. Whatever it takes, a direct order, a charm on the refrigerator, I don't care, but I will not be starved this summer. My body needs fuel." Dumbledore had nodded. Second, I train. I need space and privacy and freedom to move. If that means modifications to the property, to the wards, to the Dursleys' understanding of what I do with my time, so be it. Another nod. Third, and this is the one that matters, when I come back in September, I come back informed. No more secrets about my heritage, my blood, the thing in my scar, which is gone, but there might be others. I need to know everything you know, Professor. Not when you think I'm ready. When I ask. Dumbledore had studied him for a long time. The old wizard's energy had been a complex mixture of respect and resignation and something that might have been relief, the relief of a man who had been carrying a weight alone and was finally being told that someone else was strong enough to share it. You have my word, Dumbledore had said. Though I suspect, Harry, that you may find my knowledge inadequate to the questions you're asking. What you are, what you're becoming, may be beyond even my understanding. Then we'll figure it out together. Together, Dumbledore had repeated, and the smile he'd given Harry was the most genuine the old wizard had worn all year. The train rocked gently. Ron and Hermione were arguing about the optimal strategy for Wizard's chess versus Muggle chess, a debate that had been running intermittently for weeks and showed no signs of resolution. Harry let their voices wash over him, a familiar, comforting duet that his enhanced hearing could have parsed to the syllable but which he preferred to receive as music, the sound of his people, being themselves, being real. The compartment door slid open. Draco Malfoy stood in the doorway. Alone. No Crabbe. No Goyle. Just a blond boy in expensive robes, his energy signature the same cold, sharp, controlled presence it had always been, but with something different underneath, a tremor, a crack in the armor, barely perceptible to anyone without Harry's senses. Ron tensed. Hermione's hand moved toward her wand. Relax, Draco said, and his voice was missing its usual sneer. Not friendly, not warm, but stripped of performative hostility. Neutral. I'm not here to start anything. Then why are you here? Ron asked. Draco looked at Harry. The look was long and complex and carried the weight of an entire year's worth of observation, antagonism, and reluctant fascination. My father told me about you, Draco said. Before school. He said you were the boy who lived, and that you'd either be a useful ally or a dangerous enemy, and that I should make sure you were the former. I remember the offer, Harry said. On the train. I handled it badly. I handled the whole year badly. The things my father told me to do, the way he told me to act, Draco stopped. His jaw worked. The crack in his armor was wider now, and through it leaked something that Harry's senses identified as doubt, not about Harry, but about the framework that had shaped Draco's entire life. Blood purity. Superiority. The divine right of the Malfoy name. You fought Voldemort, Draco said. The name came out stiff, unpracticed, as if he'd never said it before. That's what the rumors say. You fought him and won. Barely. But you fought him. 11 years old, and you fought the Dark Lord. My father, another stop. Another grinding of jaw. My father spent the First War pretending to be under the Imperius curse. He served Voldemort, and then he lied about it, and then he went back to his manor and his money and his pure blood and pretended nothing had happened. The compartment was very quiet. Ron and Hermione were watching this exchange with the frozen attention of people witnessing something they hadn't expected and didn't fully understand. "Why are you telling me this?" Harry asked. "Because I'm not my father." The words came out hard and fast, like something Draco had been chewing on for a long time and had finally decided to swallow or spit out. "I don't know what I am, yet. I don't know what I think about blood purity or the Dark Lord or any of it. But I know that everything I've been told my whole life doesn't explain you, Potter. It doesn't explain how a half-blood raised by Muggles can do what you do. And if the framework doesn't explain the evidence, then maybe the framework is wrong." Harry looked at Draco Malfoy. The boy's energy was raw, exposed, vibrating with the terror of someone who had just questioned the foundations of their entire worldview out loud, in front of witnesses, with no way to take it back. "That's a dangerous thought to have in your house," Harry said. "I know. And a brave one. Don't call me brave, Potter. I'm a Slytherin. Slytherins can be brave." "Now you sound like the Sorting Hat." A ghost of a smile crossed Draco's face. It was gone in an instant, replaced by the controlled mask, but Harry had seen it and his senses had felt the warmth behind it, and the moment was real. "I'm not offering friendship," Draco said, straightening. The armor was going back on, he needed it, Harry understood, needed the protection of the persona to survive in the world he was returning to. "My father would never allow it, and frankly, Weasley's face right now is reason enough to hesitate." Ron's expression was, indeed, a study in conflicted emotions. "I'm offering acknowledgement," Draco said. "That you're more than what I was taught to see. That's all. For now." "For now," Harry agreed. Draco nodded once. Turned. Paused in the doorway. "Potter. The thing you did in the forest, when you drove off whatever was killing the unicorns. That golden light. What about it?" "It was the most terrifying and the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." He left. The compartment door slid shut behind him. Ron let out a long, slow breath. "What just happened?" "I think Draco Malfoy just had a crisis of faith," Hermione said, her voice hushed with surprise. "In our compartment? On the train? Couldn't he have done it somewhere else?" "Ron. I'm just saying. There's a time and place for existential revelations, and it's not between the pumpkin pasties and the chocolate frogs." Harry laughed. The sound surprised him, not because it was rare anymore, but because of how natural it was, how easy. 3 months ago, laughter had been a foreign language. Now it was his mother tongue. The train rolled on. The countryside blurred past. Hermione returned to her notebook. Ron reset his chess pieces. And Harry sat in the window seat, his forehead against the glass, and felt the world spread out before him in all directions, the magical and the mundane, the known and the unknown, the vast, uncharted territory of a life that was only beginning. The power hummed in his core. Merged, stable, enormous, a river of ki and magic flowing as one, carrying with it the legacy of a warrior who had fallen from the stars and the sacrifice of a mother who had given everything and the stubborn, relentless will of a boy who had been broken 100 times and had chosen, every time, to put himself back together. He thought about Voldemort. Somewhere out there, in a forest, in a shadow, in the spaces between the living and the dead, the wraith of Tom Riddle was regrouping. Planning. The diary that Dumbledore had hinted at, the Horcruxes that the destroyed Scar fragment implied, the network of followers who waited for their master's return, all of it was out there, building toward a confrontation that Harry could feel in his bones the way animals feel an approaching storm. He was not ready for that confrontation. Not yet. The merged core was powerful, but Harry had seen Voldemort's full magical capability through Quirrell's hands, and it was vast, decades of study, of dark magic, of pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Harry had raw power and scion adaptability and the merged core's unprecedented fusion of physical and magical energy. But Voldemort had experience, and experience, as Ron's chess games had taught him, trumped raw power more often than not. He needed to train. To grow. To learn, not just magic, but strategy, history, the nature of the enemy he'd been born to face. He needed the summer, and the year after, and the years after that, to build the skills and the knowledge and the wisdom that would turn his extraordinary power into something that could actually win. And he needed his friends. Not as support, not as sidekicks, not as the entourage that the mirror of Erised had once shown him. As partners. As equals in every way that mattered, each one bringing something that the others lacked, each one covering the blind spots that the others couldn't see. Ron, who saw the board when everyone else saw the pieces. Who understood sacrifice and patience and the quiet courage of standing your ground when everything in you screamed to run. Hermione, who turned chaos into understanding. Who would research a problem until it surrendered its secrets, who would hold you to your best self even when your worst self was easier, who loved with a ferocity that was itself a kind of magic. The three of them. Together. Walking into whatever came next with their eyes open and their hands steady and the absolute, unshakable certainty that they were stronger together than any of them could be alone. Harry watched the English countryside roll past and felt the summer approaching, the Dursleys, the solitude, the necessary return to a world that was smaller and meaner than the one he was leaving. But within that smaller world, he would train. He would grow. He would push his merged core toward the kind of control that Hermione insisted on and the kind of strategic application that Ron envisioned. He would study his heritage, follow the threads that Hermione's research had uncovered, and try to understand the full scope of what his blood carried. And he would come back. In September, when the express reversed its course and the castle appeared on the horizon like a dream made real, Harry would return to Hogwarts stronger and wiser and more prepared than he was today. Not because his blood demanded it, though it did, the scion imperative humming constantly beneath his thoughts, whispering grow, adapt, overcome. But because the people he loved would be there, and the battle that was coming would require everything he had and everything he could become, and he refused, with the same stubborn, bone-deep refusal that had kept him alive in a cupboard under the stairs, that had driven him to his feet after every beating, that had carried him through a gauntlet of magical defenses and a confrontation with the darkest wizard alive. He refused to be anything less than ready. The train carried them south. The sun climbed toward noon. Ron captured Hermione's bishop and crowed about it. Hermione called him insufferable and captured his knight in retaliation. Harry watched them and felt the warmth of their bickering fill the compartment like sunlight. Somewhere, in a forest in Albania, a wraith that had once been Tom Riddle clung to the edge of existence and felt, for the first time in a decade, something it did not recognize as its own, a resonance, faint and distant, from a scar that no longer contained a piece of its soul. The resonance carried information, fragmentary, distorted by distance and the absence of the connecting fragment, but enough to convey a general impression. Power. Growth. Adaptation. The wraith absorbed this information and, in the dim, degraded remnant of what had once been the most brilliant mind in the wizarding world, performed a calculation. The boy had been strong before, strong enough to drive Voldemort from his host. Now the boy was stronger. And he would continue to get stronger, each challenge feeding the impossible engine of his blood, each crisis pushing him further beyond the boundaries of what should be possible. The calculation was simple and its conclusion was clear: the boy was a threat that would only grow, and the window for dealing with that threat was narrowing. For the first time in 10 years of spectral existence, the thing that had been Lord Voldemort felt something it hadn't felt since the night it had attacked a cottage in Godric's Hollow and met a mother's love and a child's impossible survival. Anticipation. Not fear. Never fear. Tom Riddle did not fear. But anticipation, the electric awareness of a worthy adversary, the intellectual thrill of a puzzle that resisted solution, the hunger for a contest that would test the limits of everything he was and everything he could become. The boy was interesting. The boy was dangerous. The boy would need to be dealt with. But not yet. Not today. Today, the wraith would endure, and plan, and wait, and gather the strength for a return that would shake the magical world to its foundations. The game was not over. It was barely begun. On the Hogwarts Express, Harry Potter pressed his forehead against the window and watched England blur past and smiled, not the fierce grin of combat, not the cautious smile of social navigation, but the genuine, peaceful, slightly tired smile of a boy who had found his people and his purpose and his power, in that order, and who knew that the order mattered. Because the power was extraordinary. But the purpose gave it direction. And the people, Ron's courage, Hermione's brilliance, the bonds that couldn't be broken by trolls or chess games or dark lords, the people gave it meaning. Harry closed his eyes. The train rocked gently. The merged energy in his core pulsed in time with his heartbeat, steady and patient, vast and controlled, waiting. He was 11 years old. He was a wizard. He was something else, too, something older, something from beyond the stars, something that carried the legacy of a warrior species in its blood and the love of a murdered mother in its bones. He was Harry Potter. And he was only getting started.